Chapter 2332. Waves of fear suppressed everyone's heart. Facing the crazy growth of the resurrection red spider lily, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were unable to suppress them. They could only maintain a balance. The people behind them were all entangled by the resurrection red spider lily, unable to escape. Ah! I never expected that there's a human who dares to come here. Looks like your memory is not enough. A hunchbacked, skinny macaque slowly walked out from behind the dead spider lily. Its body was covered with long black hair. Its eyes were sunken and its mouth was protruding. It was indeed a macaque. But this macaque was filled with coldness and killing intent. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Who are you? Lu Quanchao looked at the black-haired old macaque and asked. Who am I? I'm afraid that I've forgotten about myself. Since you've entered Qiling Mountain, stay here. Soon I'll be able to break the shackles and come out. Old macaque said with a smile on his face. However, there was a bone-chilling old voice in his voice. It was vigorous, gloomy and filled with killing intent. I thought there were no monsters in this Qiling Mountain? Are you the one who chased them away? Zhang Lei squinted his eyes and said. I guess so. You guys came at the right time. After killing you guys, it'll be perfect. The wick of the great Yu soul-forming light has been completed. I can finally see the light of day again. After all, these old bones of mine haven't been corroded by time. The old macaque stretched his body and said casually. Great Yu soul-forming light? You have the great Yu soul-forming light? Zhang Lei looked at the old macaque excitedly and said. Yes. If it wasn't for the great Yu soul-forming light, I would have died long ago. And you guys will be the last wick of the light. Ah. Are you the heaven-splitting divine monkey under the hidden secret god emperor? Lu Quanchao took a step back. He was shocked. He had heard that the master of the hidden secret realm was the hidden secret celestial emperor. Hidden secret celestial emperor had a macaque under him. The macaque had been cultivating in the great Yu soul-forming light all year round. It was the most beloved macaque of the hidden secret celestial emperor. Its strength could shake the heavens, hence its name, heaven-splitting divine monkey. I didn't think that after millions of years, there would still be people who remember me. It wasn't easy. Old macaque smiled and shook his head. I'm the old macaque under the hidden secret divine emperor. Back then, the great Yu soul-forming light saved my life and made me immortal, neither human nor ghost. The great Yu soul-forming light was also destroyed when the hidden secret celestial emperor died. I can only be reborn by forming the soul-forming wick. This wick is made from the souls of 99 million people. After millions of years, I finally gathered all the souls and reforged the lamp wick. Now I can return to the world. Your Majesty, although you have fallen, old macaque will not let you die in vain. Old macaque seemed to be lost in his memories and murmured. The heaven-splitting divine monkey. It really is the heaven-splitting divine monkey that served the tranquil divine emperor. We don't have any chance of survival. Lu Quanchao murmured. Old macaque gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei joined hands, they would still be no match for old macaque. Moreover, there was still the dead spider lily. They had no chance of survival. So many lives were sacrificed just for you, old macaque. You're really cruel. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth. The great Yu soul-forming light was about to be reforged, but his chance was ruined by old macaque. Human life is like grass, life and death are like ants. How can I, 6 years heaven-splitting divine monkey, be compared to you lowly ants? You're really lucky to be the one to reforge the lamp wick. Old macaque said. He did not treat Zhang Lei and the others as human beings. He only wanted to be reborn. Even so, you're just a soul. Even if you were powerful when you were alive, what will you do now? Zhang Lei said unwillingly. He would never give up in this battle. Because I have the great Yu soul-forming light. Old macaque smiled. Zhang Lei was completely listless. Even though the great Yu soul-forming light was broken, it was still a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it was the hidden secret divine emperor's natal divine tool. It was definitely not simple. Old macaque turned his palm and an ancient bronze lamp appeared in his hand. A terrifying pressure covered the sky. Everyone felt suffocated and their faces became extremely serious. The pressure seemed to be able to make them surrender from the bottom of their hearts. What a terrifying great Yu soul-forming light. It's just the afterglow of the lamp, yet we're already helpless against it. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. He finally knew that he was dreaming. Although the great Yu soul-forming light was powerful, it was not something that he could obtain. The old macaque was definitely an evil person. He had killed millions of people and absorbed their soul power to refine the wick of the lamp. He wanted to revive Zhang so that the great soul-forming light could form a soul for him. This was really infuriating. Now you have no way out. Accept the judgment. You're the most glorious people. Because the great soul-forming light was born because of you. Old Macaque smiled and the passion in his eyes could not be concealed. For millions of years he was born with the great soul-forming light. He had been struggling at death's door. In order to stand up again he had killed millions of people. In the end he was cast into the wick of the great soul-forming light. How could he not be excited at this moment? At this moment, even the magma was rolling violently and the magma pillar was shooting up to 1,000 meters high. The temperature was rising rapidly. Everyone's countenance changed and they kept retreating. Facing the great soul-forming light in Old Macaque's hand, their souls seemed to be suppressed. The terror of the great soul-forming light was obvious even before the attack. I don't want to die. You old thing, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. I hate you. You old and immortal macaque. You will die a horrible death. Although everyone hated Old Macaque, the great soul-forming light had suppressed their souls. They did not even have the strength to resist. Only Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and Jianghu were able to hold on. However, their faces looked terrible. This is the last fight. Even if we know we will die, we must try. Zhang Lei looked at Jianghu and Lu Quanchao. The three of them rushed towards the Old Macaque while feeling the pressure in their souls. The Old Macaque smiled and waved his hand. The great soul-forming light shot out a ray of blue light. Be careful. That's the blade of soul. Chapter 23:33. So scary. Lu Quanchao's expression changed drastically. However, the two of them were their last hope. They must not fall at this moment. Fight. Lu Quanchao charged forward with his long sword. Heavenly Dipper bloody sword. Lu Quanchao's sword was 100 zhang long and it slashed down. Magma splashed everywhere and the sound was deafening. The Old Macaque was still calm. He casually cast out another blade of soul and easily destroyed Lu Quanchao's Heavenly Dipper bloody sword. Zhang Lei did not want to be outdone and he immediately went forward. However, he still could not gain anything from the attack. The two of them were sent flying away. Two late true gods could not even withstand a single blow from the Old Macaque. His strength has reached the peak true god realm. Plus, he has the great soul-forming light. We are not his match at all. Zhang Lei smiled bitterly and took a few steps back. His face was filled with despair. They had lost all hope in the end. Are we really going to die here? Unexpected. Unexpected. Lu Quanchao closed his eyes slightly as if he was waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The Old Macaque had completely suppressed their souls and could kill them any time with his blade of soul. A bunch of ants. Accept your fate. Old Macaque said faintly. His eyes were burning with passion. He could finally live a dignified life like millions of years ago. His days in the great soul-forming light were like years. Finally, he could be completely liberated. Rumble, the sound of mountains crumbling and the earth cracking rang out above their heads. Everyone stared at the sky. That terrifying ceiling mountain had actually been smashed into pieces. Rumbling sounds rang out as the entire mountain directly fell down, turning into dust and sinking into the magma. Old Macaque suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a skinny figure standing in the sky. He was cold and his aura was forceful and overbearing. It's him. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is here to save us? Are we saved? It's him. It's him. Jianghu squinted his eyes. He had always felt that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. At this moment he had proven that he was a good judge of character. The seal that they could not break was broken by Jiang Chen. Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Some of them even shed tears of joy. The pressure on their souls almost made them surrender without a fight. Deep inside their hearts they had completely collapsed. At this moment the appearance of Jiang Chen was like a peerless god of war, giving them a last glimmer of hope. You can actually ignore the power of the seal? Old Macaque gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Chen. Is the power of the seal very strong? With a single strike of mine this mountain peak was shattered. Jiang Chen clapped his hands with a serious expression, which made Old Macaque even more solemn. He's only an early true god. How is this possible? Unless, he's also the one who sealed the seal. Old Macaque's eyes were filled with shock. However, he was not sure. Even a peak heavenly god might not be able to break this mountain peak, but a true god kid managed to do it. This could only mean one thing: he was the one who sealed the seal. But how was this possible? How could a sealed person still be alive in this world? In fact, Jiang Qin had already flown away from Mount Qiling. However, he felt that this mountain was unusual as there was no trace of any beasts. That's why he came back. In the end, Jiang Qin spent a lot of effort to use the great divination art to deduce what had happened here. He got a vague trace of it and was even more certain that those people were here. In the end, Jiang Qin's choice was correct. The great divination art had helped Jiang Qin a lot and saved their lives. You're just an early true god. How dare you meddle in my business? If that's the case, all of you shall stay here and forge the wick of my great soul-forming light. Old Macaque's eyes were filled with killing intent. In order to be reborn, he had worked hard for millions of years. Now that he had succeeded, he would not let go of anyone who stood in his way. Although he was slightly afraid of Jiang Qin's appearance, he would not let go of any obstacle in front of him. Moreover, he was just an early true god kid. However, Jiang Qin was able to break the mountain peak. Old Macaque had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. He was also suspicious of Jiang Qin's identity. Logically speaking, those who were sealed would not be able to survive. Moreover, who would seal a true god brat? In Man Shuai's heart, he was incomparably excited because he finally saw hope. Jiang Qin was always the one who could create miracles. His appearance had also calmed everyone down. Regardless of success or failure, at least they were not fighting alone anymore. Especially for him, he felt that he had a true comrade. He was the only one left in the profound Feng sect. He had no one to rely on. Jiang Qin's appearance had lifted his spirits. Although Jiang Qin has broken the seal, can he really save us from this crisis? Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. Although Jiang Qin's current strength was not weak, his true strength was only at the early true god realm. Could Jiang Qin really fight against Old Macaque, who was a late true god like them? Or was it just a coincidence that he managed to break the seal? Let's hope that your thoughts are unnecessary. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. When they just entered the hidden secret realm, the elders of their sect had reminded them to help Jiang Qin. They did not expect that the situation would change. At this moment they needed Jiang Qin to save them. Undeniably, it was a great mockery to Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and the others. However, they were no match for Old Macaque now. There was no doubt about it. After calming down, everyone started to look at Jiang Qin's appearance rationally. Were they really going to hand over their hope of survival to a true god disciple? Moreover, he had just broken through in the hidden secret realm. Jiang Qin, are you confident? Lu Quanchao asked. No. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. Compared to the others' solemn expressions, his expression was a stark contrast. He didn't seem to care at all. Then you? Chapter 23:34. The Great Soul-forming light. When Jiang Qin saw the Great Soul-forming light in the Old Macaque's hand, he was slightly shocked. It was definitely not a heavenly divine tool. It was an existence that surpassed a heavenly divine tool. It was a genuine essence divine tool. However, the Great Soul-forming light was completely damaged. Jiang Qin was not confident that he could repair the Great Soul-forming light. After all, he could not even refine a heavenly divine tool. However, it was not impossible for him to repair the Great Soul-forming light. I'm definitely getting this god lamp. Jiang Qin's lips curved into a faint smile. The Old Macaque was slightly afraid of him. Others might not know, but the Old Macaque felt that Jiang Qin's appearance was extraordinary. If you're really the person who sealed the mountain, then I will overcome all obstacles and give you the most terrifying blow. Even the person who sealed the mountain will not be able to stop me. The Old Macaque murmured in his heart. He took a step forward and the Great Soul-forming light in his hand shot out a blade of soul towards Jiang Qin. Be careful, Jiang Qin. That's the blade of soul. Don't get hit by it. Otherwise your soul will be attacked. Lu Quanchao reminded him worriedly. Really? I want to see exactly how powerful the soul blade is. Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. He fought against the Old Macaque and the Old Macaque. The terrifying blade of soul was shot out continuously. However, Jiang Qin seemed to be invincible. The terrifying blade of soul was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any damage to Jiang Qin. Great soul derivation technique. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The blade of soul from the Great Soul-forming light was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for the Great Soul derivation technique, he would never have the chance to dodge it. The Great Soul derivation technique absorbed the attack of the blade of soul, which made Jiang Qin invincible. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including the Old Macaque. He could not believe what he saw. Jiang Qin was closing in. Although he was only an early true god, he was not injured by the blade of soul. The old macaque could not help but have a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen's sealed body. That's impossible. Unless your soul energy surpasses the heavenly god realm, it's impossible for you to block the soul blade. Old macaque said coldly. This fellow is indeed a little abnormal. Even we have difficulty fighting against that spiritual blade and we do not dare to face it head-on. However, in his eyes, it is as if there is no one around. Could it be that this spiritual blade is truly unable to hurt him? Zhang Lei murmured in disbelief. The scene in front of him gave him a huge setback. Since Jiang Chen was only an early true god while he was a late true god, the gap between their cultivation realms made him become someone else's foil. Zhang Lei was not willing to accept this. Xianxia was the one who knew how terrifying the soul blade was. That was because he had completely lost his ability to fight after being struck by the soul blade. He had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Chen's attack had given him a glimmer of hope. There were only two people who had confidence in Jiang Chen. One was him and the other was Man Shui. The blade of soul is only SOSO? Jiang Chen could feel the humiliation, anger and unwillingness from the soul energy. The terrifying blade of soul was purified by his great soul derivation technique and turned into nothingness. The great Yu soul forming light's blade of soul did not seem to have any effect on Jiang Chen. Therefore he became solemn. This early true god fellow was not easy to deal with. Old macaque continued to cast his attacks again and again, but the great Yu soul forming light's blade of soul seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen. Since the great Yu soul forming light could not harm you, let's see if you can withstand the power of the flower of resurrection of opposite shores. The old macaque harumphed and retreated. The flower of resurrection of opposite shores grew rapidly and charged towards Jiang Chen, blocking all of his escape routes. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and every strike was filled with destructive power. The heavenly dragon sword continued to cut down the branches of the flower of resurrection of opposite shores, causing the flower of opposite shores to shrink back. Because the flower of opposite shores that was cut down by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword could not grow anymore. In other words, the flower of opposite shores that had lost its regenerative ability could not really suppress Jiang Chen. If you think this is the end, then you're too naive. Be careful. The most frightening thing about this resurrection lily is not its branches. Instead, it is its bewitching power. Lu Quanchao exclaimed. However, at this moment it was too late. The old macaque let out a strange cry and soared into the sky. The pollen of the flower of opposite shores sprayed out instantly. The purple light engulfed Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen fell into a daze at this moment. What Jiang Chen saw were broken walls and dilapidated walls. Grand palaces that pierced through the clouds, shining brilliantly, but were already in ruins. Colorful giant beasts roared and shook the heavens, but their blood had already dried up. Ancient god emperors that could shake the heavens tore the heavens apart with their hands, but they had also turned into dried corpses. The earth was roaring, the sea was rolling and the sky was wailing. At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. It was the end of the world. As for Jiang Chen, he was like an outsider watching everything silently. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen clutched his chest tightly. He was in so much pain that he knelt down on one knee. It's so scary. Why am I crying? Jiang Chen murmured as tears rolled down from his eyes uncontrollably. Go to hell. The old macaque roared furiously. His voice was like a morning bell that appeared beside Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's chest was hit by the old macaque's hammer. Jiang Chen was blown away and fell on the edge of the magma pool. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen could not forget what happened just now. If it was an ordinary late true god, that person's internal organs would have been shattered by old macaque's hammer strike and he would have died without a burial place. However, Jiang Chen patted the dust off his body and stood up again. The blood on the corner of his mouth made him look even more enchanting. Chapter 23:35. How is this possible? The storm hammer is a heavenly divine tool. No one could withstand its attack. How could a true god like you be fine? Old macaque was a little angry. This guy was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Whether it was the soul blade or the resurrection flower of red spider lily, they couldn't control him at all. Even the storm hammer that he used to be sure didn't kill him. This guy's defense could only be described with one word: abnormal. This guy did not disappoint us. Jianghu, who had lost an arm, said faintly. Jiang Chen was able to turn the situation around at this moment. It was enough to prove his existence. He was definitely able to suppress everyone, including Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao, because the two of them could not save them. At this moment, Jiang Chen had made old macaque a little mad. This flower of resurrection can reflect one's past life. Then what was my past life? Jiang Chen murmured. However, he couldn't see what kind of place it was and what kind of existence it was. He was like an outsider who was watching the battle from the sidelines. There was no sign at all. What he saw had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen didn't know if it had anything to do with him. Flower of resurrection, one thought to transform past life. Old macaque attacked again. At this moment, the flower of reincarnation bloomed and engulfed Jiang Chen. A terrifying force swept across the area. Everyone was forced to take a step back. Jiang Chen was devoured by the flower of reincarnation without him noticing. The flower of resurrection grew to 1,000 zhang in size. However, Jiang Chen suddenly woke up in the heart of the flower. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he swung his sword upwards. The flower of resurrection had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. The great soul derivation technique was invincible in the soul. No matter if it was the blade of soul or the flower of resurrection, none of them could cause any harm to him. As the sword fell, the resurrection red spider lily was cut into pieces by Jiang Chen's sword and it instantly withered. Below the resurrection red spider lily, there was a piece of extraterrestrial meteor that shocked Jiang Chen. It was definitely a precious gem that could be used to refine weapons. The extraterrestrial meteor that could be extracted from it was more than enough to refine a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it was a meter tall. No wonder the flower of resurrection has developed its own intelligence and is being controlled by this old macaque. Seems like the fallen from the heavens played a crucial role. Jiang Chen thought. Jiang Chen stood proudly and unstoppable after breaking two of the old macaque's attacks. Whether it was Lu Quanchao or the others, they were completely convinced by Jiang Chen. Was this fella still an early true god? Could an early true god be this strong? Of course, his strength could not be measured by common sense. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had become the god of war in their hearts. Even Lu Quanchao, who was told by the elders to protect Jiang Chen, was no exception. The strong were destined to be respected. This was a fact that only the strong could survive. What else do you have? Show me now. Otherwise you might not have the chance anymore. Jiang Chen said faintly. You're really naive. Do you think that you can be fearless after breaking my soul attack? Ah, you're too naive. Now I will show you what a true expert is. Your strength is still too weak. Old macaque sneered. He held the storm hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Jiang Chen. His speed was as fast as lightning. The terrifying aura almost caused the magma nearby to ripple. It was extremely hot and could melt everything in its path. Face the storm. Old macaque wielded the storm hammer with tremendous strength. Although his soul had yet to recover to its peak, his combat strength was comparable to a late true god. With the addition of the storm hammer, his strength was terrifying. If he really obtained the great soul-forming light and was reborn, he would be unstoppable. Countless wind blades pierced through the sky and crushed the rocks. Jiang Chen was buried in the dust. The storm hammer was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. It was as if a heavenly god had descended from the heavens. Jiang Chen's body trembled and he roared furiously. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and cast the heavenly dragon battle armor to block old macaque's attack. Moreover, even the old macaque was extremely shocked. Even a half-step heavenly god would not dare to take that attack head-on. However, Jiang Chen did it and he did not even move an inch. A layer of golden armor appeared on Jiang Chen's body. The shadow of a dragon roared and shook the void. As soon as the shadow of the dragon appeared, the mightiness of the heavenly dragon battle armor was unstoppable. Even old macaque was forced to take a few steps back. His face was filled with shock. He held the storm hammer in his hand and fell into silence. Jiang Chen was too strong. He could not break through such a defense. He thought that the storm hammer would definitely put Jiang Chen in danger. However, it turned out to be a stalemate. Jiang Chen had used his strength to make the old macaque gain his respect. Such an expert was worthy of his attention. How could this guy be so monstrous? It's unbelievable. Yeah, looks like we finally have hope. Don't be happy too early. Don't give up before the enemy is completely defeated. Otherwise we might suffer from extreme joy. Everyone was full of confidence because Jiang Chen was their last hope. As long as he did not fall, they would be saved. The truth has proven that you still can't defeat me, Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment he was invincible. Whether it was the profound heavenly armor or the heavenly dragon battle armor, even a heavenly god expert might not be able to do anything to Jiang Chen. Obviously the old macaque was in a dead end now. This fella was only an early true god, but he was helpless against him. This was unprecedented. Even when he fought against a half-step heavenly god, he had never suffered such a defeat. This fella is too strong, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice as he squinted his eyes. He was extremely curious about Jiang Chen's strength. At this moment he was slightly convinced by Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was everyone's hope at this moment. This fella deserved respect. Zhang Lei stared at the great Yu soul-forming light in the old macaque's hand. That was what he wanted the most. Chapter 2336. Looks like you guys are very happy. I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Old macaque was furious. He kept waving his giant hammer, creating a deafening sound that tore the sky apart. Jiang Chen casted the phantom wolf doppelganger technique and kept shuttling back and forth, avoiding the magma pillars. At this moment, old macaque could not find any trace of him at all. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was threatening old macaque all the time. With the strength of an early true god, Jiang Chen was not weaker than a late true god. Just the heavenly dragon sword alone had helped Jiang Chen a lot. This guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Old macaque's eyes looked gloomy. He must kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise he would not be at ease because he did not know the background of this guy. Moreover, Jiang Chen was able to break the seal mountain easily. This proved that Jiang Chen was not afraid of the power of the seal. There was only one result: Jiang Chen must be the one who sealed the mountain. The strength of old macaque's hammer was unstoppable. Jiang Chen and old macaque were having a good fight. Both of them were fighting fiercely. However, old macaque did not want to see this continue, because his spiritual strength was still very weak. If it was not for the great Yu soul-forming light, he would not be able to have such a combat strength. Jiang Chen had ruined his plan. If Jiang Chen appeared a little later, he could have killed all of them and cast the great Yu soul-forming light. In that case he would not be afraid of Jiang Chen anymore. However, things did not go as he wished. He did not complete his transformation at the last moment. The great Yu soul-forming light had become the only thing he could rely on. There was another important point. Even his master, hidden secret celestial emperor, was sucked into the divine tomb. However, he managed to survive because of the great Yu soul-forming light. The great Yu soul-forming light was an ancient divine tool. It was extremely terrifying. However, if he lost it, it would mean the end of his life. For millions of years, the old macaque would never allow anyone to destroy his plan. For countless years the old macaque had been dreaming of this day. He was about to succeed, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen would appear out of nowhere? At this moment, the old macaque's anger towards Jiang Chen was imaginable. He wanted to tear him into pieces. The game is about to end. I don't want to continue playing with you. Jiang Chen sneered. He transformed into a sword, dragon and sword as one, instantly fusing as one. The 300 zhang long sword streaked across the sky, sweeping away the endless universe. The golden rays of light dazzled the world, causing people's hearts to tremble. Zhang Lei, Lu Quanchao and the rest all retreated, their faces pale. What a domineering dragon sword fusion. I'm afraid that even if the two of us joined hands, we might not be able to take it. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. He admired Jiang Chen more and more. He was a real genius, one in a million. Storm hammer, explode. One hammer to determine the universe. The old macaque held the storm hammer and waved it against Jiang Chen's attack. The terrifying strength even shattered the magma pillar. The scene was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, under the dragon sword fusion, completely suppressed the old macaque's soul body. The storm hammer was completely shaken off. His face was extremely solemn. Obviously the old macaque was severely injured. You still lost in the end. Jiang Chen said faintly. Really? That's not necessarily true. Now you've finally enraged me. You're very successful, but it's a pity that you're destined to die here. Such a genius with outstanding aptitude, even I feel a little afraid of you. If I let you grow up in the future, then it'll be unimaginable. So, I must do justice on behalf of heaven. Ah. The old macaque laughed sinisterly. He took a few steps back and formed a seal with one hand. What the hell is the old macaque doing? He's already been defeated by Jiang Chen. Could it be that he still has a trump card? It's hard to say. After all, he's the macaque under the hidden secret divine emperor. Everything is uncertain. Even the great Yu soul-forming light is controlled by him. It's really hard to say. Hurry up and kill him. Jiang Chen, don't drop the ball. I hope so. But it seems that the old macaque is not deliberately mystifying. Look, the magma is starting to spurt out. Let's resist it with all our strength. Otherwise we'll definitely be turned into ashes. As expected, as soon as Jiang Hao's voice fell, the magma started to spurt out and formed a huge flame whirlpool. It seems that it's really not simple. Jianghu smiled and shouted angrily, "What the hell is under the magma? Just what the hell is under the lava? Hurry up and show yourself." Roar, under the vortex, a deafening roar had already sounded out. Before they could see it, they could already hear the roar. It was enough to make one's liver tremble. "It's getting more and more exciting," Jianghu murmured. At this moment, a 10 zhang tall magma giant slowly crawled out from the whirlpool. The terrifying temperature of the flame was dazzling. The giant was made of magma rocks. Its pair of fiery eyes could see through one's heart and ignite the fire in one's heart. That terrifying aura had already suppressed everyone, causing everyone to feel despair from the bottom of their hearts. Jianghu was stunned. The giant hand that looked like a cattail leaf fan kept dropping magma. A flaming tail swept across the sky and the scorching aura was completely ignited at this moment. The moment the magma beast came out, the temperature in the mountain suddenly rose. Everyone could feel the heat and fear in their heart. The strength of the magma beast made Jianghu feel powerless. Because this big fellow had reached the heavenly god realm. What a giant! Jianghu's eyes became cold. However, he could not withstand the terrifying temperature of the giant magma beast. Even he could not help but take 2 steps back. "Now you can sacrifice your souls. From this moment onwards, I declare that your souls will become my eternal slave. Especially you, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. You will experience life and death and you will never be able to fall into the cycle of reincarnation." The old macaque shouted and pointed at Jianghu. The giant magma beast also kept patting its chest as if it was going to launch a destructive attack at any time. "Oh my god, do the heavens want me to die? This is heavenly god realm. It's a heavenly god realm magma beast. Yes, it's not a half-step heavenly god. It's a real heavenly god realm." They were in a mess. 3 of them were pushed back by the giant lava beast with just one move. Jianghu's face turned gloomy. At this moment he had to show his true strength. It's impossible for you to defeat the giant lava beast. A heavenly god realm giant lava beast is comparable to a divine beast. How can you touch it? Old macaque's sneer entered Zhang Lei and Lu Chuanchao's ears. The 2 of them smiled bitterly. It was useless as they could not withstand the giant lava beast's attack. "Fire Qilin, come out." Jianghu held the Zulong tower in his hand and shook it. A few zhang tall fire Qilin appeared in an instant. It was surrounded by flames. It was reborn from the fire and faced the giant lava beast head-on. It had terrifying horns that were covered with terrifying underworld fire. Its entire body was like the giant lava beast. It was made of flames. "This is Fire Qilin. It's the Fire Qilin. I never expected this fella to have a mount like the Fire Qilin." Lu Chuanchao's mouth was wide open. Apart from shock, there was nothing else he could do. This Fire Qilin was also extremely powerful. However, from the looks of it, it was still weaker than the giant lava beast. I never expected to have such an unexpected gain. You're a genius to be able to tame the Fire Qilin. In the past, even my master failed to tame a water Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin is as powerful as a divine beast and even a true dragon is afraid of it, its strength is still weaker than the giant lava beast. Old macaque said confidently. At this moment he was not afraid at all. Even though Jianghu had a trump card like the Fire Qilin, it only made him a little worried. However, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were dumbfounded. This fellow was like a treasure chest. He had everything he wanted. Even the Fire Qilin was tamed by him. How many trump cards does he have? It's just a giant lava beast. How can it fight against me? I'm not afraid even if I'm stronger than it. The Fire Qilin roared in anger. Flames shot out from its eyes and shot up to the sky. I hope so. Old macaque was very confident in the giant lava beast. Is there a problem? Fire Qilin. Jianghu asked worriedly. The Fire Qilin was just a half-step heavenly god. However, the Fire Qilin was different. It was a true heavenly god. If you lend me a hand, I'll be more confident. Chapter 2338. The giant magma beast was born from the lava. It was extremely powerful and it had even reached the heavenly god realm. It was hard to defend against such a terrifying beast. No one below the heavenly god realm could fight against it. I'm afraid that Jianghu is going to die this time. Although we managed to escape, they are still entangled by the giant magma beast. You're right. The giant magma beast is too terrifying. I don't want to see it ever again. Heavenly god realm. We can't even fight against it. That's right. I'm afraid that Jianghu, senior brother Lu and senior brother Zhang will not be able to escape this time. It's impossible for us to defeat a heavenly god realm expert. We don't even have the confidence to fight against that peak late true god old monkey. Let alone now it's even more dangerous. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger when the giant magma beast comes out. Everyone was panting heavily as if they had just survived a disaster. Their complexions were very ugly, but at least they were out of danger. This Mao Qiling was really too scary. Can't you guys talk a little less? Don't you know who saved your lives? How dare you say such sarcastic words here? I feel ashamed for you guys. Jianghu's face was gloomy and he shouted in a deep voice. He really felt that these guys had no sense of shame. Moreover, Jiang Chen had risked his life to save them, but they only cared about his own safety. Apart from a little bit of pity, they only cared about their own lives and did not care about others. This kind of people made Jianghu feel ashamed to be associated with them. A bunch of shameless guys. Man Shui stood on Jianghu's side. If Jiang Chen did not chase him away, he would definitely fight against Jiang Chen until the last moment. However, these people only wanted to run away. It's easy for you to say. How dare you two flatter yourselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself. We naturally want to stay and help Jiang Chen and the others, but what do you think we can do by staying? We'll only become cannon fodder and our deaths will be worthless. Since that's the case, why don't we hurry up and flee for our lives? In this way we'll give the four sects a chance to catch their breath. The people of Heavenly Star sect said and looked at Jianghu and Man Shui in disdain. That's right, senior brother from the Heavenly Star sect is right. It's only human nature to look out for oneself. Besides, wasn't there an old saying? Where there's life, there's hope. We're the hope of the Tianqin sect and the earthly Hades sect. How would you know? This is righteousness. We won't do something that would bring about our own destruction. If we don't live well, wouldn't we be letting down the hopes of Jiang Chen and the others? Senior disciple Zhang and senior disciple Lu were true geniuses, and we are proud of their deaths. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is also a genius of his generation, and we will remember them forever. But now we have to leave this place. Otherwise, if the giant lava beast rushes out, we'll be dead for sure. You're right. We can only run for our lives now. If you two want to die here, we won't be able to stop you. Then let's part ways here. After saying that, the 10 people turned around and left Mount Qiling quickly. They were worried that they would be doomed if the giant lava beast rushes out. Jianghu and Man Shui looked at each other bitterly. Although what they said was not unreasonable, they didn't know whether Jiang Chen and the others were still alive. It would be too heartless for them to leave just like that. How could they be chased out by humans? They're right. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. If we want to live, what's so difficult about it even if we have to eat each other? But there's something that's more important than living. Jianghu looked at Man Shui and smiled. Death can be as light as a goose feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. Although we don't have any righteous cause, we can't die without knowing why. In this life we have to leave something behind. If we don't even have something to remember when we die, what difference is there between us and the walking dead? If Jiang Chen is really dead, I'm afraid that we won't be able to move a single step in this hidden secret realm. Jianghu sighed. He had lost an arm and his strength was only at the early true god realm. It would be hard for him to fight against any danger. The giant magma beast took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and the mountain to shake. The whole mountain was trembling and magma kept spurting out. Jiang Chen stood there proudly, allowing the magma to fall on his body. He was not injured at all. The fire Qilin did not want to be outdone. His flaming body was like a thunderbolt. The magma beast and the fire Qilin kept clashing against each other. The terrifying flame was getting bigger and bigger. The mountain was getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao could only try their best to protect themselves. It was very difficult for them to take action now. The battle between the fire Qilin and the magma beast was extremely terrifying. The magma beast's cultivation realm was higher than the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin could only defend passively. But even so, he was not defeated. After all, he was an ancient divine beast. Qilin and the true dragon were equally matched. There was even a rumor saying that the Qilin was the king of all beasts, ranked above the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise. However, it was only a golden Qilin. The lava beast's attacks were ruthless and unparalleled. The fire Qilin's aura was calm and steady. At this moment, Jiang Chen could feel the pressure from the fire Qilin. After all, the grade of the lava beast was much higher than any ordinary demonic beast. Moreover, the divine beast, the fire Qilin, was suppressed by the fire Qilin. Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The fire Qilin shouted. Although Jiang Chen was only an early true god, the Fire Qilin knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. If they were to fight, he might not be Jiang Chen's opponent. However, the Fire Qilin hoped that Jiang Chen would be able to fight against him when he was heavily injured. "Alright," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice and quickly attacked. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the sword pierced through the sky and cut through the void. The sword fell on the body of the giant magma beast. Flames burst out and a terrifying heat wave rushed towards Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain because he had the protection of the 5-elemental true fire. Magma was nothing to him. "Good fella. Even magma can't do anything to you. Looks like I have underestimated you. I'm afraid that your soul is worth more than 100 people," Old Macaque said with a faint smile. Roar. Chapter 2339. Let's take action. At this time, the more people we have, the more power we have. It seems like the old monkey will not give up so easily. Lu Quanchao said. Let's wait and see. Even if we rush in now, we won't be a match for this old monkey. Let's just wait and see. It won't be too late for us to strike when it's a life and death situation. In other words, if even Jiang Chen isn't a match for this old monkey, doesn't that mean we can only wait for our deaths silently? Zhang Lei's words were reasonable. Lu Quanchao sighed and nodded silently. However, at this time he was in a dilemma. Jiang Chen's crisis was not simple. Whether it was the old macaque or the giant lava beast, both of them were existences that could destroy the world. Although the old macaque's great soul-forming light was ineffective against Jiang Chen, it was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Jiang Chen faced the old macaque and the giant lava beast. The old macaque did not want to be outdone and guided the giant lava beast to counterattack. Giant lava beast, break out. Devour them and you will gain more power. As soon as old macaque's voice fell, the giant lava beast leaped up like a heavenly pillar and descended from the sky. It had the strength to pick up mountains and its aura was unparalleled. The rolling lava torrent poured down. Everywhere it passed was covered by lava and flames rose to the sky. Countless lava fell on Jiang Chen's body, but it did not cause any ripples. Jiang Chen did not dodge and did not flinch in the face of the giant lava beast. The old macaque was also quite shocked. Why is this guy so fearless? Even he felt that something was amiss. The Fire Qilin roared continuously and kept colliding with the giant lava beast. Both of their techniques originated from the flame. Therefore, it was difficult for them to do anything to each other. However, the giant lava beast was always in the lead because of the difference in cultivation level. However, Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. At this time, he naturally became the biggest threat to the giant lava beast. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's attack was earth-shattering, but even so, when it hit the lava beast's body, it only made the beast's body tremble slightly. What a tyrannical defense. Jiang Chen was shocked. Do you think you're the only one with amazing defense? Gagaga, the lava beast's strongest point was its fire attack and defense. If your Qilin was a water Qilin, you might be able to fight evenly with the lava beast. However, since they were both of the fire attribute, the suppression in rank was something that the Fire Qilin could never reverse. As for you, you're dreaming if you want to break through a god's defense alone, especially one that's on par with a mid-god. Old Macaque sneered as if he was mocking Jiang Chen. The scariest thing was that he couldn't break the defense of the giant lava beast. Is that so? I don't believe it. Jiang Chen Lung said. Seeing that the Fire Qilin was being forced back step by step and had even been lightly injured by the giant lava beast, Jiang Chen knew that he had to go all out. Otherwise they could only die with a grievance. Look at my invincible prowess. Jiang Chen roared. After the dragon transformation, his strength had increased tremendously. It was comparable to a late true god. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength was the most terrifying. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible. It was a true primal origin treasure. It was just that his master had added a layer of seal on it. It was hard for others to see the true power of the heavenly dragon sword. However, at this moment he had to go all out. Break it for me. Jiang Chen swept across. Even an ordinary half-step heavenly god would not dare to take this attack head-on. Facing the powerful defense of the giant lava beast, Jiang Chen did not believe that he couldn't break it. Wherever the sword light passed, the heavenly thunder rumbled. The sword chi rippled. The giant lava beast staggered 2 steps back. Its eyes were burning with anger. 2 rays of fire shot out from its eyes towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He quickly retreated. The heavenly dragon sword blocked the 2 rays of fire. He was pushed back 100 meters by this terrifying force. This giant lava beast was too powerful. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn again. Jiang Chen could clearly see that the heavenly dragon sword could only leave a mark on the giant lava beast's body. Moreover, it was his full strength. If his strength was at the heavenly god realm, he would definitely be able to kill this giant lava beast with a single slash. Gaga gaga, I've said it before. You can't break the giant lava beast's defense. It would be strange if you could break the strongest defense of a heavenly god realm. The old macaque laughed loudly. The giant lava beast was unstoppable. It crushed towards Jiang Chen. The fire qilin rushed forward. The two flaming beasts collided with each other again. Even Jiang Chen was a little shocked. The fire qilin was suppressed by the giant lava beast without any warning. The fire qilin was getting stronger as the battle went on. The fire qilin had exhausted most of its divine origin energy. However, facing the giant lava beast, which was still in its peak state, it could only passively take a beating. You never know who will have the last laugh until the last moment. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Lung Lung said, "Sword of Solitude. Unity of Dragon and Sword." Jiang Chen instantly turned into a sword, shuttling through the void, crushing Wan Cheng. The Sword of Solitude soared up to the sky, piercing through the giant lava beast's body. At this moment, the giant lava beast was pierced through by Jiang Chen's sword. Even the fire qilin was a little dumbfounded. This guy is too terrifying. Just now, the Sword of Solitude and the Unity of Dragon and Sword, even I dare not take it head-on. The giant lava beast collapsed with a loud bang. The magma in the flame was boiling more and more violently. "You lost," Jiang Chen said faintly. He looked at the old macaque. The latter's smile was still there. Jiang Chen frowned. This guy, could it be that he still has some tricks up his sleeves? "Well done, Jiang Chen," Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. "It's too early for you to be happy. The giant lava beast is indestructible." As soon as the old macaque's voice fell, he raised his hand and smelted all the gravel in the magma together. At this moment, an even more powerful giant lava beast was reforged. This time the giant lava beast was more than 15 feet tall. It completely crushed the fire qilin. Even the fire qilin felt his heart palpitating. Jiang Chen stared at the giant lava beast. This old macaque was really difficult to deal with. The giant lava beast that was crushed by him stood up again and was even stronger than before. This was something that Jiang Chen did not expect. The old macaque and the giant lava beast were too strange. Immortal. Immortal. I don't believe that there's a beast that has no weaknesses in this world. If that's the case, I'll give you eternal life. Chapter 2340. The second time it was the same. The giant lava beast condensed again. The flaming magma spewed thousands of meters into the sky. It was scorching and terrifying. The third time it was the same. Jiang Chen once defeated the giant lava beast, but the result was the same. The price he paid was that he was exhausted. "How is it? Do you believe that my giant lava beast is immortal now?" Old macaque sneered and said disdainfully. This was his strongest technique. Jiang Chen could not break it. Jiang Chen was panting heavily. He knew that he must have missed something. Could there really be something that could not be killed or destroyed in this world? As long as there is a lava stone, the giant lava beast can regenerate infinitely. "You can't beat me. Adai, lowly guy. My patience has been completely worn out by you," Old macaque said in a deep voice. His overbearing aura was unstoppable. The colossal lava beast looked like it could destroy the world. Every step it took in the huge pit under its feet weighed more than 5 million kilograms, shaking the ground as it pounced over. The fire qilin fought desperately and repelled the giant lava beast. However, he was seriously injured and knelt on the ground. "Thank you." Jiang Chen looked at the fire qilin with a gentle gaze. At the moment of life and death, the fire qilin did not abandon him. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. "But you guys still have to die. This is something that no one can change. Accept your judgment." Old macaque sneered and waved his palm. The giant lava beast stepped on the magma and punched heavily. It was unstoppable. It wanted to take the lives of Jiang Chen and the fire qilin. "Eat it." Jiang Chen threw a medicinal pill to the fire qilin. The fire qilin was slightly stunned, but he still ate it in the end. At the next moment he felt that his body, limbs and bones seemed to be reborn. His strength was restored in an instant. This is a celestial grade pill? The fire qilin was incomparably shocked. It was easier for demonic beasts to absorb elixirs than humans, and it was more thorough. The medicinal properties of the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir were almost completely absorbed by the fire qilin in an instant. Jiang Chen didn't have time to say anything else. He also ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Now that he was facing the lava beast again, he was no longer as reckless as before. Otherwise it would only be a futile effort. Moreover, the lava beast was getting stronger the longer it fought. Get lost. Jiang slashed down with his sword, barely managing to block the lava beast's attack. However, he was also forced to retreat. Old Macaque was surprised. He did not expect Jiang to recover his body in such a short time. Is this guy as abnormal as the giant lava beast? This guy is not easy to deal with. Keep him occupied. I want to see what kind of tricks this old monkey can come up with. Jiang gave the fire qilin a glance. The fire qilin understood his intention and charged towards the lava beast. Although it would not be easy to defeat the beast, it was still a piece of cake to stop it. Old Macaque, next I will go and see what is under the lava. Jiang smiled slightly. Old Macaque moved his mind and quickly rushed to the front of Jiang. Your opponent is me. Old Macaque said coldly. It seems that there is something fishy in the lava. I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to give in so quickly. Jiang said. Humph, even so you can't pass me. Even if you pass me, I don't believe you dare to jump into the lava. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As for whether I dare to jump or not, it's not up to you. Jiang sword fell like a storm. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. He forced Old Macaque to retreat. Under the great soul-forming light, Old Macaque could do nothing to Jiang except for the giant lava beast. Tempest Hammer. This hammer is not bad. I want it. Jiang sneered. The fusion of dragon and sword pierced through the void. Old Macaque also suffered the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart. However, he was only in the form of a soul, so he only suffered heavy injuries. However, the Tempest Hammer was taken away by Jiang. Looking at Jiang and the Tempest Hammer falling into the lava together, Old Macaque's eyes turned cold and murmured, I hope you can come out alive. I hope you can come out alive. You're overestimating yourself. No one can resist the heat in the depths of the magma. Even when I moved the 10,000 miles of Qiling Mountain into the hidden secret realm, even my master couldn't dive into the deepest part of the magma. Tens of millions of years ago, this Mount Qiling was not something that belonged to the hidden secret realm. It was the hidden secret celestial emperor who used the mountain-moving technique to stuff this Mount Qiling into the hidden secret realm. Jiang jumped into the lava and disappeared. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were dumbfounded. Will Jiang come out alive? I think Jiang is going to die this time. Zhang Lei smiled sadly and shook his head. I think he will create a miracle. Lu Quanchao had always held on to a glimmer of hope for Jiang. You're too naive. That's lava. This lava is scarier than normal lava. Although we didn't go there, we could feel the mysteriousness and horror of the lava. Zhang Lei said. Even so, we still have a glimmer of hope. Lu Quanchao smiled faintly. He had already given up on life and death. The moment he decided to stay, he was relieved. In the lava, Jiang dived for thousands of meters, but he still couldn't find the end. He continued to dive 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. The temperature of the lava was getting higher and higher. However, he had the 5 elemental true fire to protect his body. Even the karmic fire of the red lotus might not be able to burn him into ashes, let alone this lava. Even though this lava was different. 13,000 meters. Even Jiang felt the heat in his heart. At this moment, the lava turned out to be a broken ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, flags fluttered in the wind. Blood and flesh were everywhere. Even the grass and trees were dark green. At this moment, Jiang was shocked. How could there be such a place at the bottom of the lava? Countless arrows, broken divine weapons, bodies of divine kings, heads of hierarchs, and souls of divine emperors. It was a tragic scene. No, this must be a sealed place. Otherwise, these things would have been melted by the lava. Forbidden place. Jiang thought of these words. At this moment, he turned his eyes and found a fiery heart beating like a baby. Heart of lava. Chapter 2341. The heart of magma was the source of the magma beast's energy. The entire flow of magma underground originated from this heart of magma. Jiang took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. If it wasn't for this vigorous heart of magma, perhaps the magma wouldn't have gushed out, and the magma beast wouldn't have been reborn again and again, becoming immortal. To Jiang the giant lava beast was too hateful, especially the old monkey. If it wasn't for Jiang great soul derivation technique, even a heavenly god realm expert would be defeated by it. The great soul forming light was terrifying and the giant lava beast was immortal. As long as Jiang Qin could get the heart of lava and cut off the connection between them, the giant lava beast would not be reborn again and again. Under the lava, there was a taboo in the ancient battlefield. Jiang Qin knew that he should not take any risks. Otherwise he might not be able to deal with the seal. The heart of lava. I will take the heart of lava. How are you going to fight me then, old monkey? Jiang Qin clenched his fist and his eyes were filled with a strange radiance. Jiang Qin used the 5-elemental true fire to refine the heart of lava with the myriad chi cauldron. He integrated the entire heart of lava with himself. However, Jiang Qin knew that the energy of the heart of lava had the ability to regenerate. Although his 5-elemental true fire was more powerful, the heart of lava was endless. With the integration of his 3000 flames dragon seal and the heart of lava would definitely reach a higher level. Moreover, the heart of lava was a great supplement for the fire qilin. The fire qilin could devour the heart of lava directly. Rise. Jiang Qin held the heart of lava tightly. The majestic energy felt like it was going to tear him apart. However, with the suppression of the 5-elemental true fire, the whole process was not difficult. The heart of lava was gradually refined by Jiang Qin and entered the myriad chi cauldron. In the end, it was completely refined by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is really staying at the bottom of the lava, Zhang Lei said in a deep voice. His eyes flickered with radiance. Their last hope was about to vanish. Perhaps this is our destiny. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly and shook his head. There was no doubt about Jiang Qin's death because he had been gone for a long time. Even the fire qilin was exhausted. Facing the terror of the giant lava beast, the fire qilin tried his best, but the giant lava beast was still invincible. The combat strength of a heavenly god was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the giant lava beast had the strongest defense of a heavenly god. The fire qilin was pushed back by the giant lava beast. However, he believed that Jiang Qin would not die so easily. Now all of you shall die. The old macaque sneered and said disdainfully. He raised his hand and the meteor hammer smashed towards the fire qilin. With the help of the giant lava beast's pressure, the fire qilin was heavily injured. The fire qilin was blown away by the meteor hammer. At this moment, the colossal lava beast took advantage of the situation and gave chase. Its huge fist landed on the fire qilin's head. The fire qilin barely managed to dodge the attack. However, a deep scar appeared on its body. Its internal organs were sent tumbling by the colossal lava beast's fist. The old macaque attacked again. He found an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the fire qilin the moment the giant lava beast attacked. The fire qilin was shocked when the old macaque smashed his hammer. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red figure appeared in the magma and soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. You want to touch my people? Shouldn't you ask me Jiang Qin's permission first? Jiang Qin sneered. His sword slashed through the void, sending old macaque's meteor hammer flying towards the void. The meteor hammer and the tempest hammer were a pair. The tempest meteor hammer was a mid-grade heavenly divine tool, not to be underestimated. Jiang Qin kept the meteor hammer. The old macaque was so angry that his eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth. Jiang Qin, you're not dead? Lu Quanchao was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Qin had given them too many surprises over and over again. Now, after staying in the magma for such a long time, he was able to walk out of it as if he was taking a stroll in the park. How could they not be shocked? Even the old macaque was shocked and angry at Jiang Qin. You're not dead yet? The old macaque's face turned gloomy as his heavenly god tools were taken away by Jiang Qin. At this moment he could not do anything to Jiang Qin. No one could be so difficult for him. Now he could only hope that the giant lava beast could finish off the fire qilin as soon as possible. But just as he thought, the fire qilin had lost his initiative. In terms of defense, he was weaker than the giant lava beast. He would be the final winner in this battle. If you don't die, I won't die. If you die, I won't die either. Jiang Qin said coldly. At this moment he turned into a beam of light and dashed towards the giant magma beast once again. The sword of solitude combined with the fusion of dragon and sword. The tip of the sword shook the sky and swept everything in its path. The sword light flashed across hundreds of miles. The sun, moon, and stars were overshadowed by it. The magma beast roared furiously and grabbed Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword with both of its hands. However, the heavenly dragon sword was indestructible and indestructible. It was still getting closer and closer to the magma beast. The magma beast only held the heavenly dragon sword for 3 seconds before its palm cracked. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the magma beast's body once again. My giant lava beast is immortal. It's impossible for you to defeat it. Old macaque was fearless. He was calm and composed. It was as if he would not change his expression even if the mountains and rivers were to collapse. But this time, after the giant lava beast fell, all the lava stones became dim and did not reforge. At that moment, the old macaque's heart felt as though it was struck by a heavy blow. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the magma. Jiangchen smiled and said, "Are you looking for it?" The heart of lava was held tightly in Jiangchen's hand. The unparalleled blazing energy was earth-shattering. Even the fire Qilin could not help but lick his dry lips. The heart of lava. You actually took away the heart of lava. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Old macaque staggered a step. His eyes had already lost its luster. He had never thought that Jiangchen would be able to extract the heart of magma from the bottom of the magma. It was unimaginable. Moreover, could Jiangchen really ignore the power of the seal at the bottom of the magma? Even he could only look at it from afar. He did not know how terrifying the existence at the bottom of the seal was. Chapter 2342. In the past, even with the protection of the great soul-forming light, he could only dive to within 1,000 meters of the core of the lava. He could not even get close to the sealed land below the core of the lava. That was because the sealed land was terrifying and it was not something he could fight against. Even his master, the hidden secret divine emperor, could not do anything to the sealed land. Because old macaque had a conjecture that the sealed land was most likely the desolate god battlefield of the immemorial era. It was also the most terrifying sealed land in the entire immemorial era. No one could break the sealed land and no one could get close to it unless it was the person who sealed it. This guy had too many secrets. Even the six-eared macaque, who claimed to know all the laws of heaven and earth, could not see through him. Even the six-eared macaque could not see through him. Old macaque was shocked. His hard work for millions of years was going to be in vain at this moment. Since the heart of the lava had been obtained by Jiangchen, the lava giant beast would not be able to stand up again. Immortality was just a gimmick. The thing that gave the lava giant beast its energy was the heart of the lava. They were bound together for good or bad. The sealed place, the person who sealed it. Ah, maybe I should have gone with my master millions of years ago. Old macaque roared. His voice was filled with desolation and sorrow. He could not tell who was right and who was wrong. If old macaque was the one who had the last laugh, he would rewrite history. But it was the truth. Jiangchen had defeated him. Old macaque was not satisfied. But what could he do? This was his fate. 3 realms, 6 Tao, 9 cycles of reincarnation. It has its own destiny. Old macaque looked at Jiangchen deeply. Jiangchen frowned. This guy seemed to know something about the sealed place. Nothing is impossible. Old man, your death is not to be regretted. Zhang Lei held the purple golden spear with red embellishment in his hand. The spear radiance was as cold as the wind, piercing through old macaque's weak soul. No. Jiangchen wanted to ask old macaque about the sealed place, but Zhang Lei destroyed his soul. In an instant, they turned into specks of starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. What's the point of keeping such a demonic soul? Killing him would reduce the risk for those who enter the hidden secret realm in the future. There are tens of thousands of souls on this Mount Qiling. I'm afraid it will be difficult to wash away this injustice. Zhang Lei said with a straight face. Jiangchen frowned and let out a sigh. He did not say anything as Zhang Lei's actions were too fast. This time it's all thanks to you, Jiangchen. Lu Quanchao said sincerely. Jiangchen nodded and kept the great soul-forming light in front of him. Zhang Lei's eyes were filled with excitement, but he knew that Jiangchen would never give it to him. There are thousands of souls in the great soul-forming light. You'd better release them and return to the heavens and earth to be reincarnated. Otherwise it's too cruel for them. Thousands of souls have been trapped in the great soul-forming light for thousands of years. The great soul-forming light is so terrifying. It must be an unparalleled evil weapon. Lu Quanchao looked at the great soul-forming light in Jiangchen's hand and said, "All right. This old macaque collected thousands of souls just to reforge the great soul-forming light and let him be reborn. However, he has killed many innocent people." Jiangchen knew how terrifying the great soul-forming light was. The great soul-forming light is about to be formed. It's a pity to release those thousands of souls. Zhang Lei sighed. So what if it's a pity? Do you think we can use thousands of souls to reforge the great soul-forming light? What's the difference between that and the evil Tao? The great soul-forming light does not necessarily require thousands of souls to be formed. Jiangchen said faintly. Then he turned on the great soul-forming light. At this moment the entire Qiling mountain was spinning. Ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Millions of soul strength soared up to the sky. All the souls were bidding farewell to Jiangchen said. They were very grateful to Jiangchen. If the souls below the heavenly god realm did not enter the divine tomb, they would be imprisoned and would never be able to reincarnate. Jiangchen had given them a new chance to be reborn. Life and death are decreed by fate. Jiangchen looked at the thousands of souls and said. The whole Mount Qiling was shaking and the ground was shaking. The impact of the souls rose up to 90,000 miles. It was a magnificent scene. Zhang Lei clenched his fist tightly. To him it was a waste of effort. Old Macaque's millions of years of effort was wasted. All the souls were released. The great Yu soul-forming light had become a useless divine tool. Jiangchen was as still as a mountain. He looked at the millions of souls flying towards the void and his heart was as calm as still water. He wasn't a savior but he wasn't an executioner either. He couldn't use millions of souls to forge the great Yu soul-forming light. Although once the great Yu soul-forming light was completed, his fighting power would definitely rise to a new level. However, Jiangchen couldn't do it. He couldn't make these tens of millions of souls become his vassals and turn them into ashes for the sake of the great Yu soul-forming light. Then it wouldn't be a divine tool anymore. It would be an evil tool. Suddenly Jiangchen felt a familiar aura. Bai Yunfei. Jiangchen's pupils shrunk and he grabbed Bai Yunfei who was floating far away. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and his aura was filled with anger. Oh, who is it? Jiangchen said in a deep voice, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bai Yunfei smiled bitterly and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough. Bai Yunfei's soul was sucked into the great Yu soul-forming light. Tell me who it is. Jiangchen's voice was deep and full of killing intent. I was killed by the beast, but I am not willing to die. We were seriously injured and met the three great guardians of the Clear Stream sect. We asked for help but we were mercilessly rejected. They could have left us but I still died. Maybe this is my fate. But I don't regret it, Jiangchen. If you had challenged me I might not have come here. This is my life's dream. To live a mediocre life is not the life I, Bai Yunfei, want. If I stayed in profound Feng sect, I might not be able to become a heavenly god realm expert in my entire life. But now I've become a genius disciple and entered the hidden secret realm. I'm in the same boat as countless disciples of the emperor. Even if I die here I won't have any complaints. This is the cruel competition. From the moment I left the profound Feng sect, I knew that I'm going to die. Bai Yunfei said dispiritedly. But at this moment he was only a remnant of his soul. The three grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect. I, Jiangchen, swear that I will make you pay with your blood. Jiangchen's eyes turned red. He pointed his sword towards the sky and his sword Qi sword. At this moment Bai Yunfei's eyes were filled with excitement. What more can I ask for with such a brother? Although I'm going to die, I, Bai Yunfei, have lived a good life. Because I know a brother called Jiangchen. Chapter 2343. Jiangchen's strength had reached a whole new level. He could see that even the chief disciples of Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect were standing behind him. Jiangchen was afraid that he had the ability to gain the respect of the two of them. Don't worry, brother Bai. I will definitely take revenge for you. I will refine the great Yu soul-forming light for you. Wait for me. When the great Yu soul-forming light is completed, you will be reborn. Jiangchen took a deep breath. He could not swallow his anger. He would definitely look for the three grand guardians of Clear Stream sect to settle the score for Bai Yunfei's death. Otherwise, it would be a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. Although Bai Yunfei's death was not caused by him, Jiangchen still blamed himself. Great Yu soul-forming light? You said that this magic lamp can help me to be reborn? Bai Yunfei said excitedly. His eyes were filled with tears. That's right. However, the great Yu soul-forming light is damaged now. It can't form a soul at all. Previously, someone used thousands of souls to refine it. You are one of them. It was about to succeed but I released all of them. Believe me, I will definitely make the great Yu soul-forming light form a soul for you. Jiangchen said. Brother, I believe you. Bai Yunfei couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He wanted to shake Jiangchen's hand but he couldn't. From now on, the great Yu soul-forming light will only form a soul for you. Jiangchen and Bai Yunfei looked at each other. Bai Yunfei was touched by their friendship. From now on, Bai Yunfei's soul would be the only one left in the great Yu soul-forming light. Although Jiangchen might not be able to refine the great Yu soul-forming light now, he would definitely be able to refine the great Yu soul-forming light one day. At that time Bai Yunfei would be reborn. Bai Yunfei was placed back into the great soul-forming light by Jiang Chen. He had to find the third Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect and make things clear to Jiang Chen. The third Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect did not save Bai Yunfei and caused his death. If Tang Jin is also helping the evildoer, I don't think I will show any mercy. 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect, I will fight you to the death. Jiang Chen Lung said. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei could feel their hearts pounding. This fella's killing intent was too strong. Both the old macaque and the giant magma beast died in his hands. This early true god was not as simple as he looked. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as he put away the incomparably huge piece of fallen heavens that had once grown the dead spider lily. He would definitely be able to use it when he refined equipment in the future. Even if it was a heavenly god tool, it was absolutely indispensable. Senior brothers, please protect me. I would like to see what kind of item this great soul-forming light is. Jiang Chen said. All right. Don't worry. Lu Quanchao said. Jiang Chen nodded his head and went into meditation. The Zulong Tower was already guarded outside. At this moment, the Fire Qilin's injuries were extremely serious. On the 33rd floor, the Fire Qilin was also recuperating. Jiang Chen threw a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill to the Fire Qilin. However, the Fire Qilin was not willing to eat it and looked at Jiang Chen. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I might be in a worse situation today. I have said it before. If there is any danger, I will not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, I am living under someone else's roof now. The Fire Qilin laughed. Although he was joking, it made Jiang Chen sigh. The Fire Qilin risked his life to save him at the critical moment. Jiang Chen was touched. Although the Fire Qilin was an eccentric beast, he was a man of his words. Moreover, he did not hold back when he was with Jiang Chen. In this battle, the Fire Qilin was able to take down the giant lava beast. If Jiang Chen was alone, it would be difficult for him to do so. After much consideration, Jiang Chen did not take the heart of lava for himself. Perhaps the Fire Qilin needed the heart of lava more than him. Moreover, he deserved it. Jiang Chen never wanted to mistreat the Fire Qilin. Since the Fire Qilin risked his life to save him, it meant that the Fire Qilin treated him as a friend. Moreover, the Fire Qilin was a genuine person. This is for you. Jiang Chen stretched his hand and the heart of lava appeared in his palm. At this moment, the Fire Qilin's pupils contracted and his expression changed. His heart was beating rapidly. This is the heart of lava. The Fire Qilin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He would be lying if he said that he didn't covet it. The importance of the heart of lava was self-evident. However, it was something that Jiang Chen obtained, so the Fire Qilin wouldn't ask for it from Jiang Chen. Wait, did he say that he's giving it to me? Raging waves rose in the Fire Qilin's heart. His entire body trembled slightly. You're saying? You're giving the heart of lava to me? Only then did the Fire Qilin react, muttering in disbelief. Yes, I'm giving it to you. I don't have any use for it anyway. Jiang Chen tossed it over to the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin caught it and his breathing stagnated. The heart of lava was the energy source of the giant lava beast, so the fire-attributed energy in it was self-evident. He would be lying if he said that it was useless. How could the Fire Qilin not know that? Jiang Chen had the 5 elemental true fire. If the heart of lava was used together with his 5 elemental true fire, it would be perfect. However, the Fire Qilin had never expected that Jiang Chen would give it to the Fire Qilin. The value of the heart of lava was immeasurable, especially to the Fire Qilin. Alright, I'll accept it. The Fire Qilin looked at Jiang Chen deeply. The heart of lava was too important to him. With the heart of lava, he would have the opportunity to break through to the heavenly god realm. If he succeeded, his fire-attributed energy would be even more terrifying. The Fire Qilin's natal true fire combined with the heart of lava would be even more terrifying than Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire. The Fire Qilin knew that this was Jiang Chen's trust in him. Jiang Chen's strength was terrifying. Even if the Fire Qilin was in his best condition, he might not have much chance of winning against Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to reach the bottom of the magma and obtain the heart of lava was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He was also the one who defeated the giant lava beast. The Fire Qilin wasn't a person with strong principles. During this period of time, he had benefited a lot from cultivating in the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the flow of time was 30 times faster than normal. He wouldn't have any complaints even if he had to stay in the Zulong Tower for 1,000 years. That was equivalent to 30,000 years of cultivation for others. When he came out, his strength would definitely be able to suppress everything. However, this opportunity was given to him by Jiang Chen. He only wanted to repay Jiang Chen's kindness. However, it seemed like his kindness could never be repaid. The heart of lava was a priceless treasure, yet Jiang Chen gave it to him without hesitation. The fire Qilin would never forget this kindness. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. Some words could only be kept in his stomach. I'm injured now. With the heart of lava, I will definitely benefit a lot. It will also be beneficial to my injuries. I need to go into seclusion now. Take care of yourself. The fire Qilin said. All right. Chapter 2344. Jiang Chen took out the Great Soul Forming Light. When the Great Soul Forming Light was at its peak, it was an primordial divine tool. It was not an ordinary primordial divine tool, as there were not many primordial divine tools that could attack the soul. It was obvious that this was the peerless treasure of the hidden secret divine emperor. However, it had been destroyed and millions of souls were released. Jiang Chen needed to research on how to repair the Great Soul Forming Light. Jiang Chen put the Great Soul Forming Light into the myriad chi cauldron to reforge it. However, it was useless. The Great Soul Forming Light could not be repaired. Outside Qiling Mountain, Jianghu and Man Shui were extremely nervous. There was no sign of Jiang Chen and the others. They did not know if they were dead or alive. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen felt that the myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron seemed to have a little effect on the restoration of the Great Soul Forming Light. He couldn't help but feel surprised. As expected of the myriad chi cauldron. It's really great. Although the recovery speed is very slow, it's good as long as there's hope. Jiang Chen was very happy. He was going to leave the Great Soul Forming Light here to repair it. He did not know how long it would take to repair it, but it was still a glimmer of hope. His current level of crafting was not enough to refine an origin divine tool. Moreover, he did not even dare to think about refining an origin divine tool that could attack one's soul. However, one day he would definitely succeed. Help, help! In the distance, 2 of the 10 people who had left returned. Both of them were covered in blood, and their faces were pale. The fear in their eyes was self-evident. The 2 of them were even dumbfounded. Clearly they had just escaped from death, and were still in a state of shock from the previous scene. Even now they were still in a state of shock. What happened? Did the rest of them die? Man Shui said with a solemn expression. His heart sank. Dead, all dead, all dead. We encountered an army of skeletons. Everywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Millions of skeletons were marching forward. We just entered their ranks and were instantly torn to pieces. The other 8 are all dead. The disciple of the earthly Hades sect murmured. His eyes were glazed over. Clearly he was scared out of his wits and was dumbfounded. What? Skeleton army, where did they go? Man Shui asked. They went to the north. I'm afraid the leader is a heavenly god. He's a black-robed man. We didn't even see him before we were drowned by the army of skeletons. It's terrifying. I don't want to see them ever again. The other person from the Heavenly Star sect said softly with lingering fear in his heart. Humph, who asked you to be so ungrateful and insist on leaving? Why have you come back now? I tried to persuade you but you didn't listen. Now that you're all dead and only the 2 of you are left, how dare you come back? Jianghu said with a sneer. The 2 of them lowered their heads. Their faces were pale but they were speechless. It took a lot of courage for them to turn back now. However, it was better than being torn into pieces by the skeleton army. Jianghu laughed and said. Are Jiang Chen and the others dead? The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect asked. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Believe it or not, I'll kill you before the army of skeletons tear you apart. Man Shui rolled his eyes and said angrily. No. That's not what I meant. I just want to know how's the situation now. The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect waved his hand and took a step back subconsciously. In their eyes they were like stray dogs. It was a sad situation. There are many people who want me dead. But until now no one has succeeded. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind the disciple of the Heavenly Star sect. Everyone gasped. Jiang Chen, Zhang Lei and Lu Quanchao were all safe and sound. At this moment the result was obvious. The old macaque had lost and he must have lost miserably. The souls of the entire Mount Qiling just now were soaring up to the sky. Did you guys do that? Man Shui asked. That's right. The old macaque is dead. Oh, where are the rest of them? Where did they go? Lu Quanchao said. The 10 of them were afraid that you would die inside. Without a guarantee of safety, they decided to form an alliance and directly left Mount Qiling to find another way out. But who would have thought that they would encounter an army of over 1 million skeletons? Now only 2 of the 10 of them are left. Humph. Jianghu did not have any pity for these people. If they died, then they died. It was not a big deal. These 2 men were also struggling at death's door. Those people had brought this upon themselves. Now that Jiang Chen and the others had returned triumphantly, they had lost their lives. He did not know what those people were thinking. At least, these 2 disciples in front of him were already filled with regret. Jiang Chen was the first disciple of Jiang Chen. Everyone has their own fate. We can't blame anyone. But it seems like we have to be careful of this skeleton army. Zhang Lei nodded silently. Since it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. They could only blame themselves for being too anxious. Otherwise they would not have died. The earthly Hades sacred mountain is 30,000 li away from here. We can go there and have a look. If we can get a drop of the spiritual spring water from the earthly Hades sacred mountain, this trip will be worth it. Lu Quanchao said. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Lu Quanchao must have the map of the entire hidden secret realm. But for the profound Feng sect, every time they entered the hidden secret realm, they would not be able to find anything. This was the gap between them and the profound Feng sect. Even the current Jiang Chen was like a headless fly. This is the general map of the entire hidden secret realm. There might be some places that are missing, but it should not be difficult to find the general location. Lu Quanchao took out a roll of the map and passed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen accepted it without hesitation. He looked at the map of the entire hidden secret realm. They were now at the northwest of Mount Qiling. It was only 30,000 li away from the earthly Hades sacred mountain. They did not know what kind of danger they would meet in the earthly Hades sacred mountain this time. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate the demonic beasts in the hidden secret realm. There were dangers everywhere. He did not know when he would fall into a dangerous situation. The spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain is said to have the effect of reviving the dead. It's a real spring of the heavens and earth. The spiritual spring water can refine cultivation and nourish the body. 1 drop of the spiritual spring water can nourish the body for 100 years. It's a peerless holy water. Lu Quanchao said. Old ancestor Di Long also said that if you can get a drop of the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain, you will be very lucky. If you can get a small bottle, you will be very lucky. Chapter 2345. A terrifying blood-colored centipede soared up into the sky, its body dozens of meters long, blotting out the sun. As it swayed back and forth, sticky liquid sprayed out of its mouth, filling the air with a poisonous miasma. The crimson centipede shrieked and hissed incessantly. 2 agile figures, one at the front and one at the back, stabbed at the crimson centipede respectively. However, the surrounding venom made the 2 of them extremely cautious. They did not dare to let their guard down for fear that the venom would stick to them. Even so, the venom that filled the air still caused the 2 agile figures to slow down a lot. A stinky bug trying to overturn the seas and rivers? A green-clothed lady shouted. She held a 3 feet long ice sword in her hand and slashed through the sky, cutting off more than a dozen of the blood-red centipede's legs. On the other side, the white-clothed lady did not want to be outdone. She danced in the air with a murderous aura. Although she was corroded by the poisonous gas of the blood-red centipede, her combat strength was still terrifying. Her 9-segmented whip swept across and hit the blood-red centipede. A deep crack appeared on the centipede's body. Perish. The white-clothed lady coldly snorted. The 9-segmented whip flew out of her hand and turned into a 1,000-feet-long shackle, completely binding the blood-red centipede. Even though the blood-red centipede struggled with all its might, it was to no avail. It could only spit out venom continuously, causing the surrounding sky to be filled with poisonous gas. The green-clothed lady raised her sword and stepped on the void, riding on the blood-red centipede. She stabbed her sword into the blood-red centipede's body. Green blood spurted out and the blood-red centipede roared continuously. However, the green-clothed lady's long sword had already pierced through the blood-red centipede's body again and again. As it struggled, the blood-red centipede gradually lost its ability to resist. However, the 2 ladies' countenance became extremely ugly. Because the blood-red centipede's poison was not that simple. A half-step heavenly god realm, this kind of strength was quite terrifying. Even they were severely injured and fell into a passive position. Although the blood-red centipede was dead, the 2 of them were still in a dangerous situation. After all, this hidden secret realm was full of danger. The green-clothed lady took out the monster spirit from the blood-red centipede and glanced at the white-clothed lady. Both of them were not in a good condition. Although both of them had reached the peak of the late true god realm, they did not fight for the monster spirit. The woman in green was none other than Yuki Chihin. Many thanks. You could have just sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. You could have waited for me and this demonic beast to injure each other, then snatched the demon spirit. The woman in white looked indifferent. She shook her head and looked at Yuki Chihin, who was also deeply poisoned. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Moreover, what would I gain by killing you? Wasn't it still useless? Too many people have died in this hidden secret realm. It's a blessing from the heavens to be able to walk out alive. Lotus Cloud Sect Yuki Chihin. Heavenly Star Sect Ling Long. The two women looked at each other. There wasn't much complicated communication, because they both understood that fighting side by side was more worthy of respect than any words. Moreover, they also appreciated each other's talents. Yeah, too many people have died. Those who could leave this place alive are all powerful experts. In front of death we're still too weak. This hidden secret realm is like hell on earth. Life and death are already out of our control. Yuki Chihin said faintly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. It was not the first time that Yuki Chihin met Yang Jian, but she felt that something was wrong with this Yang Jian. I just want to be with you. Is that wrong? No matter what, I must have you today. Lung Lingyi still had a smile on his face. He looked at Ling Long's graceful figure and charming face, making Ling Long feel disgusted. Go! Ling Long shouted. The two of them quickly turned around and left. However, their strength had been damaged. It was unwise to fight Lung Lingyi and the others now, so they could only try their best to escape. Want to leave? Hehe, not so easy. Chapter 2346. Yang Jian held the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and swept across the heavens and earth. He was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Lung Lingyi's spear shone brightly and broke the void. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down fiercely. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Ling Long and Lung Lingyi's eyes changed slightly and they quickly dodged. It was a close call and it was extremely overbearing. He did not show any mercy to the two ladies. Yang Jian was in front and Lung Lingyi was behind. Under the encirclement, the two ladies were finally stopped. If their strength was at its peak, the two ladies would not be afraid of them. However, they were like arrows at the end of their flight now. There was no chance for them to escape. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Hehe, you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're mine now, Ling Long. Lung Lingyi looked at Ling Long and said. His eyes were filled with greed. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Ling Long said faintly. Life or death, it's up to fate. Let's do it. We won't regret it even if we die. Yuki Chihin said in a deep voice. The two ladies showed their strength and decisiveness at this moment. It was impressive. However, Yang Jian and Lung Lingyi did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Then I'll have to be a hypocrite for once. Ah. Yang Jian laughed out loud. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was unusually scary. The Yang Jian from before wasn't like this. He was gentle and polite, extremely humble. Could it be that this is your true self? Yuki Chihin said. A leopard can't change its spots. I've been a hypocrite enough. I might as well go crazy for once. Hehe. For you, I can change my principles. Yang Jian sneered and approached Yuki Chihin step by step. Let's fight. Even if we die, we can't compromise. Ling Long looked at Yuki Chihin. The determination in their eyes was incomparably strong. Yuki Chihin and Ling Long were true heroines. Even if they were injured, they would not show any weakness. They fought with all their might. Yuki Chihin fought against Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not gain the upper hand in the beginning. After all, he was not a match for Yuki Chihin. However, Yang Jian was strong and his three-pointed double-edged blade was unstoppable. Even if Yuki Chihin used all her strength, she still could not defend herself. Her injuries were getting more and more serious. On the other side, there was no need for Liang Quanping and Pan Hong to take action. Lung Lingyi was not any weaker than Ling Long. Their battle strength was on par with each other. Ling Long's nine-jointed whip was too far away to reach Lung Lingyi. To Lung Lingyi it was not a threat at all. His long spear continued to shoot out spear light. Ling Long could only retreat step by step. It was obvious that she was losing. Lung Lingyi did not hold back during the battle. Ling Long attacked like lightning, but she still could not escape from Lung Lingyi's peerless spear light. Bang! Lung Lingyi smashed his spear on Ling Long's shoulder. Ling Long was pushed back a few hundred meters. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. At this moment she finally knew that these two guys did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. They wanted to deal with her and Yuki Chihin. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Ling Long sneered. Her nine-jointed whip continued to strike. Even though Ling Long was injured, she did not lose the mightiness of a peaked true god. Her counterattack was on par with Lung Lingyi's spear light. However, Ling Long could not hold on forever. The poison had attacked her heart. At this moment she was completely exhausted. Under Lung Lingyi's attack she was pushed back once again. However, she still maintained her peerless elegance. I'm not your match, but if you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my body. Lu Quanchao knew that he was no match for Jiang Qin, but he still stood in front of Ling Long. They were both disciples of Heavenly Star sect and Lu Quanchao had liked Ling Long for 10 years. Although she didn't have any feelings for him, he was willing to die for Ling Long. A man could die, but he had to die with dignity. Don't force me. Jiang Qin thrust his sword towards Lu Quanchao. However, Lu Quanchao didn't move at all. The sword pierced through his chest and blood flowed out. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Jiang Qin, let's forget about it. Man Shui said in a low voice. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They've killed so many people, don't they deserve to die? I don't need you to plead for them. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice, telling everyone to back off. You can always find a way to frame someone. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Long's eyes shone as she stared at Jiang Qin fearlessly. Jiang Qin? Yuki Chihin looked at him. Is he still the guy I know? In his eyes, it seemed like he was always the one who was closer to his elders. However, Yuki Chihin also saw a hint of affection in Jiang Qin's eyes. At this moment, Yuki Chihin's body trembled and she stopped talking. I've misjudged you, Jiang Qin. The elders of the four sects wanted us to protect you with our lives. Now that I look at it, it's a joke. You saved my life, so I won't fight back. Living in this world, it might be difficult to live with an indomitable spirit, but it's not difficult to live a carefree and unrestrained life. Come and go without worries and view life and death as a path. Lu Chuanchao's righteous words had pushed Jiang Qin into a desperate situation. At this moment, both Jiang Hao and Man Shui seemed to be disappointed with Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin's decisiveness in killing and his coldness was really frightening. Haha, you've become the righteous one, while I've become the one you despise. Do you think I'm wrong to kill them? Jiang Qin laughed wildly. I'd rather die than let you harm a single hair on Ling Long's head. Lu Quanchao was still as stubborn as before. Good. Get out of here. Jiang Qin drew out his sword and kicked Lu Quanchao away. The latter flew backward and was seriously injured. Jiang Qin. Man Shui was about to say something, but his mouth was blocked by Jiang Qin. Shut up and get out of here. Don't you think I'm wrong too? Lu Quanchao and the others dragged Ling Long and Yuki Chihin away. Junior Jiang, you can't blame them for this. They were just poisoned. Yang Jian said in a low voice. Chapter 2348. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be such a despicable person. If it wasn't for my lack of strength, I would have beaten him up. The disciple of Heavenly Star sect said in a deep voice. At this moment he was excited. It's too late to say anything now. Since Jiang Qin doesn't differentiate between right and wrong, I also feel that there's something fishy about this. His temper is so violent. It doesn't seem like his style to ignore the two ladies when they're in danger. Zhang Lei pondered. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since that's the case, we can only go our separate ways. It's worth it to take that sword. Otherwise, Ling Long and Lady Shui would have been in danger. Lu Quanchao said. Although he had taken a sword from Jiang Qin, he didn't hate Jiang Qin because his life was saved by Jiang Qin. Even if Jiang Qin were to kill him, Lu Quanchao wouldn't say anything. What an arrogant fella. I'll definitely kill him the next time I see him. Ling Long said faintly. However, at this moment, Lu Quanchao knew that she was really angry. What's with the blood centipede's poison? Lu Quanchao asked. Both of us were poisoned by the blood centipede, but we didn't kill innocent people. We don't know where those people came from. Do you really believe his words? Ling Long said. Her eyes were filled with hatred towards Jiang Qin. She didn't expect this fella to be so stubborn. How dare he hang out with those people? They're all jackals of the same tribe. He must have his reasons. Yuki Chihin looked into the darkness and murmured. Reasons? Haha, I really didn't expect that at a time like this. He wanted to kill you just now, but now it turns out that he has his own difficulties. The disciple of earthly Hades sect said with a sneer, full of disdain towards Jiang Qin. He had even forgotten that his life was saved by Jiang Qin. Now his expression changed and he started to criticize Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Yuki Chihian's eyes were filled with killing intent as she glared at the disciple of the earthly Hades sect. The disciple was so frightened that he hurriedly turned around. Don't think that just because Jiang Qin doesn't dare to kill you, I also don't dare to kill you. Zhang Lei took a step forward. Since Yuki Chihian wanted to kill someone from the earthly Hades sect, he could not just stand by and watch. You can try. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. Yuki Chihian sneered. Are you provoking me? Zhang Lei narrowed his eyes. So what? If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't have it easy either, right? Moreover, I might not lose to you. Yuki Chihian's cold voice was extremely oppressive. At this moment, even Zhang Lei did not dare to act recklessly. Enough, what are you two arguing about? What's the point of quarreling with your own people? We've just escaped from death, yet you still want to fight? Lu Quanchao said. So you guys know that you just escaped from death. Hehe, that's good, that's good. Jiang Qin didn't do anything wrong, but it's too sad. You bunch of useless people don't deserve him to risk his life to save you. After saying that, Yuki Chihian turned around and left without hesitation. You better make yourself clear before you leave. Zhang Lei shouted coldly. A bunch of ignorant scoundrels. Jiang Qin isn't trying to kill you guys, he's trying to save you guys. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. However, I advise you guys not to go back. Otherwise, you'll still die and you'll be wasting Jiang Qin's effort. Ling Long frowned as she watched Yuki Chihian leave. Was Jiang Qin trying to save them? How was that possible? Jiang Qin almost killed Lu Quanchao with a single sword strike. Was this his way of saving them? I have to go back and take a look, Ling Long said. No, it doesn't matter if Jiang Qin is trying to save us or not. If we go back now, it's no different from throwing our lives away. Lu Quanchao stopped Ling Long and everyone fell into silence. Yang Jian and Pan Hong stood on his left and right. They were extremely passionate when they saw each other. Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face. He did not know that at this moment, Lung Lingyi and Liang Quanping had already attacked him from the back. The two of them held their divine weapons and went straight for Jiang Qin. Their aura was like a dragon. Jiang Qin was about to make a move, but he was completely suppressed by Yang Jian and Pan Hong. He couldn't move at all. Lung Lingyi's spear light was unparalleled and pierced towards Jiang Qin. Since it was unavoidable, Jiang Qin didn't block it. However, when Lung Lingyi's divine spear landed on Jiang Qin's back, it was bounced back. Jiang Qin was unharmed. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth turned cold. The moment he turned around, he raised his sword. In an instant, the heavenly dragon sword pierced through Liang Quanping's chest, right at his heart. Liang Quanping looked at the scene in disbelief and slowly fell down. Yang Jian and Pan Hong quickly took action. Jiang Qin struck the two of them with his sword. The edge of the sword was sharp and it went straight for the root of the problem. The tip of the sword was pointed at Lung Lingyi. The spear is like a dragon, the spear is still as before. Lung Lingyi was extremely powerful. His spear light turned into spots of starlight. The spear was terrifying and it was stained with blood. Before he arrived, a spot of cold light had already arrived. The heavenly dragon sword crisscrossed and the sword shadows overlapped. Jiang Qin forced Lung Lingyi to retreat. He was overbearing and unstoppable. Then Yang Jian held his three-pointed, double-edged sword and went forward. Pan Hong followed closely. The three of them formed an encirclement and completely blocked Jiang Qin's way out. The three of them had forced Jiang Qin into a corner. It was a battle of the three heroes. Jiang Qin did not want to be outdone. He had already expected it. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take the risk alone. From the look in her eyes, he already knew that Yuki Chihian was innocent. Then Ling Long would definitely not be a murderer. Both of them were in such a dangerous situation, but Yuki Chihian still had such deep feelings. He knew that Yuki Chihian must have her own difficulties. Moreover, he always felt that Yang Jian and Pan Hong were somewhat unfamiliar to him. It was as if they knew each other, but he could not find the feeling of relying on each other. Jiang Qin concluded that this was definitely a conspiracy. In desperation, Jiang Qin quietly performed the great divination skill on Yang Jian and the others. As expected, when the divination skill was revealed, Jiang Qin also saw something fishy. They were obviously being controlled. Moreover, the person behind them was absolutely powerful and should not be underestimated. In desperation, Jiang Qin had no choice but to force Yuki Chihian and the others to retreat. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand this unknown danger. Even Yang Jian, Pan Hong, and the top expert of the godly spear sect, Lung Lingyi, were being controlled. Then, one could imagine how terrifying the person behind them was. I would like to see who is behind this. Great soul derivation skill. Open up. Jiang Chen roared and used the great soul derivation technique to restrain Yang Jian and the others. However, it would take a long time for them to regain their consciousness, because their souls had been planted with a terrifying intent. As long as the intent was not removed, there would be no other way to recover. Great soul derivation technique. Great soul derivation technique. Jiang Chen's great soul derivation skill could temporarily control the three of them. However, if he wanted to completely remove it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only find the person behind this and kill him. Clap, clap, clap. A sound of applause was heard. The gentle sound made Jiang Chen frown. Chapter 2349. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. To be able to make my soul worm goo lose its effect temporarily. Looks like your soul technique is not weak. Ghost Eye Sect Li Yan. Nice to meet you. Li Yan said with a smile. Behind him were 5 peak mid-true god experts. Their faces were covered and their killing intent was overflowing. Ghost Eye Sect. Li Yan. Not even the Clear Stream Sect's 3 great guardians dare to look down on you. Looks like you're quite capable. Jiang Chen said faintly. It's good that you know. My target is only you. Their life and death have nothing to do with me. But it's also good if I can use them to exhaust you. Hand over the human-faced demon, the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the heaven-seizing fortune pills formula, and I might leave your corpse intact. Li Yan's smile was mellow, but the coldness and killing intent in his eyes could not be changed. At this moment, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. So you want the formula in my hand. But you found the wrong person. If I were you, I would surrender right now. Otherwise, the pain of my flesh and the pain of my soul will be even more terrifying. Li Yan shrugged and said as if he was giving Jiang Chen a good choice. As long as the sword lives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and said faintly. He did not even look at Li Yan as he was focusing on the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Li Yan's eyes became colder and colder. He felt that he had been humiliated like never before. How could this fella be so fearless? Even if he was strong, he was just an early true god. How could he be so arrogant? Isn't he still going to be killed by me? I don't even need to do anything. These 5 fellas are more than enough to beat him up. Seems like you want to fight with your life on the line. If that's the case, you'll look like an invincible hero, right? Ah. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so. Song Mountain's 5 ghosts, form the formation and kill him. Don't hold back. A dead man will not resist. Li Yan said lightly. All right. The 5 of them said at the same time. When the 5 of them combined their strength and formed a formation, no one below the half-step heavenly god realm would be their match. This Jiang Chen was just an early true god. Li Yan did not put him in his eyes at all. This fella had obtained the heaven-seizing fortune pills formula, which was much more precious to Li Yan. In addition to the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in Li Yan's eyes. Attack. Kill without mercy. Li Yan roared in anger. The Tsang Mountain's 5 ghosts attacked in an instant, directly attacking Jiang Chen. 5 brats want to fight against the king of hell? You're overestimating yourselves. Jiang Chen smiled coldly and charged forward with his sword in hand. The heavenly dragon sword's overbearing and dreadful pressure pierced through the sky. The 5 of them were completely restrained by Jiang Chen as soon as they joined the battle. The heavenly dragon sword complemented Jiang Chen's overbearingness. It was not a problem for him to fight 5 mid-true god experts at the same time. Jiang Chen completely suppressed the 5 mid-true god experts and they could not pose any threat to him. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. Each of his sword was filled with terrifying sword chi. The Tsang Mountain's 5 ghosts could not defend themselves at all. Each of his sword strikes made the 5 of them fearful because Jiang Chen was too strong. Was this the strength of an early true god? He was like a rabid dog. Li Yan's expression turned cold. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectation. The Tsang Mountain's 5 ghosts could not gain any advantage against him. Formation. 5 Ghost Azura formation. Li Yan shouted. The 5 of them instantly changed their formation and surrounded Jiang Chen. Their steps were strange and unpredictable. Once the formation was formed, their strength had increased by a lot. The 5 Ghost Azura formation required them to go all out. Jiang Chen was calm and composed while facing the 5 Ghost Azura formation. The 5 Ghost Azura formation was a cunning formation. Every step was filled with killing intent. Furthermore, All 5 of them had mastered the technique and Jiang Chen was being suppressed within the formation. However, Jiang Chen did not care about it at all. His great divination art had already seen through the flaws of the 5 Ghost Azura formation. In his eyes, the 5 Ghost Azura formation was completely useless. He had always believed in one sentence. In the face of absolute power, everything else was futile. Jiang Chen's sword slashed down and split one of them in half. The other 4 were scared out of their wits. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would be able to find that guy's real body under the 5 Ghost Azura formation's attack and kill him with one slash. The 4 of them roared and charged forward with all their might. At this moment, Jiang Chen had an opening. The 4 of them rushed forward and slashed with their swords. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. Under the overlapping sword shadows, his figure also changed several times. The Phantom Wolf clone technique transformed into thousands of shadows, causing the 4 of them to fall into a state of confusion. Jiang Chen drew his sword again and slashed another person. At this moment even Li Yan's face turned cold. He had underestimated Jiang Chen from the start. "None of you will leave here alive," Jiang Chen said indifferently. As he turned around, his movements were like lightning. His sword shadows were illusory, shaking the wind and clouds. The heavenly dragon sword edge slashed 5 people in a row. The light shone brightly. "Trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. I hope that you can give me a little surprise," Jiang Chen said. Good. Jiang Chen. You're only an early true god and you have such strength. Looks like I've underestimated you. Today I will let you know who's the real expert. You're just a trash from a small sect. You're only fit to be my stepping stone. This pill formula is mine. Li Yan took a step forward and held his saber horizontally. The steel whip in his hand carried a demonic aura. "I'll be waiting." Jiang Chen stood tall with his sword in hand, facing Li Yan in high spirits. "Then I'll let you have a taste of my power." Li Yan harumphed and raised his hand. 9 black corpse puppets appeared in front of Jiang Chen. "These are my 9 earth corpse puppets. Even a half-step heavenly god might not be able to gain the upper hand against them. Today I'll let you see if you can become the 10th one." Li Yan's eyes moved. The 9 corpse puppets charged towards Jiang Chen. These corpse puppets were controlled by Li Yan's will. They were truly invulnerable. Jiang Chen's sword fell on the corpse puppets without any damage. Moreover, the corpse puppets were extremely tough, comparable to a divine tool. The Ghost Eye sect was indeed extraordinary. To be able to refine corpse puppets to the level of a divine tool. No wonder they're the #1 evil sect in the Linha boundary. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He dared not let his guard down. 1 against 9, Jiang Chen was not at a disadvantage. Even the earth corpse puppets could not make Jiang Chen show any signs of fatigue. Li Yan's face turned gloomy. The earth corpse puppets could not do anything to Jiang Chen. Looks like this fella's strength was not just for show. Those 5 fellas did not die in vain. Chapter 2350. Jiang Chen was also going all out. The 9 earth corpse puppets were ruthless and reckless. They were no longer humans but puppets, tools of war or weapons. Each of their attacks were fearless, exchanging blows for blows. Jiang Chen did not dare to face them head-on. Even if he managed to kill a few earth corpse puppets, Li Yan, who was watching him from the side, might take action at any time. At that time he would be in danger. "Let's see how long you can last." Li Yan sneered and was ready to take action at any time. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Once he got it, he would surely deal a fatal blow to Jiang Chen. Plus, his strength was at the peak true god realm. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. However, the terror that Jiang Chen displayed was not matched with his strength. Li Yan did not take action in a hurry because he was waiting. Jiang Chen was finally angered. With his dragon transformation he could fight against these earth corpse puppets with his life. Jiang Chen was completely fearless after his dragon transformation. He threw out a punch that could shake the mountains and rivers. Even the earth corpse puppet had a crack on it. Jiang Chen's punches landed on the earth corpse puppet's body. Each of his punches was earth-shattering. Li Yan's earth corpse puppet was comparable to a divine tool, but Jiang Chen's body after his dragon transformation was even stronger than a divine tool. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. On the contrary, the 9 earth corpse puppets started to crack under Jiang Chen's attacks. "Damned fella." Oh. Li Yan's expression became extremely serious. After his dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's combat strength was increased by 10 times, reaching the peak mid-true god realm. Naturally, it was easy for him to deal with these earth corpse puppets. Li Yan once again felt the terror of Jiang Chen. He punched a hole through the Earth Corpse Chief's chest, and then Jiang Chen tore the Earth Corpse Chief's incomparably tough body apart. Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger coming out of its cage, peerless and peerless. The Earth Corpse puppets were like children in front of Jiang Chen in close combat. Jiang Chen tore apart 5 Earth Corpse puppets one after another. At this moment, Li Yan could no longer sit still. If this continued, all of his efforts over the years would go to waste. This was one of his trump cards against a half-step true god, but he never expected that it would be destroyed by an early true god kid. This was his painstaking effort for more than 10 years. Li Yan's heart was bleeding. These Earth Corpse puppets were his lifeblood. I'll kill you. I'll refine you into my Earth Corpse puppet. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen disregarded everything and charged into the Earth Corpse puppets, tearing them apart. At this moment, Li Yan's body was trembling. 9 Earth Corpse puppets were defeated by Jiang Chen just like that. Moreover, they could not even withstand a single blow. Is this fella really a monster? Even so, he still wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson to let him know who was the real expert. The Ghost Eye Crown Prince of Ghost Eye sect would not be defeated so easily. You've completely infuriated me. Li Yan leapt up, the dark steel mace in his hand was wreaking havoc in the sky. Lightning flashed and struck down like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Jiang Chen used both of his hands to catch Li Yan's dark steel mace. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also pushed back. His expression was extremely solemn. Half-step Heavenly God Realm. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he felt a great pressure. This fellow was not someone to be trifled with. Although his realm was a little unstable, there was still a huge difference between the half-step Heavenly God Realm and the peak of the true God Realm. Because the half-step Heavenly God Realm was already at the doorstep of the Heavenly God Realm. Jiang Chen was not confident at all. Otherwise, why would he try to force them to leave by injuring himself? This fool. Chapter 2351. Li Yan's every step was filled with killing intent. While he was charging forward, the steel mace flickered, splitting mountains and rivers, shaking the void. Jiang Chen quickly dodged the attack. The current Li Yan was unparalleled, the dreadfulness of a half-step heavenly god was unimaginable. Jiang Chen knew that this battle would be his strongest battle. Although he was not sure if he could win, he might not lose. However, he did not know what Li Yan's skills were, so he could only retreat in order to advance. He wanted to find out his opponent's strength first. In this way he would be invincible if he knew himself and his enemy. Li Yan continued to attack. Jiang Chen's concession gave him the capital to charge forward continuously. Jiang Chen was hit by Li Yan's whip twice due to his carelessness. That kind of pain was like hitting the deepest part of his soul, causing Jiang Chen's heart to tremble. This fella seems to be ridiculously strong. Li Yan's every move had made Jiang Chen unable to move forward at all. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to charge forward, he would be repelled by Li Yan's sharp whip. Even after transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen had no choice but to evade the attack. He could only fight evenly with Li Yan, provided that Li Yan did not continue to charge forward. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen's strength had reached an unprecedented level. With the help of the profound heavenly armor, Jiang Chen was not afraid of Li Yan. However, Li Yan's profound iron steel mace was not able to protect him completely. Jiang Chen felt a slight sense of danger. The profound iron steel mace was indeed able to affect one's soul. A single strike from the mace was enough to shock the heavens. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached its peak. However, it was still difficult for him to cause any damage to Li Yan. Because from the beginning till the end, Li Yan was suppressing Jiang Chen. The more they fought, the more frightened Jiang Chen became. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been exhausted by Li Yan. However, Jiang Chen did not give up. Both of them were in a love-hate relationship. Neither of them dared to slack off. Soaring God striking whip. Li Yan roared, the whip shadow turned into a gust of wind and fell from the sky. His imposing manner at this moment also rushed out like a bull. It was incomparably violent, as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Jiang Chen's countenance changed greatly, he quickly retreated, but he was still hit by Li Yan. Under the god-striking whip, Jiang Chen was hit hard and flew backwards. The heavenly dragon sword slashed out, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the ancient trees were flipped over, the earth was roaring, ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood and his expression changed. This attack made him feel Li Yan's killing intent. This guy was so terrifying that it was hard to accept. Great divination art. Jiang Qin used the great divination art as his foundation to fight Li Yan. This time he was finally going to use his strongest attack. That was to increase his strength to the point where it was truly domineering. Jiang Qin and Li Yan were in a stalemate. After using the dragon transformation he could even fight against a half-step heavenly god, but he could not truly defeat Li Yan. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Qin roared in rage. This was the first time he used the ancient soaring dragon technique. This time his entire body was covered with golden scales. It was extremely dazzling. The ancient soaring dragon technique made his strength reach the same realm as Li Yan, half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment, Jiang Qin's aura was like a rainbow, his killing intent was rippling. Even Li Yan was dumbfounded. How did Jiang Qin suddenly reach the half-step heavenly god realm? Li Yan's expression became solemn as he went all out. The 5 elements true fire converged into a terrifying dragon seal. This time, with the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Qin was speechless. Li Yan's strength was much weaker than Jiang Qin's because he had forcefully raised his cultivation when he entered the hidden secret realm. At this moment, the 5 elemental true fire of the 3000 flames dragon seal struck his chest. Li Yan felt as if his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. No. Chapter 2352. Your end is near. Jiang Qin said faintly. The dreadfulness of the 3000 flames dragon seal was beyond his imagination. At this moment he could finally hold his head high and show Li Yan his true strength. The ancient soaring dragon technique was indeed dreadful. However, Jiang Qin could feel that the divine origin strength in his body was being consumed continuously after using it for the 3rd time. He knew that the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill couldn't make up for the emptiness in his body because he felt like he was overdrawing his life. The ancient soaring dragon technique was indeed powerful. However, it also made Jiang Qin understand that the consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was terrifying. Li Yan ran away in panic. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique he was like a stray dog. At this moment Jiang Qin felt pressured. He must kill Li Yan. Otherwise, once his divine origin energy is exhausted, Li Yan might suppress him instead. Trying to run away? You don't have the chance anymore. Jiang Qin murmured. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The mightiness of a half-step heavenly god was revealed once again. The sword of solitude swept across the universe. No, Li Yan exclaimed in shock. However, the destructive sword had made him feel hopeless. However, Jiang Qin would not stop. The dreadfulness of that sword made Xue Qianying, who was far away, felt her heart palpitate. The sword fell, the rain fell, the wind blew, the mountains were howling, the wind and thunder were flickering. Jiang Qin knelt down on one knee, his face was pale. The ancient soaring dragon technique was extremely powerful. However, Jiang Qin's body was almost sucked dry. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Qin? What happened to you? Yang Jian and the other 2 arrived. They were worried when they saw Jiang Qin's pale face and his body was covered in blood. If he dies, you guys will live. Jiang Qin smiled. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Pan Hong frowned and said in a deep voice. I remember now. Our souls were controlled by Ghost Eye Sect's Li Yan. How did this happen? Where was Li Yan? Is he dead? Lung Lingyi looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. In their eyes, Lung Lingyi was quite powerful, but he died in the hands of Jiang Qin. They couldn't help but sigh. Lung Lingyi couldn't help but feel shocked after witnessing Jiang Qin's strength. That's Li Yan's corpse. Yang Jian looked at the corpse that couldn't be any more dead and said. Jiang Qin's means had completely shocked them. Yang Jian was still fine as he had seen how terrifying Jiang Qin was. When he was still a late void god, Jiang Qin had killed Helian Wuxuan, who was a mid-true god. But even so, Yang Jian was still in awe of Jiang Qin when he saw the peerless genius of Ghost Eye Sect lying in a pool of blood. This is the dragon egg Bai Yunfei asked me to give to you. He's already? Yang Jian said awkwardly. I know. Jiang Qin nodded. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect Junior Bai. Pan Hong sighed. It's not your fault. He's not wrong either. What's wrong is that this is a dog-eat-dog world. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Whoever is a step slower will be eliminated. Dying among the crowd is the lightest punishment. Human lives are like ants and grass. We can't blame anyone. Jiang Qin said in a low voice and kept the dragon egg. He did not reject it. This was the last thing Bai Yunfei left for him. Jiang Qin would definitely keep it well. Who is it? A deafening roar reverberated in the sky and could be heard from thousands of miles away, as if it was the roar of the heavens. Jiang Chen's countenance changed. This voice doesn't seem friendly. Go, Jiang Chen said. But what should we do? I'm afraid this voice doesn't seem friendly. Yang Jian said. There's no time to talk. Let's go. Jiang Chen roared. It was Yang Jian's first time seeing Jiang Chen being so overbearing and furious. He was slightly startled and quickly left with Pan Hong. Take care, Pan Hong said. The three of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. The moment Jiang Chen turned around, a man in a black robe appeared in the void. He was 9 feet tall and extremely muscular. His cold eyes were filled with anger. His overbearing aura seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. It was as if everything had to submit under his feet. He had only felt this aura from one person before. Xuanhuan Kanglin, the Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect. The man in the black robe had long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked extremely evil. However, his eyes were as deep as a black hole. It was quite terrifying. This aura was much stronger than Li Yan. At this moment he had completely locked onto Jiang Chen. You're the one who killed my brother, Li Yan? The man in the black robe said indifferently. However, the killing intent in his words had completely covered Jiang Chen. Yes, you're his brother. Are you here to collect his corpse? Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. You have a sharp tongue. However, you're already dead the moment you saw me. I've heard about you, Jiang Chen, a brat from the Profound Feng sect. I heard that even the Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians are looking for you. I'm curious, what do you have on you that even Xuanhuan Kanglin is coveting it? Li Zongheng said. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen as if he was trying to see through him. But the Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians failed to catch me. Jiang Chen was not afraid of Li Zongheng. Very well. Very well. If Xuanhuan Kanglin failed to catch you, it doesn't mean that I, Li Zongheng, can't as well. Show me what you've got. But it seems like you're at the end of your rope now. Li Zongheng said indifferently as if he was filled with disdain towards Jiang Chen. I'd like to see how you're going to escape from me today. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Li Zongheng said coldly. He struck out a palm that covered the sun and the sky towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. Even though he had eaten 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills, he only managed to recover 20% of his strength. The consumption of the ancient soaring dragon technique was too much for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly dodged the attack. But even so, he was still hit by Li Zongheng's palm. A half-step heavenly god's palm was too much for Jiang Chen to withstand with his injured body. Not bad to be able to withstand my palm. Then take my second palm. Chapter 2354. Kill them all. Li Zongheng's palm was filled with thunder and lightning. The entire 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest was in a mess, but he still could not find Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not afraid of the Zulong Tower at all. Good lad, looks like I've underestimated you. Li Zongheng smiled. I forgot to tell you. Jiang Chen, the strongest skill of our Ghost Eye sect is not the art of refining corpse puppets, but the Ghost Cave Formation. The heavenly eye can see through all things, and the Ghost Cave Formation is unparalleled. I don't know if you've heard of this. Hehe. Li Zongheng's voice resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. The Ghost Cave Formation of the Ghost Eye sect is very powerful. It's unparalleled in the entire Linha boundary, especially the Ghost Cave Formation. The Ghost Eye is unparalleled, it's not just for show. Yuki Chihin said in a low voice. She was worried and her face was solemn. Let's see if he can find me with his Ghost Eye. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Are you sure he can't find you? Yuki Chihin continued to ask. Even if a divine emperor is here, I'm still confident. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Ghost Cave Heaven Splitting Formation. Activate. Li Zongheng shouted and casted his formation technique. Within 100 miles, no one would be able to escape. The Ghost Cave Heaven Splitting Formation was left behind by the Ghost Cave clan. It was rumored that millions of years ago, the Ghost Eye sect was a branch of the Ghost Cave clan. Everything in the Ghost Eye sect was inherited from the Ghost Cave clan. However, what happened in the world was not known to outsiders. At that moment, the entire 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest became silent. The 100 miles Ghost Cave Heaven Splitting Formation, even a half-step heavenly god would not be able to break through it. This formation was one of Li Zongheng's trump cards. As long as the eye of the formation was still there, the formation would not be destroyed. Heaven's eye discerns loyalty and treachery. Show me. Li Zongheng suddenly opened his eyes. His ghostly blue eyes could see everything within 100 miles. However, he could not find Jiang Chen. Moreover, there was nothing that could prove that Jiang Chen was still here. Impossible, this is impossible. How could my ghost eye not see it? No one would be able to escape from the ghost cave formation. I don't believe it. Li Zongheng roared in a deep voice. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, Li Zongheng firmly believed that Jiang Chen had not left this place. It was just that he had not found him yet. Ghost Eye Sword Rain. As far as Li Zongheng could see, tens of thousands of swords fell like rain. Within 100 miles, everything was turned into ruins. Everything was turned into powder under his ghostly eye sword rain. Even Shui Qianying's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene. It was truly terrifying. Because she did not know when Li Zongheng would be able to break Jiang Chen's spatial divine tool. At that time there would be no way out for them. Don't worry, no one can break through the Zulong Tower. No matter how powerful his ghost eye is, it's impossible for him to find me. No matter how sharp and terrifying the sword rain was, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. Come out, come out. Li Zongheng exerted all his strength. The ghostly eye sword rain caused the entire 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest to become a mess. The terrifying might of the heavens and earth and the sword rain could not make Jiang Chen submit. Li Zongheng finally understood why the 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect were defeated by Jiang Chen. It seemed like Jiang Chen's reputation was not undeserved. Shit, why is this formation so terrifying? Jiang Chen's expression changed. He felt that the heavens and earth were changing at this moment. If the previous moment was like scratching an itch, then it was like a real sword and a saber colliding with each other. Even his ancestral dragon pagoda was trembling at this moment. What formation is this? Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had never felt so terrifying before. Even though he was in the depths of the Zulong Tower, the pressure from the formation still made him feel breathless. This is not Li Zongheng's formation at all. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Because at the same time, Li Zongheng's expression also changed greatly. His face was filled with fear. In the center of the ghost cave splitting sky formation, a palm-sized whirlpool began to rotate gradually. It was getting bigger and bigger. In less than 15 minutes, the whirlpool was dozens of feet wide and all the rocks and bamboo were sucked into it. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom and it was so dark that it made one's heart tremble. This is not my formation at all. Li Zongheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect such a terrifying formation to exist. Moreover, the power of the terrifying whirlpool kept increasing. He kept retreating but he could not break through the ghost cave splitting sky formation at all. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The huge suction force in the whirlpool made Li Zongheng's face a little distorted. Even though he stood firm, he still could not resist the huge whirlpool. Half an hour had passed and the whirlpool was already 10 miles wide. Li Zongheng knew that he was in big trouble this time. No. Li Zongheng roared angrily. However, there was nothing he could do. He was still sucked into the whirlpool. The suction force of the whirlpool is too strong. It's impossible to resist it. All the mountains and plants within 100 miles are being sucked into it. It's too terrifying. Yuki Chihian's shoulders trembled slightly. She took 2 steps back subconsciously but she realized that she was in the Zulong Tower and there was no way out. This formation must be caused by Li Zongheng's ghost cave splitting sky formation and the ghost eye sword rain. Damn it. Oh no, my Zulong Tower is going to be sucked into it. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. However, he could not do anything about it. If he were to go out at this moment he would most probably end up like Li Zongheng. This guy is really despicable. At this moment no one could stay out of it. Even Jiang Chen who was in the Zulong Tower could only resign himself to fate. Because the power of the whirlpool was too terrifying. It was a power that he could not resist at all. Maybe this is also a formation. Li Zongheng accidentally touched the eye of the formation. That's why it's like this. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. However, could such a powerful formation really suck everything into it? It was pitch black inside the whirlpool. The Zulong Tower could not escape and was sucked into the whirlpool in the end. Jiang Chen's heart was in a mess all the time. He looked at Yuki Chihian and saw that she was also unafraid of death. She had already died once, what was there to be afraid of? The sound of chanting echoed in the whirlpool from the beginning to the end. Jiang Chen frowned but he could not understand what was going on. Hum mani padme hum, hum mani padme hum. Chapter 2355. A breeze blew past, the pine trees fell, and the bamboo leaves fluttered in the air. When Jiang Qin opened his eyes again, he was still in the thousand leaves purple bamboo forest. No one would have thought that they would return to the original place after the dust had settled. It was as if the whirlpool had never appeared. The scene from before reappeared in front of him, as if everything had returned to the beginning. Jiang Qin's pupils contracted and his expression changed. He could not believe that nothing had happened. What's going on? Could it be that everything just now was just an illusion? Yuki Chihin looked at Jiang Qin. She was a little nervous because it was her first time encountering such a situation. She did not expect everything to be so familiar, yet so strange at the same time. It's not an illusion. Everything that's happening right now might be an illusion. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Not far away, Li Zongheng was standing there with a confused look on his face. His cold body seemed to have been standing there since the beginning of time. How could this be? Why am I still here? Didn't I get sucked into the whirlpool? Jiang Qin, he's here too. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. However, his punch was not as powerful as he had expected. It was not an earth-shattering force. An earth-shattering aura swept across the sky. How could this be? Where's my divine power? Why did it disappear? Li Zongheng screamed and his expression changed. He took 2 steps back and his eyes were filled with fear. He did not know where he was, but why did his divine power disappear without a trace? His domineering aura of being in control of the world had completely disappeared. Jiang Qin was slightly stunned. He was about to run away, but he did not expect that the punch was just a feint. There was no change at all. Li Zongheng stood there like a clown, his face was filled with doubt and astonishment. Jiang Qin was slightly stunned. Oh no, the divine power in my body is gone. Yuki Chihin shouted in a deep voice. Jiang Qin's expression also became solemn. My divine power is also gone. If my guess is correct, we might really have fallen into a spirit formation. However, the scene before us is exactly the same as when we entered the thousand-leaf purple bamboo forest. Oh. Jiang Qin was silent for a moment. He looked at the 1,000-foot-tall mountain wall and finally narrowed his eyes. The characters in the thousand leaves purple bamboo forest are reversed. We're not in the same place as before. This is a formation that can make us lose ourselves and even lose our divine power. There's actually such a strange formation in this world? That's a little too terrifying. Yuki Chihin's voice was a little gloomy, but in this place, it was indeed difficult for them to mobilize their divine power, and they felt rather insignificant. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. I believe that the eye of this formation should be the vortex we saw earlier. Also, did you hear the Sanskrit chant in the whirlpool? Jiang Qin said. I heard it, but what does it mean? Yuki Chihin was puzzled. It's very likely that this is a Buddhist place and a very powerful one at that. Jiang Qin murmured. At this moment he wanted to perform the Great Void technique, but he realized that he could not mobilize his divine power at all. It was also impossible for him to travel out of this place. Even the Great Void technique had lost its effect. Most importantly, even the Zulong Tower did not respond. Jiang Qin finally understood how terrifying this place was. This was something he could not imagine at all. Even Li Zongheng might have completely fallen into a state of panic at this moment. This time Jiang Qin really did not have a plan. He could only take one step at a time. Chapter 2356. Nonsense, do you really think we're stupid enough to listen to you? An ultimate god expert's maximum lifespan is only 100,000 years. How dare you say you've lived for more than 1,000,000 years? Do you think you're a divine emperor? Ah, what a joke. I'm impressed by your IQ. Li Zongheng sighed. In his eyes, the young man was an arrogant guy. Even if he used to be capable, he had now become immortal. In this formation, everyone was equal. Moreover, he had been trapped for so many years. It showed that this formation was not simple. A bunch of ignorant scoundrels. Some venerable ones may only live for 10,000 years, but I live as long as the heavens. Who can stop me? The young man said arrogantly. In the end, you're still trapped here. Yuki Chihin said softly. The young man's face turned red. He looked at Shui Qianying with dissatisfaction and said, he said in a deep voice, do you think anyone can escape from this formation? Even when I was in the venerable realm, I couldn't break out of this formation. Jiang Qin could see that the young man was probably driven crazy by this formation. If what he said was true, the fact that he did not go crazy or commit suicide after being trapped in this formation for 1,000,000 years proved that he was a man of great perseverance. If Jiang Chen was the one trapped here for 1,000,000 years, he did not know if he would choose to commit suicide. This young man was not simple. Come to think of it. Venerable sir, do you know what formation this is? Where did it come from? Is there really no way to get out of this formation? What's that huge whirlpool? Jiang Chen looked at the young man with a solemn face. He did not look at the young man with disdain like Li Zongheng did. Therefore the young man was relatively polite to Jiang Chen. The young man looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly, "This is the no-beginning formation. This is the no-beginning array formation. It originated from the array god King Ba and from the primordial age. The no-beginning array formation originated from the creation of heaven and earth. King Ba meditated between heaven and earth to create such an exquisite array formation. He was trapped in the array formation for 30,000 years before he managed to unlock it. There was an ancient saying, once you see nothing, everything else is empty. Since ancient times, only 2 people had been able to break through this formation. As for the other, it was the master of the Buddhist region. He can be said to be the person with the highest comprehension of the laws of the 3 realms and 6 Tao's. Great Master once said that this array formation will reincarnate once every 5,000,000 years. The no-beginning array formation will collapse on its own. Perhaps, in another 3,000,000 years I will be able to see the light of day again. The young man murmured. His eyes were blank. He was happy but also helpless. He was happy that there was someone who could accompany him for 100 years. He was helpless because 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. He would have to face the no-beginning array formation alone for millions of years. Great scholar? Who is the great scholar? Also, what is the Sanskrit sound in the vortex? Jiang Chen asked. You're thinking too much. That's not something you can understand. Since you're already here, you might as well make the best of it. It's already impossible for you to leave this place. In this world, there's only the 1,000 leaves purple bamboo forest. Since you've all come here, accompany me for 100 years. One day when you all leave, I'll mourn for you all. The young man sneered. If you don't try, how do you know that you can't get out of this no-beginning array formation? Jiang Chen smiled. Seems like you're still confident in yourself. I thought so too when I was trapped in the no-beginning array formation for the first 10,000 years. However, time will tell you that the no-beginning array originates from heaven and earth. Do you know what no-beginning means? It means that there's no end and no end. Don't waste your energy. The young man's sarcasm did not make Jiang Chen lose his confidence. You can be immortal for 1,000,000 years, but we don't have much time left. Li Zongheng said. You've been a prisoner for 1,000,000 years, yet you're still so excited. I feel happy for you, hee. Li Zongheng said sarcastically. Once I see no beginning, everything is empty. Jiang Chen murmured. He was helpless in the face of this world of nothingness and the array formation. After all, an ultimate God expert could not find the exit after 1,000,000 years. If he found the gate of life in one go, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the young revered one? It's the no-beginning array formation of King Ban. This array formation was said to have been lost in the divine world during the ancient times. I didn't expect it to be here. Red Lotus's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. You're awake? Jiang Chen asked. In this no-beginning array formation, even your Zulong Tower has lost its effect. The myriad chi cauldron is no exception. This no-beginning array formation is very strange. Even a god emperor can't do anything to someone trapped in the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was deeply shocked by Red Lotus. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus had existed since the ancient times. It was an encyclopedia of the divine world's history. How could he forget about her? However, if it wasn't for the no-beginning array formation that changed the myriad chi cauldron, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus might not have appeared. You know about King Baan's no-beginning array formation? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Red Lotus's appearance at this time undoubtedly gave Jiang Chen a boost. I don't know much about it. However, King Baan's reputation is well known. During the ancient times, King Baan relied on the no-beginning array formation to fight against a god emperor. He's a real legend. Isn't King Baan a god emperor? Jiang Chen asked in his mind. Red Lotus rolled her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Do you think god emperors are cabbages? Do you think anyone can comprehend the law of heaven and earth and become an emperor? God emperors represented the most powerful existence in the divine world. Once they became an emperor, they would be the only one in the entire divine world. God emperors usually wouldn't appear in front of people, because at their realm they have already surpassed the mortal world. It is said that only the Lord of the Buddhist region can break this array formation. Even God emperors aren't willing to face this no-beginning array formation. There's a saying that goes, once you see the no beginning, everything else is empty. In other words, no matter how strong you are, you can't do anything in this no beginning array formation. To break this array formation, you don't need to use brute force. Instead, you need to comprehend the principles of the array formation between heaven and earth. Red Lotus's words weren't of much use to Jiang Qin, but it solved the doubts in his heart. Do you know who Dashi is? Jiang Qin continued to ask. One of the ancestral Buddhas of the Buddhist region, Avalokitesvara. Apart from him, I've never heard of anyone who dares to call themselves Dashi. Even when my father was at his peak, he wasn't willing to offend Avalokitesvara. Could this array formation be related to Avalokitesvara? Red Lotus raised her eyebrows slightly. At this time she was also a little doubtful. However, looking at this no beginning array formation, she couldn't do anything. I really didn't expect your luck to be this good. There's only one no beginning array formation in this world and you actually fell in. Chapter 2357. Even the God Emperor can't do anything about it? Jiang Qin was slightly moved. Could it be that they were going to die here? Even this young man who claimed to be an immortal sage could not change the current situation. In other words, this no beginning formation is the end of life? Li Zongheng murmured. His face was slightly pale. He had tried, but he did not even have divine power. How long could he survive here? Moreover, they did not have any ability. How could they break through the no beginning formation? It was like a fantasy story. Li Zongheng was a little crazy. His face kept changing. He could not stand this terrifying pressure, not even for a second. It was impossible for him to be an ordinary person with nothing. Li Zongheng even saw himself 10 or 100 years later in the empty no beginning formation. He would spend every minute, every second, every day, every year in this space with a circumference of 100 miles. This kind of torture was more torturous than death. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I will be trapped here for the rest of my life. I can't. Li Zongheng shouted at the top of his lungs. However, Jiang Qin could feel the despair and trembling in his heart. Even he was no exception. However, he had to face this fact. This was something that no one could change. Since he could not leave this place, why not enjoy his time here? Jiang Qin looked at Li Zongheng's dispirited figure. His face became a little ugly. However, what could he do now that things had come to this? Li Zongheng was the true portrayal of an expert who had fallen to the peak. At this moment, no one was willing to fall and become a weakling. However, this was fate. What could they do? Yuki Chihin looked at Jiang Qin. She looked more relaxed than Jiang Qin. You don't seem to be worried at all. Jiang Qin looked at Yuki Chihin. If you're not worried, why should I be? Could it be that he would only be happy when he was in control of life and death? This is the most painful thing in the world. Many people clearly know that what they want is not what they want, but they still insist on doing it. Even if they know that what they are doing may not be right, they will still persist until the end. Who would have thought that if we take a step back, everything will be fine? In fact, the things that we pursue for our entire lives are often only fame and fortune and endless killing. How can this be the source of happiness? Yuki Chihin's words made Jiang Qin slightly shocked, and his heart calmed down a lot. Take a step back and you'll see the world. But even if it was him, when had he ever thought of taking a step back? If he did not move forward resolutely, then who would protect his family and friends? If he had fallen on the path of ascension, who would care about this pile of bones? Your way of thinking is the opposite of that, fellas. Young lady, I have high hopes for you. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. The young venerable said righteously and gave Yuki Chihin a thumbs up. Yuki Chihin did not expect this old and experienced young man to be so calm. With just a look of encouragement, Jiang Qin and Yuki Chihin understood that the young venerable in front of them was not an ordinary person. Venerable sir, how did you end up being trapped here? Yuki Chihin also lowered her stance and asked softly. Since they were already trapped in the no beginning formation, it was unlikely for them to get out. The young venerable snorted coldly and pretended to be aloof. Jiang Qin glanced at Yuki Chihin, then pulled Yuki Chihin's hand and walked into the distance. At this moment, the young venerable was a little anxious. Why are you pulling my hand? Yuki Chihin's face was red as she said softly. She wanted to break free, but Jiang Qin held her tightly. Since the two of them had lost their divine force, they walked in the bamboo forest step by step. A gentle breeze blew past them and they seemed to be very satisfied. Wait, where are you going? Wait for me, I'm familiar with this place. The young venerable's voice echoed behind Jiang Qin and Yuki Chihin. Yuki Chihian instantly understood and let Jiang Chen hold her hand as they walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. These two fellas, why don't they have any patience at all? I just wanted to test them, but they didn't even talk to me. Damn it, after more than 1,000,000 years, two people finally came. I finally don't have to be as lonely as before. Hehe. The young venerable rubbed his hands and quickly caught up with Jiang Chen and Yuki Chihian. Don't worry, he will definitely take the initiative to tell us. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, calm and collected. He seemed to have seen through the young revered man's temperament. If I were to be trapped in the no-beginning formation, that would be a great story in the divine realm. Back then, I was a true super venerable. I'm serious, I really was a super venerable. Are the two of you listening? Can you give me some face? The young venerable seemed to be a little angry as he caught up with Jiang Chen and said, We've been listening. Tell us. Jiang Chen said. At that time I was proud of my strength, but I didn't expect to meet that bastard hidden path divine emperor. Back then, I defeated the divine emperor when I was still in the hierarch realm, so I was naturally arrogant. In the end, I fought with that old bastard hidden path divine emperor for 3 years without a clear winner. Who knew that this fellow would frame me and set up a trap in the southern sea purple bamboo forest to lure me in? In the end, I accidentally hit the entire southern sea purple bamboo forest, causing tsunamis and volcanoes to erupt. The entire southern sea purple bamboo forest was turned upside down by me. In the end, even Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara did not lend a hand to save me. Just when I knew that I had committed a grave mistake and had lost all hope, that old bastard Tong Yu took advantage of my unpreparedness and used the no-beginning formation to trap me here. In the end, even Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was unable to save me. After that, Hidden Path Divine Emperor used a blood sacrifice to send his hidden secret realm into the spatial tunnel between heaven and earth. In the end, no one knew where the hidden secret realm was sent to. After that, Avalokitesvara told me that 1,000,000 years would be my tribulation. If I could avoid it, I might be able to become the disciple of Avalokitesvara again. If I failed the tribulation in 1,000,000 years, then I don't even need to wait for 5,000,000 years for the no-beginning formation to be activated again. I'll turn into dust and disappear from this world. Do you know how I survived for 1,000,000 years? Avalokitesvara used 100,000 years of cultivation to strengthen my divine spark to become an undying venerable. Because of that, Avalokitesvara's vitality was greatly damaged. That's why I could survive for 1,000,000 years in this no-beginning formation. Doesn't it sound very legendary? Do you worship me? I'm an undying existence after all. The young venerable said with a smile as if he was looking down on the world. So what if you live for another 1,000,000 years? Aren't you still trapped here? Chapter 2358. Don't look down on me. I have been studying how to get out of this place. Although I have failed countless times, I will succeed one day. Even Avalokitesvara said that in this world, I can only rely on my own hands to open the formation eye of the no-beginning formation. Then continue to look for it. Yuki Chihian rolled her eyes. She was so beautiful. Kid, you seem to be very arrogant. Aren't you afraid of death? If you continue to live here, even loneliness will engulf you. Young Reverend looked at Jiang Chen. You only live once in your life. If you can stir up trouble, why do you need to be calm? But the truth is that I can't stir up trouble, so I can only be ordinary. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Looking back at Saint Origin World, the immortal world, and his journey, his heart was filled with emotions. Along the way he had experienced life and death, brotherly love, familial love, all of them were vivid in his mind. Jiang Chen felt as if he had gone through a transformation of life. From having nothing to fighting for the hegemony of the world, from having the spirit of a rainbow, to ashes to ashes. All of these were like an illusion, like a dream. Young Reverend looked at Jiang Chen and Yuki Chihian without fully understanding what was going on. He couldn't understand these two people. On the contrary, he felt that Li Zongheng was very simple, while Jiang Chen was very hard to understand. Jiang Chen stood in the bamboo forest, gently caressing the tender bamboos in front of him. Once I see no beginning, everything is empty. I have nothing in this world, I am all alone in this world. In this way I can witness no beginning, right? Jiang Chen murmured. The clouds between the heavens and the earth seemed to become clear at this moment. He stood in the middle of the bamboo forest, and no matter how the wind and rain blew, he remained unmoving like a mountain. Yuki Chihian stayed by his side, not moving at all. As for the young venerable, he sighed again and again. He thought he had found someone to talk to, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be like a madman at this time. He stared at the bamboo forest in a daze, not saying a word. It was as if he had become a fool for a whole month. If the master of the Buddhist region can break the no-beginning array, why can't I? Jiang Qin said lightly as if he was talking to himself. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I am the will of the heavens, and the will of the heavens is me. The heavens have no Tao, so I formed my own Tao. But what exactly is this Tao? The green bamboos grew luxuriantly. Just like that, Jiang Qin stared at them for a whole month. There was no change at all. In this month he didn't sleep or rest. He was observing the bamboos. From the growth of the bamboo shoots to the germination of the bamboos, it was as if they had experienced the baptism of time. An autumn rain was cold. As the rain fell, Jiang Qin didn't have any god power, so he couldn't avoid the rain. When the raindrops landed on his body, his clothes were wet and his cheeks were wet. At this moment, Jiang Qin didn't have any god power, but he was extremely happy. The autumn rain in the mountain, the dark green bamboo, it was as if a seed had been planted in his heart. Under the nourishment of the rain, it gradually sprouted. All of this was a reincarnation cycle. This rain cleansed Jiang Qin's soul and thoughts, causing his heart to sublimate from the ordinary. The Tao can be Tao, but it's not an ordinary Tao. The Tao follows nature and naturally becomes the Tao. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. This is the Tao. Jiang Qin murmured. At this moment he closed his eyes, his hands caressing the green bamboos after the rain. A drop of tear rolled down from his eyes. He could feel the feelings of the green bamboos. The wind, the rain, the sun, the wind, the wind, the rain, the wind, the wind, the north, the south and the east. Is this the Tao? Why is the heavenly Tao so sad? Jiang Qin closed his eyes. He saw the Saint Origin world, his family, his brothers, the immortal world, his father Yan Qinyu Wu Ningzhu Yan Qingqing Nangong Wenian, and the boundless sky of the immortal world. Jiang Qin's mind seemed to have wandered off to another world. He saw the big yellow dog teasing a beautiful girl who was only wearing a doo-doo. He saw Dragon Shursan. Dragon Shursan's eyes were like torches, and he wore a golden crown on his head. His body was bathed in blood, and he held a peerless divine staff in his hand. He swept through the world and his aura shook the heavens and the earth. Behind him stood a devastatingly beautiful woman who was breathtakingly beautiful. He saw Tyrant holding a golden alms bowl, sweeping across the land with a pair of iron fists. He saw the fall of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely tragic. Everything was like a dog, the heaven and earth were like a chessboard. Jiang Qin suddenly raised his head. At this moment he could no longer hold back his tears. However, these tears seemed to be related to the heavenly Tao. His eyes were filled with pity and regret towards the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Jiang Qin knew that what he saw just now was the truth. At least his family and friends were still fine. At least he was no longer obsessed with being invincible under the heavens. Is this the Tao? Why did I feel like I saw the entire world in that instant? Jiang Qin's heart was filled with doubts. However, in the depths of his heart, his understanding of the Tao shocked even himself. In this 1 month, Jiang Qin's Tao was gradually engraved in his heart. His Tao was not the heavenly Tao, but it surpassed the heavenly Tao. His Tao was the breath in his heart. His Tao was only for the heaven and earth, for his family and friends, and for the injustice of the world. Jiang Qin abandoned everything he had. The 4 elements were empty, only then could he achieve the great Tao of no beginning. The 4 elements were empty. What was empty was one's heart, not one's Tao. Jiang Qin swept out with a palm. Between the heaven and earth, the wind howled and the cranes howled, everything submitted. This was the Tao. His Tao didn't require divine force, it could form its own Tao. Now Jiang Qin finally understood why the Buddhist sect's master could break the no-beginning formation. It was because the Buddhist sect's Tao was the Tao of compassion and kindness. Their Tao was different from the great Tao of the world. It formed its own Tao and wasn't affected by the no-beginning formation. Therefore, the no-beginning formation couldn't trap the Buddhist sect's master. At this moment, Jiang Qin was filled with doubts. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person the Buddhist sect's master was. From now on, my Tao will be the heavenly Tao. Above all things, controlling the heavenly Tao. A ray of light appeared in Jiang Qin's heart. That ray of light was the Tao. It was illusory, yet it existed. It was the Tao that belonged to him. The corner of Jiang Qin's lips curled up. His Tao had finally become one after abandoning divine force. However, his Tao was too weak. It was just that his Tao was beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. What can this no-beginning formation do to me? Chapter 2359. The heavens and earth changed color, the clouds and the wind changed. A bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky. Jiang Qin wielded the heavenly dragon sword, holding the sun and moon in his hand. He swung his sword to resist the lightning, but his expression remained unchanged. The power of the lightning was completely assimilated by the dawn sky golden lightning. Jiang Qin stood proudly, his aura pierced through the galaxy, as if he was above everything. His eyes at this moment seemed to have traversed through the ages, sharp and filled with Tao essence. How is this possible? The young venerable's expression changed drastically, shock was written all over his face. He staggered backwards, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Wuxialover also stood silently behind Jiang Qin. At this moment, his silhouette was so majestic, radiant, filled with boundless Tao light, as if he was a divine will between the heavens and earth, turning into xuanhuan, invincible. Jiang Qin closed his eyes. The 108,000 formations at the moment when the no-beginning formation was broken, surged into Jiang Qin's mind. The 108,000 formations were the life's work of the master of the no-beginning formation, King Ban. He could be called the formation god because of this. The 108,000 formations gathered to form the strongest formation in the world, the no-beginning formation. The only thing that could break the formation was Tao essence, a Tao essence. Since the ancient times I, Reverend Mu Ling, have lived for millions of years. I never thought that I would encounter such a thing. Other than the Lord of the Buddhist region, there is actually a second person that can break the no-beginning formation. Aha, this is too shocking. Venerable, it seems like you have foreseen this long ago. 1,000,000 years of tribulation, becoming a Buddha or being annihilated, it only takes an instant. This child is definitely not an ordinary person. Reverend Wood Spirit's expression was solemn. He was even more clear on what kind of matter it was to break the no-beginning array formation. Back then, it had shocked the entire divine world and sealed the 8 god emperors. Not a single one of them could break through the no-beginning array formation. In the end, the master of the Buddhist region brazenly acted and broke it. In the divine world there was only one person who could do so. He had been instigating for more than 1,000,000 years but to no avail. He could only be crushed by the passage of time. However, he had never thought that the appearance of Jiang Qin would become his hope. A brat who hadn't even reached the heavenly god realm actually managed to break the no-beginning formation. This made Reverend Wood Spirit feel that it was a fantasy. However, the truth was that the no-beginning formation was broken by Jiang Qin. At that moment, the joy in the Wood Spirit's heart could be imagined. He cried tears of joy. Who could understand the loneliness and torment he had endured for over 1,000,000 years? Moreover, he had an undying and indestructible body, bearing the legacy of Bodhisattva. All the more he could not die. Not driving himself crazy in this no-beginning formation was already his limit. Venerated Wood Spirit slowly knelt down and kowtowed heavily 3 times to Jiang Qin, who was standing silently. His kindness was akin to giving him a new life. The Wood Spirit Venerable did not have the time to bid farewell to Jiang Qin and Wuxialover because he knew that Jiang Qin was in an extremely mysterious state. If he were to disturb him now, it would only hinder his future cultivation. The Wood Spirit Venerable's strength was also increasing at this moment. It was as if half of the divine origin energy of the entire hidden secret realm was gathering towards him. Come back, Wood Spirit Venerable. Ah, it's been more than 1,000,000 years. I'm finally out. The moment Shui Qianying turned her head, Reverend Wood Spirit had already stepped on the void and left, soaring up 90,000 miles. Such a terrifying expert. This young man. Wuxialover was slightly moved. This kind of expert made her feel suffocated. The strongest expert that she had ever seen was only a late heavenly god. It was rare to even see a divine king expert, let alone a hierarch expert. Not long ago, a hierarch expert was angered by her and she even quarreled with him. Wuxialover was a little scared when she thought about it. Fortunately, this fellow was not a petty person. Otherwise she would have been dead by now. What's that? Ren Yuanzi shouted with a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. They who were outside the hidden secret realm became extremely solemn. I don't know. It seems to be a person. Old Ancestor Di Long was also nervous. This aura was too terrifying, it made one's heart tremble. It's too fast. We can't see it clearly. Xin Qingming also shook his head. Undeniably, everyone outside the hidden secret realm was in awe. No one dared to be careless in front of such an expert. Could it be a peerless expert in the hidden secret realm? Even my old ancestor does not have such strength. Jiang Qingzi sighed. He looked nervous. This expert ignored the hidden secret realm and flew out directly. The entire ancient dragon city was in an uproar. Countless experts raised their heads in anticipation. However, this powerful figure disappeared into the horizon in a blink of an eye. I'm afraid it's a late divine king. Late divine king. I'm afraid it's more than that. Yeah. How long has it been since the ancient dragon city was this lively? I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the hidden secret realm this time. In the sky above the ancient dragon city, four extremely powerful figures appeared in the void. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness. They looked at the source of the figure. It was the twisted forest. They could not help but believe that the figure must have come out from the hidden secret realm. Dark clouds are rising. War is stirring up. Cold wind is blowing. Seems like the hidden secret realm is going to change the sky of the ancient dragon city. On this night, the entire ancient dragon city outside the hidden secret realm was awakened by this terrifying figure that made them shiver in fear. Jianghu stood alone in the middle of the bamboo forest. However, the current bamboo forest was no longer the thousand leaves purple bamboo forest where the rain drizzled and the bamboo shoots rose. The surroundings were a mess. They had returned to the barren and dilapidated thousand leaves purple bamboo forest. At that moment, Xianxia felt that the 1 month she spent in the no beginning formation was the most peaceful and carefree time she had ever had. At this moment, Jianghu was still standing there silently. Xianxia did not dare to disturb him because Jiangchu's condition was too mysterious. The moment the no beginning formation was broken, Jiangchu fell into a meditative state. 108,000 formations. Even Jiangchu did not expect that the no beginning formation was formed by 108,000 formations. Moreover, each of these formations represented the true mystery of the formation. Jiangchu looked at his dantian and 5 palaces to understand the formations in his mind. 108,000 formations. It was such a huge number and it was so difficult to carve them. Jiangchu was having a headache. However, he still memorized all 108,000 formations. 36,000 beginner formations, 36,000 intermediate formations, and 36,000 advanced formations. Every single formation seemed to be related. Otherwise, how could 108,000 formations form the no beginning formation? Chapter 2360. The moment Jiangchu broke the no beginning formation, he was destined to bear the 108,000 formations within the no beginning formation. Even Jiangchu himself did not expect that the Tao intent in his heart would be able to master these formations in such a short time. This was the inheritance of the formation god, the no beginning formation. It had not been broken for millions of years. It was just waiting for someone who could unveil its true face. Jiangchu gradually understood that under his Tao, there was no place for these 108,000 formations to hide. He could break the no beginning formation with his own Tao. Naturally, these scattered formations would not be a problem for him. Jiangchu's heart was filled with shock. These formations, even the primary formation, would cost tens of thousands of divine origin stones. It was really terrifying. Some of the high-level formation actually needed a primal origin treasure as the formation core, supported by countless heavenly divine tools and origin divine tools to form a peerless sword formation. It was really a big deal. When Jiangchu gathered his Tao intent, he felt that the divine origin force in his body had reached a critical point of balance. The number of dragon marks was also increasing crazily, as if he could break through to the mid-true god realm at any time. High-level formation, Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation. 1 Primal Origin Treasure, 18 Origin Divine Tools, 108 Heavenly Divine Tools. It can kill a divine emperor and repel a god emperor. Jiangchu's heart was in turmoil. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was so powerful, and it was not the only one. No wonder King Ba'an was so arrogant to be able to trap a god emperor with the no beginning formation. It was really shocking. Moreover, his strength was not that of a god emperor. Although I don't have so many origin divine tools and heavenly divine tools, I can forge some divine tools. With the heavenly dragon sword as the guide and the divine tool as the support, I wonder how powerful this sword formation will be. Jiangchu couldn't wait to see what would happen. He had already mastered the formation. Coincidentally, he had obtained the inheritance of the formation god, which was the legacy of the no beginning formation. Jiangchu was extremely excited deep down in his heart. This formation would definitely become one of his trump cards. Although he might not be able to achieve perfection in the formation, he would definitely be able to make this formation shine after obtaining the inheritance of the no beginning formation. Thank you. Jiangchu slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Xianxia. You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't broken the no beginning array, that place might have been our final resting place. After Yuki Chihin finished speaking, her face turned slightly red. Her words sounded a little ambiguous, so she immediately stopped talking. Isn't that also a choice made out of helplessness? If that's the case, perhaps I won't be unhappy, but I won't be reconciled. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Yuki Chihin did not speak. At the moment when Jiang Qin saw the entire 3 realms and 6 paths, she also saw a touch of deep love in Jiang Qin's eyes. He was carrying too many things on his shoulders. Perhaps she should not put too much pressure on him. If she really stayed in the no beginning array for the rest of her life, she might be happy. However, Jiang Qin could lock his body but not his heart. Yuki Chihin left without any warning, nor did she tell Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin was in the Zulong Tower, wholeheartedly refining the divine weapons. Jiang Qin clenched his hands, the meteor hammer and the storm hammer, and began to forge the divine weapons. Moreover, there were 108 divine weapons. This was not a small project. Jiang Qin used the falling meteorite that he obtained from Mount Qiling to forge the divine weapons, which was exactly what he wanted. Time passed by. Jiang Qin worked hard for 3 months. Under the quenching of the 5 elements true fire and the forging of the myriad chi cauldron, he finally completed 108 divine swords. Jiang Qin held the divine swords tightly, and his expression changed slightly. He gently stroked the swords. These 108 divine swords had all reached the level of the peak divine weapon. Although there was still a distance from the heavenly divine weapon, it was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, the material of the falling meteorite was quite good. If Jiang Qin's strength was enough, he could refine a heavenly divine weapon. It was a pity that the material of the falling meteorite was not enough for him to refine 108 peak divine weapons. However, these peak divine weapons, together with the little azure formation of the sky dragon sword, would definitely be extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin held the divine swords in his hand, and his domineering aura shot up to the sky. Now he really dared to compete with the heavens. 3 months had passed in the Zulong Tower, but it was only 3 days in the outside world. When Jiang Qin jumped out of the Zulong Tower again, he saw Li Zongheng for the first time. It seems that you have finally shown up, Li Zongheng said faintly. His hair was a little messy and his expression was cold, but he was still very arrogant and domineering. So what? Jiang Qin looked straight at Li Zongheng and said to Lung Lung. Although you saved me, we still have to settle the score between us. However, you only saved yourself. At this time, even I have to admire you for being able to break the legendary no beginning formation. It's really impressive. Actually, I, Li Zongheng, am not an unreasonable person. Hand over all your treasures and maybe I can let you go. After all, you are half my benefactor. Li Zongheng smiled and looked at Jiang Qin with interest. The treasures on this guy are too tempting. I have to do this. Otherwise, if I fall into the hands of the 3 grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? You're a good person. It's a pity that I, Jiang Qin, will never do such a thing. If you want to let me go, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to let you go. Jiang Qin's voice gradually became cold. His eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at Li Zongheng. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I can't do anything to you in the formation, but now, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You want to escape from me? You're dreaming. Since you want to meet the King of Hell, I have to fulfill your wish. This is my way of repaying you. Li Zongheng took a step forward. His aura was like that of a tiger. His overbearing aura pressed down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression became extremely solemn. This guy is really not easy to deal with. I haven't had a good fight with him yet. Today I shall have a good fight with him. Otherwise I will be hunted down by him. Do it. It's useless to talk more. If you can kill me, you will get what you want. Jiang Qin said. That's what I was thinking. Why would I need a butcher's knife to kill you? Aha, die now, Jiang Qin. You reap what you sow. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I would have committed suicide by now because I couldn't stand the loneliness and helplessness. However, at the moment when I was in despair, you gave me hope. So, feel my despair, that's what you should feel. Nobody can stop me from moving forward, not even the heavens. Chapter 2361. Jiang Qin faced Li Zongheng head-on. At this moment he unleashed the dragon transformation. Facing Li Zongheng's attack, Jiang Qin did not fall into a disadvantageous position. His heavenly dragon sword and Li Zongheng's battle halberd clashed one after another. Li Zongheng was filled with killing intent, he did not give Jiang Chen any chance at all, because he must obtain the treasure in Jiang Chen's hands. Then he would not have to worry about facing the Clear Stream sect's third Grand Guardian. Your end is nigh. Li Zongheng's battle halberd soared into the sky. However, Jiang Chen did not show any signs of weakness as he unleashed the Great Void Technique and Great Sky Secret Art at the same time. Even Li Zongheng, a half-step true god, could not defeat Jiang Chen in a short period of time. Whether it was the Great Void Technique or the Great Sky Secret Art, they were both supreme techniques. Li Zongheng's opportunity was seized by Jiang Chen. However, Li Zongheng was a half-step heavenly god expert after all. Jiang Chen could only take one step at a time, constantly looking for opportunities. Using the Great Sky Secret Art, Li Zongheng could not find any trace of Jiang Chen at all. He was in an invincible position. The Heavenly Dragon Sword and Li Zongheng's battle halberd clashed again and again. No one could gain the upper hand. However, Jiang Chen's Great Sky Secret Art made Li Zongheng feel helpless. Previously, when Li Zongheng wanted to catch Jiang Chen's Great Sky Secret Art made him flee for thousands of miles. In the end, he accidentally entered the no beginning formation. Jiang Chen's Great Sky Secret Art was unleashed to the maximum. He constantly changed his position, giving Li Zongheng a terrifying killing intent. If this continued, Li Zongheng would be overwhelmed. Moreover, Jiang Chen's Great Sky Secret Art could appear at any time. It would be extremely difficult for him to catch Jiang Chen. You are not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen sneered and unleashed his Sword of Solitude. The Sword of Solitude pierced through the sky and fell upon Li Zongheng. Li Zongheng kept attacking with his halberd but was still pushed back by Jiang Chen's Sword of Solitude. 12 Fire God Guards. Jiang Chen roared. The 12 Fire God Guards immediately surrounded Li Zongheng. The strength of the 12 Fire God Guards had already reached the peak mid-true god realm. Moreover, their strength was extremely terrifying as they were constantly improving. The 5 elements true fire had nurtured the 12 Fire God Guards, making them even stronger than Jiang Chen. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and became dignified when he saw the 12 Fire God Guards. Jiang Chen was already invincible when he fought against Li Zongheng alone. Now that the 12 Fire God Guards came out, it seemed that Li Zongheng had to go all out. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to fight against Jiang Chen. Great Heaven Fortune Palm. Li Zongheng's palms were like the wind, continuously striking out 3 palms. Jiang Chen blocked them with his sword and retreated 100 meters. However, he managed to stabilize himself. Even if the Great Heaven Fortune Palm landed on him, that kind of destructive power was not enough to defeat Jiang Chen. The profound heavenly armor was enough to withstand such a terrifying attack. You want to fight against me with just a few flaming puppets? What a fool's dream. Li Zongheng sneered. He obviously did not put the 12 Fire God Guards in his eyes. You won't understand if you don't try, Jiang Chen said faintly. Under the joint attack of the 12 Fire God Guards, even Li Zongheng, who was a half-step heavenly god, was in a panic. He finally knew that he could not underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. Under the joint attack of the 12 Fire God Guards, their strength was not any weaker than his. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still casting the Great Void Technique to keep an eye on Li Zongheng. Damned fella. Li Zongheng gritted his teeth, feeling extremely depressed. He did not have any chance to counterattack against the 12 flaming puppets. This time, Jiang Chen finally started his attack. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen struck out a seal, causing the sky and earth to spin. Li Zongheng quickly dodged to the side and fought with the 12 Fire God Guards. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was just watching from the sidelines. 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen was exuding killing intent. If he did not kill Li Zongheng would find a way to get rid of him. This was a game where one had to die. The competition was extremely fierce and cruel. Even Li Zongheng could only avoid the attacks of the seals. However, he was still hit by the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The fire dragon devoured the heavens and earth, wreaking havoc in the void. The 12 Fire God Guards also cooperated perfectly, leaving Li Zongheng no chance to fight back. You forced me to do this. This was originally prepared for Xuanhuan Kanglin. But now you have completely infuriated me. Li Zongheng held the halberd and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he swept the halberd across. Horn Dragon Halberd, peerless, nirvana of life and death, 1,000 ghosts devouring soul. The Horn Dragon combat halberd in Li Zongheng's hand exploded in an instant. Thousands of ghosts were devouring the soul. It was truly terrifying. Thousands of ghosts were wailing and howling, wreaking havoc in the air. Their harsh cries alone were enough to make people feel uneasy. They were like fierce tigers coming down from the mountains rushing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed as he felt the trembling from the depths of his soul. Even a half-step heavenly god might not dare to face my thousand ghosts devouring soul head-on. My horned dragon halberd is stained with blood. Every life will turn into a ghost and become a part of my thousand ghosts devouring soul. Let's see how long you can last. They will tear your soul apart. Ah. Li Zongheng laughed arrogantly. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even Xuanhuan Kanglin might not be able to stop his thousand ghosts devouring soul. Moreover, the thousand ghosts devouring soul was all-pervasive. As long as there was an opportunity, they would be able to devour one's soul. The horned dragon halberd continued to attack. The 12 fire god guards were not affected because they were puppets. However, Jiang Chen bore the brunt of the attack. The thousand ghosts devouring soul was like wailing ghosts and howling wolves, crushing towards him. As expected of the Ghost Eye sect's peerless genius. It's a pity that you have to face me. Jiang Chen remained calm and collected. Even in the face of the thousand ghosts devouring soul, he did not flinch and faced it head-on. Looks like you really think too highly of yourself. Even if you try your best, you won't be able to withstand my thousand ghosts devouring soul. Wreak havoc, tear his soul apart. Chapter 2362. Motherfucker. Even if it's the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul, you still have to bow down to me. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and the flag fluttered in the wind. As he waved the flag, the wind howled, the cranes cried, and the grass and trees were all treated as soldiers. Even the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul became hesitant at this moment. The divine burying flag was waved by Jiang Chen. Tens of thousands of ghosts rushed forward one after another. However, all of them were captured by the divine burying flag. They were either annihilated or kept into the divine burying flag. Countless ghosts screamed and lost their initiative. Under the divine burying flag, the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul became the 10,000 ghosts roar and 10,000 ghosts escape. No, this is impossible. Divine burying flag, how can you have the divine burying flag? Even the sect lord of my Ghost Eye sect only has a broken divine burying flag. Li Zongheng's expression changed. Others might not know about it, but the people of the Ghost Eye sect were very familiar with the divine burying flag. Moreover, the might of the divine burying flag made the 9 nether malicious ghosts unable to hide. The divine burying flag was a sacrificial flag passed down from ancient times. It was a rare existence in the entire divine world. Although it was only a heavenly divine tool, even a origin divine tool might not be as valuable as the divine burying flag. Li Zongheng was shocked. Jiang Chen had a lot of treasures in his hands. Just the divine burying flag alone was enough to make Li Zongheng yearn for it. If he could get his hands on the divine burying flag, his strength would definitely rise to the next level, like adding wings to a tiger. The 10,000 ghosts devouring soul had now become the 10,000 ghosts escape. Li Zongheng's expression changed a few times. His strongest move had become a joke in front of Jiang Chen. The might of the divine burying flag was something that even he had to retreat from. Jiang Chen did not make a move, but once he made a move, it shocked everyone. Divine burying flag, I must get my hands on the divine burying flag. Li Zongheng looked at the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hand with a ferocious and covetous look in his eyes. It was as if he was a pervert who had seen a beautiful lady. One could imagine the temptation. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and swept it out. Gusts of chilly wind rose one after another and the wind was like a blade. Li Zongheng had no choice but to give up the offensive and switch to a defensive stance. He retreated step by step and did not have any chance to attack Jiang Chen again. The 12 fire god guards also blocked his way of retreat. At this moment, Li Zongheng had nowhere to hide. Ghost Eye Vermilion Net Array. Li Zongheng looked serious. Now he could only rely on the Ghost Eye sect's formation and Li Zongheng's strength to defeat Jiang Chen. Li Zongheng did not dare to be negligent. As the most powerful genius of Ghost Eye sect and a master of formation, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with Jiang Chen. The Ghost Eye Vermilion Net Array trapped Jiang Chen in it. 16 ghost shadows were distributed in all directions and locked Jiang Chen tightly. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly and his expression changed. He retreated in order to advance. Since Li Zongheng wanted to use the formation to deal with him, he could only try and see whose formation was better. I wonder what kind of effect it will have if I use the formation on the 12 fire god guards? Jiang Qin suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. The formation of the 12 people was as many as the hair on a cow. However, Jiang Qin could only activate the primary formation at most. For example, the little Ashura sword formation was just a smaller version of the ghost prison Ashura sword formation. If he really controlled so many primordial divine tools and heavenly divine tools, Jiang Qin would probably be exhausted to death and he would not be able to use the formation. In the end he would be playing himself to death. Surging wave earth spirit formation, that's it. Jiang Qin directly controlled the 12 fire god guards and assigned the surging wave earth spirit formation to the fire god guards. The formation changed and became a big killing formation formed by the 12 people. I didn't expect you to know formation. That's right, if you don't know formation, how could you break the no beginning formation? However, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Luck played a big part in it. Li Zongheng sneered at Jiang Qin. However, when his ghost eye vermilion formation went against Jiang Qin's surging wave earth spirit formation, he knew that his formation might be inferior. Moreover, Jiang Qin directly controlled the 12 fire god guards to fight. The 12 fire god guards had already forced him into an extremely difficult situation. Now, with the help of the surging wave earth spirit formation, Li Zongheng already felt that he was stretched and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. The formation of the 12 fire god guards was quite terrifying and it was done with ease. At the moment when Jiang Qin instilled the formation into the puppet bodies of the 12 fire god guards, they had already understood it. Although they were puppets, they had already developed a puppet spirit. Although they could not think independently, they were able to deal with the instinctive changes of the formation that Jiang Qin had instilled into their bodies with ease. Damn it! How could this guy be so powerful? Could it be that he also has exceptional talent in the field of formations? Before Li Zongheng's voice died away, he was repelled by Jiang Qin's 12 fire god guards. Moreover, this terrifying formation gave him a headache. The ghost eye vermilion formation was almost useless in front of the surging wave earth spirit formation. In less than 10 moves, it was completely broken. Li Zongheng was severely injured. At this moment, his face was like a pig's liver. He retreated step by step. He had lost to Jiang Qin and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, it was already difficult for him to kill Jiang Qin. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin easily repelled him with the help of the 12 fire god guards in the formation. Even Jiang Qin did not expect that the surging wave earth spirit formation could not be underestimated under the cooperation of the 12 fire god guards. At this moment, the 12 fire god guards could completely crush a half-step heavenly god realm expert. Moreover, there was more than one formation that was suitable for them. I'm afraid it's not that easy to leave now. Jiang Qin sneered. He raised his heavenly dragon sword and chased after Li Zongheng. Chapter 2363. This is great. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Zhang, we finally found our team after seeing you guys. Pan Hong said excitedly. The three of them were still relatively weak. Now that they saw Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the others, they finally found their backbone. No one knew how many people had died along the way. Currently, everyone's heart was filled with a depressing feeling. Pan Hong was the same. The people of Profound Feng sect were dying one after another without any signs. From the moment they entered this place, they were destined to face death. The number of people who died far exceeded the number of people who survived in the hidden secret realm. It didn't matter if you were a prodigy of a sect or the son of a sect lord. As long as you entered the hidden secret realm, you would enter the hell of death. If you want to live, you have to become stronger and kill more people. Pan Hong, Yang Jian and the others knew that their strength was only average. It was all luck that they could survive. Not to mention the top 3 sects, even Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were extremely powerful in their eyes. If they met such an opponent, they could only wait to be captured. No one was willing to be a burden to others, but Pan Hong and the others knew very well that they would die faster if they didn't form a group. This was a dog-eat-dog world. In order to save them, Jiang Qin had risked his life and death. How could they not feel uneasy and guilty at the same time? The appearance of Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the others gave them a boost of confidence. Lu Quanchao and the others felt the same. They were all from the 4 great sects after all. No one would go overboard. Moreover, Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei were also carrying a heavy responsibility. If they could help them, they would do their best to help. What happened before was our fault. At that time, our souls were controlled by Ghost Eye Sect's Li Yan. That's why we did such a despicable thing. Senior brothers, please don't be offended. Yang Jian apologized to all of you. As Yang Jian spoke, he bowed deeply with a solemn expression on his face. Ghost Eye Sect Li Yan. He's indeed a powerful person. Don't blame us for not knowing him. Get up. I did not expect this to be so dramatic. Lu Quanchao said with a bitter smile. Pan Hong and Lung Lingyi wore ashamed looks too, but Zhang Lei and the others did not continue to speak. Where's Jiang Qin? How can I trust you now? Exquisite Lung Lung said. It was obvious that she was still angry about what had happened and was still brooding over it. We were indeed under Li Yan's sole control. In order to save us, Jiang Chen's life and death are still unknown. Yang Jin's words caused Lu Quanchao and the rest to hold their breaths. What? Life and death unknown? Man Shuai's expression changed drastically. I think that Jiang Chen will definitely be able to turn this crisis into safety. Although his strength may not be the strongest, no one has been able to break his wings. At least I haven't met anyone who can. Lu Quanchao pondered for a moment and said with certainty. I hope so. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. Are there only 3 of you left? Lu Quanchao looked at Yang Jian and the others and asked. Divine Spear Sect Lung Lingyi. Lung Lingyi cupped his fists and said. He was very happy to be able to meet up with Lu Quanchao and the others. After all, there was strength in numbers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive in the hidden secret realm with just the 3 of them. Divine Spear Sect Lung Lingyi. I've heard of you before. Nice to meet you. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Are you guys going to the earthly Hades sacred mountain too? Pan Hong said. Yes, you guys too? Looks like it's a coincidence. Jianghu said as he looked at the majestic yellow mountain far away. He nodded and looked solemn. I'm afraid that the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain will not be easy to obtain. There should be many beasts eyeing this place and they should be powerful heavenly god realm beasts. Yang Jian nodded and said. How do you know? Zhang Lei asked. Because the earthly Hades sacred mountain is a place where demons run wild. Previously we were chased by an infernal evil dragon and we almost died. Moreover, we met a terrifying divine pangolin which is also a heavenly god realm demonic beast. They said that these 2 demonic beasts have a share of spiritual spring water in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. In other words, these 2 demonic beasts will come back. Not only that, there will be other demonic beasts coming back. Yang Jian said with a gloomy face. At this moment their hope was getting slimmer. Heavenly god realm beasts, how powerful were they? If the infernal evil dragon was not injured, they would not have been able to escape. Even so, they did not rely on their own strength to escape. Therefore, Yang Jian and the others did not know about the infernal evil dragon and the heavenly god realm beasts. According to what you've said, we've come to the earthly Hades sacred mountain for nothing. Not only will we not get the spiritual spring water, we might even die here. Zhang Lei said. He was extremely afraid of the heavenly god realm beast. If the heavenly god realm beasts were to appear now, all of them would not be able to survive. Not necessarily. We can continue to make friends with some human experts and form an alliance. In that case, we might have a chance of winning against those heavenly god realm experts. Lung Lingyi pondered for a while and said, You're right. We can make friends with some human experts. In that case, we'll have a foothold here and we won't be killed by those beasts. Only the truly strong can stand proudly and ignore those demonic beasts. Lu Quanchao said seriously. You're indeed an expert from Heavenly Star Sect. Well said, count me in. I'm Wu Qianxuan from Wui Sect. This is my brother Wu Tingho. A hardy man in azure robes walked over with a hearty laugh. His steps were like the wind. Surprisingly, no one present had noticed the other's presence. This was truly shocking. Lu Quanchao silently nodded. Greetings, Lu Quanchao from Heavenly Star Sect. Senior brother Lu is a dragon among men. His name is like a thunderclap piercing my ears. Now that we are fated to meet, it can be considered a wonderful thing for us to form an alliance. In the past, I've never heard of any human expert taking the spiritual spring water from the earthly Hades sacred mountain. I'm afraid it's been more than 10,000 years. Wu Tingho, who was 9 feet tall and wore a blue robe, said solemnly. Brother Wu is right. I'm afraid it's been more than 10,000 years since someone mentioned that there's a spiritual spring water in the ancient dragon city. Zhang Lei said with a smile. Now that we've formed an alliance, we'll definitely be famous in the Linhe boundary and the ancient dragon city. Chapter 2364. It's really a gathering of heroes. I never thought that this place would be so lively. It really makes me happy. A handsome young man slowly walked over with a folding fan in his hand. One word Fengyun Hall Yang Mingqing. Lu Quanchao said. Rumor has it that this guy has been hiding his strength. This time he entered the hidden secret realm just to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He has overcome all the obstacles along the way. He is a rare genius disciple of the one-word Fengyun Hall. His strength has already reached the half-step heavenly god realm. He is not any weaker than the experts of the 3 sections. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. He had only heard it from others, but this kind of news shouldn't be fake. Otherwise, how could Yang Mingqing be so arrogant and insufferably arrogant? Let me lead you guys. What do you think? Yang Mingqing looked down at everyone and said faintly. Our temple is small, we can't afford to raise a big Buddha like Brother Yang. Wu Qianxuan sneered. Looks like I'm not welcome here? One word Fengyun Hall was one of the top 10 sects 1,000 years ago. I never thought that you guys would look down on us. Today I will represent one word Fengyun Hall to give you guys a piece of advice. Those who follow me will prosper, or those who oppose me will perish. Those who stand in my way will not have a good ending. Wu Yi sect is not afraid of you. I don't think anyone here is willing to live under someone else's roof. So, I think Brother Yang should find another place to go. Wu Qianxuan said coldly. He did not give Yang Mingqing any face. Indeed, they might not be afraid of this half-step heavenly god realm guy. Interesting. Could it be that you want to fight again? Yang Mingqing squinted his eyes. The mightiness of a half-step heavenly god realm was revealed. His overbearing aura made everyone fearful. It's getting more and more lively. Looks like I'm not late. Ah. A hearty laughter reverberated in the void. A black figure stood proudly. Overlord Sect Su Jin. Lu Quanchao said. Su Jin's strength had also reached the half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment there were many half-step heavenly god realm experts. Long time no see, Lu Quanchao. I don't believe that you're still at the peak of the late true god realm. Sometimes if you want to hide your strength you need to see who your opponent is. Su Jin obviously knew Lu Quanchao very well, so he wasn't vague about Lu Quanchao at all. What are you saying? How could we dare offend Brother Su's dignity? Ah. Half-step heavenly god realm. Looks like you guys are getting stronger and stronger. I'm the only one who has fallen behind. Lu Quanchao smiled and shook his head. How pretentious. Tell me, where is Jiangchen? Su Jin shouted in a deep voice. His voice traveled 1,000 miles and was extremely domineering. What? Did Jiangchen offend Brother Su? Bullshit, he killed my junior brother Zhu Mingyang. Today I must vent my anger on him. Su Jin was enraged and his aura soared to the clouds. Jiangchen is not here. Your brother died in Jiangchen's hands. I guess it's because he's not as strong as Jiangchen, right? He's killed because he's not strong enough. Looks like he can only let his senior brother take revenge. Such a trash. Even if he didn't die in Jiangchen's hands, I'm afraid he won't be able to live long in the hidden secret realm. Lu Quanchao smiled, which made Su Jin's face turn ugly. You're courting death. Let's see how long you're going to hide your strength. Su Jin took a step forward and attacked Lu Quanchao with his palm. A terrifying aura swept across the sky. Lu Quanchao was calm and steady as he clashed with Su Jin's palm. Both of them took 3 steps back. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Even Zhang Lei, Yang Jian and the others were shocked. Sure enough, senior brother Lu has been hiding his strength. No wonder he was so confident and unafraid of death. Zhang Lei said with a complicated expression. Lu Quanchao hiding his strength was undoubtedly a bargaining chip for them. However, he could not feel happy about it. Senior brother Lu has also reached the half-step heavenly god realm. Congratulations. That's right. Our safety is finally guaranteed this time. It's all because we're not as strong as him. So, if we're as strong as senior brother Lu, who would dare to act rashly? Su Jin squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Quanchao. Just as I expected, I knew it. You wouldn't be so useless. But I must kill Jiangchen. Whoever dares to stop me, I will not let it go. Anytime. Jiangchen is our heaven, earth, profound and yellow sect's hero. If you want to kill Jiangchen, you have to ask them first. Lu Quanchao was calm and fearless. Even Yang Mingqing and the Wu brothers dared not underestimate Lu Quanchao. Half-step heavenly god realm was considered as the strongest among them. Even the experts from the 3 sects, Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect were not as strong as him. But coincidentally, the people from the 3 great sects did not appear here at all. You should worry about yourselves first. The earthly Hades sacred mountain is not a place that anyone can come to. Rumor has it that even the ancient dragon city had not obtained the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain for tens of thousands of years. In other words, everyone who came here in the past was buried here. Weaklings like you want to come here and get a piece of the pie? I'm looking forward to it, Su Jin said disdainfully. Although Lu Chuanchao's strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm, the strength of the people behind him was extremely pitiful. Without reaching the half-step heavenly god realm, entering the earthly Hades sacred mountain was basically courting death. Because there were not only heavenly god realm beasts in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. There were countless dangers there. Some of them died before they could even reach the sacred spring of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. You don't have to worry about that, Lu Quanchao said with a cold smile. Brother Su, why don't we join hands? Something big is going to happen. Yang Mingqing looked at Su Jin and offered him an olive branch. After all, it was unrealistic to fight alone in this place. Although he might not be able to find an ally who would risk his life for him, it would save him a lot of trouble. That's what I'm thinking. I'm afraid some people will shoot themselves in the foot. Let's wait and see. I've been drooling over the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain for a long time. Su Jin and Yang Mingqing hit it off immediately. The two of them laughed and entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain hand in hand. Senior brother Lu, we will take you as our leader. This time, even if we can't get the spiritual spring water, we will have no regrets. Our priority will be to gain experience. Good things like this will naturally belong to those who are capable. Chapter 2365. All right. Lu Quanchao agreed. The Wu brothers also faintly smiled. Being able to form an alliance with everyone was better than having another enemy. However, Yang Mingqing and Su Jin were not to be underestimated. If the two of them joined hands, even with so many of them, they might not be able to gain the slightest advantage. As far as we know, there are only 9 portions of spiritual spring water in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Those who are qualified to obtain the spiritual spring water are all real heavenly god realm beasts. There are quite a number of heavenly god realm beasts in the hidden secret realm. The battle for the spiritual spring water in the earthly Hades sacred mountain will not only be between humans, the beasts will probably take up a large portion of the battle. By then, our situation will be even more dangerous. After all, it's like snatching food from the tiger's mouth. We must not let our guard down. Wu Qinshuan said in a deep voice. Obviously, he knew about the earthly Hades sacred mountain very well. He said this not to discourage his own people, but because the danger level of this place was extremely high. Once the heavenly god realm beasts fought, no ordinary people would be able to withstand it. If that's the case, our situation this time will be even more dangerous. Yang Jian nodded and said, riches come from danger. Otherwise, wouldn't our purpose of coming here become deserters? Lung Lingyi smiled indifferently. He was fearless. After all, he was the only one left in the Divine Spear sect. You're right. There will definitely be danger. Since when has it been safe in the hidden secret realm? We might die if there's a slight mistake. We can only pray for our own good luck. An expert does not grow up in a greenhouse. We need to go through trials and tribulations. As for who can laugh till the end, it depends on his luck and strength. Zhang Lei said. Then what else do we have to worry about? Since it has come to this, we have to enter the earthly Hades sacred mountain no matter what. Ah. Lu Quanchao laughed and led the way to the earthly Hades sacred mountain with the Wu brothers. Of course, no one knew what kind of terrifying existence was waiting for them. Perhaps it would be a demonic beast or a natural disaster. The earthly Hades sacred mountain was 1,000 miles of yellow soil. The high slopes were endless and it was difficult to see the end of it. There was only one kind of plant on the earthly Hades sacred mountain, and that was the 10,000-year pine. There wasn't even any grass. The 10,000-year pine could be seen all over the mountain. Moreover, the earthly Hades sacred mountain was abnormally cold. Only the 10,000-year pine, which didn't have any harsh requirements for the environment, could live here for a long time. Some of the 10,000-year pines that were hundreds of meters tall had millions of years of history. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They did not know where this chill came from, but they could still bear it. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. The 9 dragon caves of the earthly Hades sacred mountain were bustling with noise. There were more than 20 heavenly god realm beasts gathered here. Such terrifying combat strength was enough to sweep across the entire hidden secret realm. No one had expected that the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain would be so attractive. Almost all of the high-grade beasts in the heavenly god realm were attracted. When Yang Mingqing and Su Jin saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. In the 9 dragon caves, each cave could only accommodate 1 beast. Moreover, each person could only get a small portion of the spiritual spring water. Now that more than 20 heavenly god realm beasts had gathered here, a great battle was inevitable. More than 20 heavenly god realm beasts either formed groups of 3 to 5 or fought against each other. They directly occupied the 9 dragon caves. The 9 dragon caves were the place where they could obtain the spiritual spring water directly. None of the demonic beasts were willing to let go of such an opportunity because the spiritual spring water could help them transform their bodies and improve their cultivation. This was the most tempting thing in the entire barren hidden secret realm. It was also the most direct and indirect thing for them. The leader of the beasts was a 10 zhang tall beast with a single horn on his head. He looked at all the heavenly god realm beasts and said faintly, "Today I, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, will say something fair on behalf of everyone. Good things naturally belong to those who are capable. Whoever can stand on the 6 dragon caves will be able to obtain the spiritual spring water. Of course, if anyone wants to challenge me, I will not have any objection. As long as you are strong enough, I will not have any complaints. What do you say, old pangolin?" The single-horned spirit rhinoceros looked at the divine pangolin. The divine pangolin was like a mountain. He lay there, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I want 2 portions of this year's spiritual spring water." The entire group of beasts was in an uproar. Even the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was slightly stunned. "Old pangolin, what do you mean by this?" The infernal evil dragon said that he will give me his share. If you have any objection, you can go and find him. In short, I'm going to take his share. The divine pangolin said firmly. "The boss is still not here yet. So, you want to be the boss?" The single-horned spirit rhinoceros sneered. "Of course, I don't have the ability to be the boss. But the second position is not for you, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros." The divine pangolin said faintly. The entire group of heavenly god realm beasts were at each other's throats. Each of the beasts was extremely ferocious in order to fight for the spiritual spring water. It was necessary for them to fight. No one dared to fight for the first position because the boss was too strong. No one dared to challenge him for tens of thousands of years. The divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros did not give in to each other. Both of them had reached the peak of early heavenly god realm. As for the others, they were all early heavenly god realm experts. The infernal evil dragon was just lucky last time. He only got 1 position. Does he really think that he can be the champion this year? Or are you arrogant and think that you are more powerful than the boss? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said. "I did not say that. But if anyone wants to fight with me, don't blame me for being rude." The divine pangolin said firmly. In this way, 4 portions of the spiritual spring water had already been occupied. There were only 5 portions left and there were more than 20 heavenly god realm beasts eyeing it. "Old pangolin, you fella. I was threatened in your territory and I had to leave. You did not help me. Now you want to take my spiritual spring water. Don't even think about it." Chapter 2366. Hee, this time, I'm afraid you won't get a second share of the spiritual spring water. Looks like the infernal evil dragon did not give you face. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said faintly. However, the divine pangolin was furious. This fella did not keep his promise. "You dare to go back on your words?" The divine pangolin roared. "You're the one who went back on your words. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I'm going to get the spiritual spring water." The infernal evil dragon sneered. "That's enough. Since the infernal evil dragons are here, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. Let's see if you can get the first place in the 6 dragon caves." As soon as the single-horned spirit rhinoceros finished his words, the entire 9 dragon cave was in chaos. Because no one wanted to give up. This battle was inevitable. The battle was about to start. Same old rules. Whoever stands till the end will be the winner. Although the divine pangolin was angry, he was still very fair. Now that the infernal evil dragon had appeared, he didn't continue to pester him. After all, the spiritual spring water was extremely important. He wouldn't let the infernal evil dragon off just because of his personal grudge. "Looks like we'll be able to witness a real battle between heavenly gods this time," Su Jin said with a deep voice. It was basically impossible for them to participate in the battle between the heavenly god realm beasts. Therefore they could only wait for an opportunity. If that was the case, as long as the other party could obtain the spiritual spring water, It would be perfect for them to kill those heavenly god realm beasts that were at the end of their road. From afar, Lu Quanchao and the others had also entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Looking at the over 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts, everyone felt like there was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. This kind of pressure came from the depths of their hearts because these heavenly god realm demonic beasts were too powerful. None of them were a match for them. They could only wait and see. The Nine-Dragon Cave was bound to be a bloody battle. This is the real feast of gluttony, Lu Quanchao said solemnly. His eyes were filled with envy. When would he be able to step into the heavenly god realm? Once his divine spark was formed, it would be the difference between a mortal and a god. Half-step heavenly god realm was still a distance away from the heavenly god realm. That's right. This is a true gluttonous feast. This battle will definitely change the heavens and earth, and the winds and clouds will change. Wu Qianxuan pondered silently. At this moment they could only choose to wait quietly. Only by doing so could they catch them off guard and obtain a chance. If they were to fight the heavenly god realm demonic beasts head-on, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. This time it's really exciting. These heavenly god realm beasts are too strong. Man Shui was also extremely excited. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The battle in the Nine-Dragon Caves would only happen when the beasts were badly injured. Even if they managed to obtain the spiritual spring water, they would still be heavily injured. That would be the best time for them to act. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yang Mingqing and Su Jin were the same, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Let's see who dares to compete with us three brothers today. A giant python rose up, followed by two other pythons. If Jiang Qin or Tang Jin were here, they would definitely recognize them. They were the three giant pythons that were dragged out from the riverbed. A terrifying aura swept across the area. All the heavenly god realm beasts chose to remain silent at this moment. After all, the three brothers only wanted one share. If you dare to come, the three brothers would beat you up. Was a good deal. No one wanted to provoke these three fellas. Coincidentally, we, the golden-winged marten brothers, also want one share of the Nine-Dragon Caves. Two celestial martens with golden wings on their backs took a step forward and stood in front of the three giant pythons. Akiji, Qinglu, Qingfang, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to defeat us without fighting. Motherfucker, looks like you're still brooding over the death of your dead brother. But you two better think it through. There's no turning back now. If you're fighting against other beasts, you might have a chance to survive. But it won't be easy for you to stand out against us three brothers. The eldest brother, Akiji, said in disdain. Every debt has its debtor. We're here for you three brothers. Today you're not afraid of death. You'll have to fight even if you don't want to. The golden-winged marten said proudly. They did not want to be entangled with the three giant pythons any longer. They were determined to fight against the three giant pythons and settle all their grudges. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let the two of you gather with your brother in the underground, Akiji said with a smile. However, this battle was indeed going to be a tough one. These two fellows weren't ordinary people. It wouldn't be easy for Akiji and the other two to win this battle. These heavenly god realm demonic beasts were also demonic beasts. After they had made up their minds, they were much more stubborn than humans. Moreover, this battle was a battle of life and death. Many of these demonic beasts were fighting for life and death. Not long after, the heavenly god realm demonic beasts began to compete against each other. The real battle between the strong had just begun. The competition for the 6 dragon caves was like a raging fire. No one wanted to miss the spiritual spring water. Once they missed it, it would be 100 years later. Moreover, after 100 years, the demonic beasts that had been purified by the spiritual spring water would be much stronger than those demonic beasts. At that time they would be left in the dust. Therefore each of the demonic beasts gave it their all. The intensity of the battle was terrifying because they knew that if they were to slack off, they would only become a stepping stone for others. Although these demonic beasts seemed to be living in harmony with each other, it would be a battle of life and death when it came to their own interests. In the hidden secret realm where resources were scarce, the spiritual spring water became the most important thing for them. They cultivated hard and finally completed their transformation. What they needed was the spiritual spring water. In the entire hidden secret realm, the spiritual spring water was considered as a real treasure. To humans or beasts, this place was a must fight for it. Chapter 2367. Heavenly God Realm experts could not enter the hidden secret realm, but it was different for the beasts that lived in the hidden secret realm. Their strength was getting stronger and stronger, but none of them managed to break through to the Divine King realm. This was the most puzzling existence in the past millions of years. Because of this, the strongest beasts here were only at the late heavenly god realm. However, a late heavenly god realm expert was already powerful enough to stand above the rest. No human could fight against them. The divine pangolin, single-horned spirit rhinoceros, golden-winged marten, blue-flower giant python, flying mantis, six-legged divine elephant. Each of the terrifying heavenly god realm beasts were like immortals, invincible. The battle was intense, the mountains collapsed, the ground sank, the rivers and seas roared, the wind and thunder rumbled, the scene was dazzling and deafening. One by one the heavenly god realm demonic beasts fell to the ground. The victors were also covered in wounds. One by one the heavenly god realm demonic beasts fell to the ground and stood up one by one. They only had one choice: grow stronger or die. Once their strength was continuously weakened, there would only be one ending. Even Su Jin and Yang Mingqing held their breaths looking at the tragic scene. The heavenly god realm beasts were defeated one by one, and the victors were bound to suffer losses as they were all early heavenly god realm beasts. For example, the divine pangolin and single-horned spirit rhinoceros could already stand out when they reached the peak of early heavenly god realm. It was not easy to become stronger in the hidden secret realm that was lacking in resources. Every heavenly god realm beast that ascended the altar, countless corpses would be trampled under their feet. This is tragic. Lu Chuanchao's expression changed. In front of such a terrifying heavenly god realm beast, they might not even be able to stop one of them. This was the difference in strength. Every heavenly god realm beast was not easy to deal with. Their blood was dripping all over the nine-dragon cave of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Yeah, if this goes on, I'm afraid there won't be many heavenly god realm beasts left. Wu Qinshuan sighed and said, "Isn't this what we want? Otherwise, how many heavenly god realm demonic beasts can we deal with?" Wu Tingho sneered. He was used to seeing death and slaughter. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. But even so, the battle between the heavenly god realm demonic beasts was still terrifying. Everyone was watching the scene with great concentration. It was so horrifying and unbelievable. Fresh blood shot up into the sky like a flood. 100-meter blood pillar was shot up. In an instant, the heavenly god realm demonic beast fell down. The most terrifying thing was that the huge demonic beast was hundreds of feet tall. The moment it started to fight, the earth shook and the mountains shook. This kind of strange beast that was born from the heavens and earth had extraordinary strength. However, it was also filled with bloodthirst. No one could imagine how simple and violent their fighting style was. It was even more terrifying than the wrestling of humans. They knew that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They would not take action so easily. They must wait for these heavenly god realm beasts to get their hands on the spiritual spring water before they could take action. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin were sitting on the fishing platform. No one could challenge their authority. On the highest position, there was an empty seat, which was their leader's seat. The three azure flower giant pythons were fearless against the two golden-winged celestial martens. However, the azure flower giant pythons were stronger after all. The two golden-winged celestial martens were defeated by Akiji. Although his two younger brothers were injured to varying degrees, his strength was not affected at all. However, the price that they had to pay was also huge. However, with three green flower giant pythons joining hands, even the divine pangolin could resist a little, let alone the two gold-winged celestial martens. However, everyone understood that although they had killed the two gold-winged celestial martens, the green flower giant pythons did not dare to attack again. This spot was already their limit. If they were to attack again, it was very likely that someone would take advantage of it. At that time, even if they managed to defeat the demonic beasts, they would only end up being taken advantage of. It's a pity that the two golden-winged celestial martens still died in Akiji's hands. That fella is quite sharp. Perhaps he will be able to reach my level in a few thousand years. At that time, the three brothers will join hands and it won't be easy to deal with him. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said faintly with a gentle smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. On the other side, the infernal evil dragon's strength was also terrifying. Even though he had yet to recover from his injuries, he managed to defeat the two great demonic beasts and stabilize the situation. The infernal evil dragon's strength was also considered to be top-notch. However, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, no one would dare to challenge him. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Ultimately, he was still stronger. However, the price that he had to pay was extremely heavy. I suggest that our target is the infernal evil dragon. I swear that I'm not a human if I don't kill this demonic beast, Yang Jian said with a cold expression. At this moment, the infernal evil dragon was already an arrow at the end of its flight. This time, if they were to take action together, the infernal evil dragon would not be able to escape so easily. The spiritual spring water would naturally be within their reach. Alright. Even though the infernal evil dragon is powerful, his strength is greatly reduced now. Let's wait and see when he can get the spiritual spring water. Lu Quanchao nodded his head heavily. He knew the importance of the spiritual spring water. Hence, if he helped Yang Jian and the others to get the spiritual spring water, Lu Quanchao would not be calculative. At that time, the distribution of the spiritual spring water would be decided according to Lu Quanchao's opinion. Every man for himself. Lu Quanchao was their leader. It was natural for him to think for himself. This was the human heart. A selfless and selfless person did not exist. Moreover, there would be no conflict if there were no benefits. No one would want to fight each other. However, sometimes, it was necessary because it was a fact that could not be changed. In the end, there were only 8 heavenly god realm beasts left. The viridescent flower giant python, Akiji, and the other 2 occupied one dragon cave, while the other 5 occupied one dragon cave. The divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros occupied one dragon cave each. In the end, there was only one dragon cave left and no one dared to fight for it. When the earthly Hades sacred mountain opens, a drop of spiritual spring water is worth more than 10,000 gold. Lu Quanchao's eyes were filled with envy. The first dragon cave could almost contain a big bottle of spiritual spring water. The caves of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin could also contain a small bottle. The remaining 6 dragon caves could at most produce a dozen or more drops of spiritual spring water. Rumble. Chapter 2368. Every 100 years, the foothills of the earthly Hades sacred mountain would change. Once the earthly Hades sacred mountain cracked, spiritual spring water would flow out from the belly of the mountain. The spiritual spring water would also drip into the 9 dragon cave. Although it changed every 100 years, the spiritual spring water had never changed. The 9 dragon cave was born a long time ago. No one knew what kind of existence it was. Where's the source of the spiritual spring of the earthly Hades sacred mountain? Isn't it easy to find the source of the spiritual spring? Why do we have to wait for 100 years for such a small amount of spiritual spring water? Zhang Lei frowned and was puzzled. Do you think that no one has looked for it before? Since the birth of the hidden secret realm, countless experts have been searching for the source of the spiritual spring. However, no one has come out alive after entering the belly of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. In the end, the earthly Hades sacred mountain still exists after millions of years, but no one dares to enter it anymore. Before us, there were countless brave warriors who went to the earthly Hades sacred mountain to look for the source of the spiritual spring. However, the truth has proven that the earthly Hades sacred mountain is a place of death. There is only so much spiritual spring water every 100 years. No one can change the spiritual spring water and no one can find the source of the spiritual spring water. The belly of the earthly Hades sacred mountain is like a passage to hell. It's pitch black. Until now, no one has come out alive after entering the place. So, I advise you not to have any ideas about the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wu Tingho said in a deep voice. His words made everyone retreat. They did not dare to think about the source of the spiritual spring anymore. Especially the terrifying black hole in the middle of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. There was no light in the belly of the mountain. No one knew what was in the earthly Hades sacred mountain. However, if you don't look for it, no disaster would happen to the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Even though those heavenly god realm beasts knew that there was a source of the spiritual spring in the earthly Hades sacred mountain, none of them dared to take a step forward. All of them waited quietly. The black hole was getting bigger and bigger. The entire belly of the earthly Hades sacred mountain was exposed, but it was pitch black. Neither the divine pangolin nor the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had any desire to explore it. Drop by drop, the spiritual spring water flowed into the 9 dragon cave. The 6 small dragon caves were the first to be affected, followed by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin. As for the first dragon cave, it was not left behind because the last spiritual spring water would flow into it. Haha, looks like I'm not too late. This spiritual spring water is really good stuff. From 1,000 miles away, I can already feel the fragrance of the spiritual spring water. A thunderous voice reverberated throughout the earthly Hades' sacred mountain. A majestic silhouette stood on top of the dragon cave, looking down on everyone. He was fearless even when facing a dozen heavenly god-realm demonic beasts. "It's him, Langya. Divine Pill Sex Langya," Lu Quanchao exclaimed. Langya's prestige was extremely terrifying. He was the most mysterious person among the three great sections. His fame spread far and wide in the Linha boundary. His skill in alchemy was superb. No one knew how terrifying he was because not many people had witnessed his strength. Even Wu Qianxuan and Wu Tingho looked solemn. They did not expect Langya of the Divine Pill sect to be here. His appearance had added some uncertainty to the battle for the spiritual spring. This fellow was able to change the situation of the human experts, but he was still too arrogant when facing so many demonic beasts. Everyone thought that Langya was crazy. Although this fella is powerful, isn't he thinking too highly of himself? There are more than a dozen heavenly god-realm demonic beasts. Is he confident that he can fight against all of them? Hehe. Wu Qianxuan sneered. Don't make wild guesses. This fella definitely lives up to his name. Moreover, Langya's strength has been speculated to be on par with Li Zongheng of the Ghost Eye sect and Xuanhuan Kanglan of the Clear Stream sect. The three of them are considered as the most monstrous prodigies in the Linha boundary. I think he has his own plans, Wu Tingho said in a low voice. His brother, Wu Qianxuan, was stunned by his high evaluation of Langya. Yang Mingqing and Su Jin, who were far away, wore a solemn expression. Langya's appearance had disrupted their thoughts. Now, even those who had obtained the spiritual spring water and were preparing to leave had a huge change in their minds. Why did he appear at this time? He's crazy, Yang Mingqing said with a gloomy expression. This fella must have a dog's nose. He has already smelled the spiritual spring water. Moreover, the spiritual spring water is a necessary ingredient to concoct spiritual pills. Why would he give up on such a big piece of cake? I'm not surprised that he's here. If he didn't come out, I would feel that something is wrong, Su Jin said faintly. Obviously, he knew better than Yang Mingqing that Langya must have come prepared. Lowly human, how dare you trespass into the earthly Hades sacred mountain? Do you know where you are right now? Get out. This is not a place you should be in. Your death has been determined the moment you entered the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Ignorance is equal to idiocy. You're dead, damn human. A few heavenly god-realm demonic beasts glared at Langya. Only the single-horned spirit rhinoceros remained calm. Even the divine pangolin was shocked. Does this human want to die? Senior spirit rhinoceros, please take care of us this time. I will give each of you a supreme grade spiritual pill. I hope that all of you will accept it. Langya's lips curved into a faint smile. He took out 9 supreme grade spiritual pills and sent them to the 9 heavenly god realm beasts, excluding the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. All of the beasts were slightly stunned. They did not know what was going on. Today your boss has gone to the Withered Leaf Dojo. I don't know when he'll be back. I'll take care of the spiritual spring water for him. Hearing the words Withered Leaf Dojo, all of the heavenly god realm demonic beasts' expression changed and became gloomy. Senior Spirit Rhinoceros, this is an immortal grade dragon snake vigorous pill and 10 supreme grade spiritual pills. I hope that you will accept it, Langya said with a smile. When he took out the dragon snake vigorous pill, his heart was bleeding because this pill was given to him by his master. He was reluctant to eat it. However, the value of the dragon snake vigorous pill was incomparable to the value of the spiritual spring water. Moreover, it would definitely help him concoct more spiritual pills. Although it was like asking a tiger for its skin, Langya knew that he must get the spiritual spring water. Great, great, great. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros took the pill from Langya and his eyes lit up. This spiritual pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the beasts here. Moreover, in their eyes, the spiritual spring water was a notch lower than the immortal grade spiritual pill. To them, it was just a matter of taking what they needed. My immortal grade spiritual pill, where is it? At this moment, a deep and overbearing voice was heard from behind the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. Chapter 2369. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros took an immortal grade pill and 10 supreme grade pills for himself. The others might not have any opinion about it, but the divine pangolin did not care about it at all. Especially when their boss was not here, it was impossible for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros to take everything for himself. All the heavenly god realm demonic beasts fell into silence. The divine pangolin's dissatisfaction made Lang Ye's expression solemn. Lang Ye's countenance slightly changed. He did not expect things to turn out like this. The divine pangolin did not give the single-horned spirit rhinoceros any respect at all. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros shouted, "Why? Do you have any opinion? Do you think you have the right to decide in the Nine-Dragon Cave?" The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was extremely angry. The divine pangolin had gone against him several times. Especially at this crucial moment, the divine pangolin did not give him any respect at all. One could imagine how angry the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was. The two of them had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. Now they were like fire and water. Moreover, the divine pangolin was not afraid of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the big brother had a good relationship with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, the divine pangolin would have already fallen out with him. Now that he wanted to cover the entire Nine-Dragon Cave with one hand, the divine pangolin would definitely not agree to it. "That's right. I don't have the right to decide in the Nine-Dragon Cave. But do you think you do? Such a thing is really despicable. Don't you feel ashamed? Kit, do you think it's easy to enter the Nine-Dragon Cave? Can a single supreme grade pill move all of us? You're too naive." The divine pangolin said disdainfully and glanced at Lang Ye. At this moment, Lang Ye realized that he might have neglected the existence of this old man and provoked his anger. However, there was only one immortal grade pill, even he was reluctant to part with it. But for the sake of the spiritual spring water, he had no choice but to pay. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to obtain the spiritual spring water. Moreover, there were many heavenly god realm beasts here. "Senior, you're wrong. This Nine-Dragon Cave doesn't have an owner. Since there's no one here, why can't I get a portion of the spiritual spring water? Moreover, you've also accepted a top-grade medicinal pill. Don't let it lower your status." Lang Ye said indifferently. "Kid, it's not your place to behave atrociously here. What, do you want to exchange a few blows with me?" The divine pangolin said in disdain. Although Lang Ye's strength was not ordinary, he was still not a match for the divine pangolin. At this moment, the divine pangolin wanted to go against the single-horned spirit rhinoceros because the immortal grade pill was also very attractive to him. "Don't push your luck. Do you really think that I don't dare to attack you, old man?" The single-horned spirit rhinoceros glanced at the divine pangolin. Lung Lung said, "That depends on whether I have an immortal grade pill or not." The divine pangolin was not angry and said with a faint smile. At this moment, Lang Ye fell into an awkward situation. There's a saying that a mountain cannot contain two tigers. However, these two fellas were evenly matched. In other words, if he could not take out a second immortal grade pill, he might not be able to pass the stage so easily. He did not care about the other beasts, but this divine pangolin was very powerful. He dared to challenge the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. "It seems like you're going to pester me till the end." The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's voice became colder and colder. This fella did not only want the pill. Most importantly, he was dissatisfied with Lang Ye. Moreover, he would definitely seize this opportunity to make a big fuss. Even if the single-horned spirit rhinoceros wanted to settle this peacefully, the divine pangolin might not want to settle this peacefully, unless this human could take out a second immortal grade pill. However, how could an immortal grade pill be so easily obtained? The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's eyes were filled with resentment. The divine pangolin was dissatisfied with him and made him look bad in front of so many heavenly god realm beasts. Today's matter had escalated to a tit-for-tat confrontation between the two of them. From the provocation at the beginning to the argument at the end, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros could feel the divine pangolin's battle intent. It seemed like it was time for a decisive battle between the two of them. After so many years, they had already disliked each other. However, at this moment, the divine pangolin would not give in at all. On the surface, the divine pangolin only wanted an immortal grade pill. However, in fact, he was competing with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros secretly. Neither of them would give in. Moreover, the immortal grade pill was something that even heavenly god realm experts would go after, let alone beasts. Therefore, the divine pangolin would definitely compete with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros in this dispute over the immortal grade pill. In fact, I don't want to do this as well. However, I can't stand it when you do such an unfair thing. I can't stand it. You have an immortal grade pill, I want one too. Am I right, little boy? The divine pangolin looked at Lang Ye. Lang Ye felt threatened by his huge eyes. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Since you want to fight with me, I will accompany you to the end. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros shouted in anger. His aura was overwhelming and he instantly released a terrifying aura. He was determined to fight with the divine pangolin until the end. Ah, you're really forthright. Senior divine pangolin, if you can kill that human and this shameless old rhinoceros, I will give you 2 immortal grade pills. How about it? A figure arrived at lightning speed. Thunder rumbled in the void, and it seemed as if it could travel 1,000 miles. Jiangchen, it's you again. Langya squinted his eyes. This fella is really like a dogskin plaster. However, his appearance had stunned the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. An early true god brat could take out 2 immortal grade pills? Could it be that immortal grade pills are so worthless in the human world? You have immortal grade pills, aren't you afraid that I will kill you and rob you? The divine pangolin murmured and gave Jiangchen a condescending glance, full of arrogance. I definitely can't defeat you. But if I don't have the ability to run away, do you think I will come here to seek my own death? Chapter 2370. Not only the divine pangolin, but also the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and all the heavenly god realm beasts on the scene. At this moment, their eyes turned red because the temptation of the 2 immortal grade medicinal pills was too great. However, Jiangchen took out 2 of them at once. This was enough to make the beasts go crazy. If it wasn't for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin, they would have already charged towards Jiangchen. It's him, it's him, it's him. Haha, Jiangchen, you're finally here. I told you he's not dead. Yang Jian's eyes were filled with indescribable joy and excitement. Jiangchen's appearance had made them excited, be it Pan Hong, Lu Quanchao and the others. After all, one more person meant one more power. Moreover, Jiangchen appeared fearlessly in front of these heavenly god realm beasts. He must have been holding back. At this moment he was confronting Langya with vigor and vigor. He's Jiangchen? I heard that he killed Zhu Mingyang of the Overlord sect and Li Yanshao of the Divine Pill sect. He's very strong, a heaven-defying monster. But he doesn't seem to be very strong. Wu Qianxuan said in a low voice. Don't judge a book by its cover. Qian Sun, remember not to look down on anyone, especially a famous person. We don't know how strong Jiangchen really is. That's why he's scarier than Langya, said Qian Sun. Lu Quanchao and the others were impressed by Wu Tinghao's words. Because what he said was very reasonable and it was full of affirmation for Jiangchen. This Wu Tinghao was very good at reading people. Where did this fella come from? How dare he confront Langya? Moreover, there are many heavenly god realm beasts behind him. He's really daring. Yang Mingqing snorted and narrowed his eyes at Jiangchen. This fella should be Jiangchen. I've seen him at the auction in the ancient dragon city. He's full of vigor and arrogance. I guess he's just a good for nothing. Plus, he dares to confront Langya. He's definitely courting death. Although he took out 2 immortal grade medicinal pills, do you think this fella still has the ability to survive? Su Jin sneered without end. His judgment of Jiangchen was that he was a fellow who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, arrogant and conceited. In the end, he would still have to pay the price with his life for his actions. Then let's wait for the show. Haha, I think that Langya and Jiangchen are not easy to deal with. Let them kill each other. At that time, it's hard to tell who will be the one laughing in the end. It looks like these 2 demonic beasts are ready to fight. This way it's quite advantageous for us. Yang Mingqing said. Let's see how many people are waiting to watch the tigers fight. Plus, these 2 demonic beasts are the most difficult to deal with. Langya alone might not be a match for us even if we join hands. But these heavenly god realm demonic beasts are too troublesome. Su Jin said quietly. These demonic beasts were what he was worried about. To think that you're quite daring. But I don't like to trade with humans. Plus, I don't want to be used as a tool. The divine pangolin's words made Langya smirk. This fella doesn't look easy to deal with. Jiangchen seemed to have touched the divine pangolin's bottom line. I'll kill you and the medicinal pills will belong to me. Isn't it a win-win situation? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Lowly human. Jiangchen smiled indifferently. He was not angry. Instead, he generously threw the 2 immortal grade medicinal pills to the divine pangolin. The divine pangolin was slightly stunned. But he quickly kept the 2 immortal grade medicinal pills. My sincerity is enough, right? Senior divine pangolin, if you think that I'm using you, then you don't have to make a move at all. Anyway, you've already gotten the 2 immortal grade pills. Of course, your battle with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros might be strenuous and unrewarding. Are you threatening me? Or are you trying to provoke me? The divine pangolin threw a punch at the ridge of the nine-dragon cave. A terrifying shockwave pressed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin instantly used the heaven and earth great shift and appeared in front of the divine pangolin. At that moment the crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that Jiang Qin could teleport through the void. Even a heavenly god realm demonic beast could not do anything to him. This fella, it seems like I've underestimated him. Langya squinted his eyes and said lung lung. However, he would not let it go since it had come to this. Jiang Qin must be killed. Otherwise he would become a huge threat in the future. You've successfully provoked me. Of course your provocation is very useful to me. Because I don't believe that this old rhinoceros can do anything to me. The divine pangolin shouted. He had received the 2 immortal-grade medicinal pills from Jiang Qin. To him it was already a profit. Even if he did not continue to fight against the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, Jiang Qin would not be able to do anything to him. However, as a demonic beast he had his own dignity and credibility. If he retreated now, everyone would think that he was afraid of the old rhinoceros. Moreover, since he had received the immortal-grade medicinal pills from Jiang Qin, he would definitely help him. To the divine pangolin this revenge was worth it. As a demonic beast, his dignity was more important than anything else. Although they were violent, they were trustworthy. Especially an expert like the divine pangolin, he would never neglect his words. Jiang Qin was betting that the divine pangolin would definitely help him. Obviously he was right. Jiang Qin was very clear that the battle between the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was imminent. However, he had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Moreover, he had to find a reliable helper for his camp. The divine pangolin was the best choice. Since Langya had reached an agreement with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, he would definitely become a cannon fodder if he fought alone. A peak early heavenly god realm demonic beast was not easy to deal with. Taking someone's medicinal pills, helping to eliminate the disaster. I also want a portion of the spiritual water. Single-horned spirit rhinoceros, let's see who's the winner today. The battle between the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros finally began. No matter who it was, everyone was holding their breath. Especially the 2 of them, they had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. 100,000 years ago, when they had just advanced to the heavenly god realm, the 2 of them had tested each other. However, they ended up in a draw. This time they were going to fight to the death. Chapter 2371. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros stared at Jiang Qin fiercely. However, the divine pangolin had already unleashed its attack at this moment. Its huge body was like a mountain crushing towards Jiang Qin. The battle between the 2 peak demonic beasts was like the end of the world, colliding with each other. However, at this moment the nine-dragon cave was not affected at all. The sacred mountain was still collapsing, and the spiritual spring water was slowly flowing out. Every drop of it was attracting the hearts of all the demonic beasts and human experts. Jiang Qin was no exception. Whether it was for concocting pills or for personal use, drinking the spiritual spring water was a divine item for cultivation. The entrance of the sacred mountain cracked open, forming a dark cave. However, no one dared to go in and search for the source of the spiritual spring water. Jiang Qin frowned and looked at the dark cave. That bottomless black hole seemed to have a great magical power, attracting him to go in. It was like a summoning but also like a silent attraction. In short, Jiang Qin felt that the inside of this black hole was not simple. The spiritual spring water came from here. If he entered this black hole, would he be able to find the source of the spiritual spring water? Jiang Qin could not help but think about it. However, that silent calling made him feel strange. Jiang Qin was not an insatiable person. If he could think of it, others could also think of it. However, no one dared to go in. This meant that there must be some unknown danger in this black hole. Jiang Qin decided to give up on the black hole. However, the calling from the bottom of his heart made him a little uncomfortable. That silent attraction seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Jiang Qin, I want to see what you're capable of. Let me punish you now. You're not qualified to get the spiritual spring water. Even if I give it to you, it'll be a waste. Ah. Langya sneered. He took a step into the void and pointed at Jiang Qin. His battle intent was high. You want to fight with me? I'm not that stupid. The spiritual spring water is coming out soon. I only want the spiritual spring water. I won't let anyone who blocks my way off. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile. What a coincidence. I don't like people getting in my way either. So, I can only reluctantly let you get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Langya was full of confidence against Jiang Chen. A half-step heavenly god against an early true god. Was there any suspense? However, he didn't want to take action now as he needed to preserve his strength. He was the first one to take action. He didn't know how many people were hiding in the dark. Moreover, these heavenly god beasts might betray him at the crucial moment. Langya had thought of the chain reaction. That was why he was so careful. If you want to fight, then let's fight. You don't have the ability to subdue the enemy without fighting. I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who is afraid of death. I'm going to take this spiritual spring water, and I'm going to take your life. Originally, I didn't want to kill you now, but it seems that you're courting death. Li Yanxiao's death should be caused by you, right? Although Langya and Li Yanxiao were both from the Divine Pill sect, an arrogant and monstrous genius like him would never put Li Yanxiao in his eyes. So, their relationship was not unbreakable. However, Jiang Chen killing Li Yanxiao was a humiliation to the Divine Pill sect. So, Langya couldn't just sit and watch. Come. If you can kill me, you'll be the winner of this 9-dragon cave. Obviously, Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time talking to Langya. It was impossible for Langya to preserve his strength. Jiang Chen and Langya had already been at each other's throats for a long time. So, fighting was the only choice at this moment. The battle between the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was getting more and more intense. Two early heavenly god realm demonic beasts were extraordinary. Their battle was terrifying. Every heavenly god realm demonic beast was looking forward to it. They didn't want to offend either of them because these two fellas were not easy to deal with. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the divine pangolin were fighting fiercely. However, the 9-dragon cave was not affected at all. This could only mean that the 9-dragon cave was different from the other places. The spirit spring water had proven that this place was not ordinary. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros' strength was terrifying. However, the divine pangolin was not to be outdone. Both of them had been rivals for tens of thousands of years. Every time they fought, it would be extremely murderous. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath. The battle was so intense that it made everyone's heart skip a beat. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was agile while the divine pangolin was overbearing. Both of them had their fair share of victories and defeats. Moreover, the battle between the two top demonic beasts had given Jiang Chen a lot of inspiration. A battle of this level would be extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Brother Lingxi, I am willing to lend you a hand. No one had expected that the infernal evil dragon would stand up for them at this moment. Moreover, he was injured. There was no other reason. The infernal evil dragon did not care about the person who stole the dragon egg in the divine pangolin's territory. This made the infernal evil dragon bear a grudge against him. Moreover, the divine pangolin wanted its spiritual spring water. This made the infernal evil dragon even angrier. Count us 3 brothers in. Ah. Akiji laughed and said while looking at Jiang Chen coldly. The 3 brothers would never forget this fella even in their dreams. It's the 3 of you. Jiang Chen Lung said. Back then you destroyed our home and caused us 3 brothers to lose our love nest and become homeless. How can we tolerate you today? Akiji roared in anger. A bunch of shameless bastards, taking advantage of others. Yang Jian said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt like he was surrounded by enemies. These fellas wanted to take advantage of his weakness. Moreover, Jiang Chen was the weaker party in the battle against Langya. Now it seemed like he was in danger. Whether it was the viridescent flower giant python or the infernal evil dragon, both of them posed a great threat to Jiang Chen. As long as they worked together and the divine pangolin was defeated, Jiang Chen would definitely die under the siege of these heavenly god realm demonic beasts. This is something that nobody can change. Jiang Chen has too many enemies. It's definitely disadvantageous for him now. Chapter 2372. Now, let's see if Jiang Chen can withstand Langya's attack and that divine pangolin. Let's hope that he can withstand the joint attack of these beasts. Lu Quanchao said quietly. He was also powerless. Although he was a half-step heavenly god, he knew that Jiang Chen might not be weaker than him in a life-and-death battle. He could only hope that Jiang Chen could create a miracle. Of course, the biggest hope was still placed on the divine pangolin. Although they were very clear in their hearts that placing their hopes on others was a display of incompetence, Lu Quanchao was currently in a dilemma. If he led so many disciples to charge forward, it was possible that they would all be wiped out in the end. That required a great deal of courage. After all, letting his emotions affect his decisions was not a good idea. Damn it, you bastards. Jiang Chen had yet to start the battle, but the divine pangolin was already extremely excited. Because he and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros were evenly matched. They were betting on who would have a greater chance and who could last longer. But now that the infernal evil dragon and the viridescent flower giant python had joined the battle, the situation would change instantly. This was not what he wanted to see. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, Lang Ye's attack had finally arrived. No matter when, do not place your hope on others. This is my advice to you. I hope that you can remember it in your next life. Only when you control the situation will you be able to laugh till the end. Lang Ye smiled and said to Jiang Chen arrogantly. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was no different than a dead man. This is called the heavenly shaking cauldron. It was passed down to me by my master. It's comparable to a heavenly divine tool. Today I will use this cauldron to suppress you. Let's see if you can escape from this cauldron. Lang Ye was holding a huge cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was black. It was obviously a divine cauldron for concocting medicine. However, it was already a heavenly divine tool. This cauldron was indeed a treasure. But to Jiang Chen, this cauldron might not be able to suppress him. Get lost. Lang Ye held the heavenly shaking cauldron in his hand and pressed downwards. His terrifying aura caused the void to crack. Jiang Chen used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and the dragon transformation was imminent. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed through the sky, clashing with Lang Ye's heavenly shaking cauldron. That terrifying sound made those heavenly god realm demonic beasts turn their heads. Jiang Chen and Lang Ye were not ordinary people. As soon as Lang Ye's heavenly shaking cauldron appeared, the entire void became hot. The heavenly shaking cauldron fell from the sky and suppressed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the sky fearlessly. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly shaking cauldron clashed again. Jiang Chen was sent flying away by Lang Ye this time. Lang Ye was a half-step heavenly god after all. Jiang Chen's strength was far from Lang Ye's. 12 fire god guards. Get into formation. Jiang Chen shouted. The 12 fire god guards instantly shot out like 12 colorful fire gods. They soared up to the sky. Their overbearing aura was extremely powerful, especially after casting the surging wave earth formation. Lang Ye's expression slightly changed. He did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a technique. The 12 fire god guards were able to stop Lang Ye's footsteps. The surging wave earth formation was comparable to Li Zongheng's ghost eye formation. It was extremely terrifying. It could easily stop a half-step heavenly god. You're quite capable. No wonder you could kill so many people. But you can't escape today. Lang Ye harumphed coldly. He was not afraid at all and started a fierce battle with the 12 fire god guards. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry and attacked quickly. With the help of the 12 fire god guards, Jiang Chen's strength was amplified to the maximum. He was only an early true god, fighting against a half-step heavenly god. Jiang Chen did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Even Lang Ye was troubled by the 12 fire god guards. He dared not underestimate Jiang Chen's attack. Gradually, Lang Ye could only change from attacking to defending. So powerful. Wu Qinshuan said sincerely. He would never be able to defeat Lang Ye. As for Jiang Chen, who was only an early true god, he did not put him in his eyes. But now it seemed like Jiang Chen's strength was ridiculously terrifying. They were on par with each other despite the difference of 3 grades. Now you should understand that there's always someone better than you in this world. I've said it before. This Jiang Chen is not a simple person. Although Wu Tingho had already evaluated Jiang Chen in his heart, he could not help but be shocked when he saw the battle between Jiang Chen and Lang Ye. The puppet formation of the 12 fire god guards could even kill a half-step heavenly god. Jiang Chen will not lose. Yang Jian said. He trusted Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. This was the only thing he could do now. Plus, he believed that Jiang Chen would be able to turn the situation around. Is this guy really that monstrous? Yang Mingqing, who was at a distance, was deeply shocked by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the early true god realm. If it was him, he would have run away already. How could he still have the mood to fight? However, the truth had proven that Jiang Chen's strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone had a golden body. Their evaluation of Jiang Chen was bound to rise again and again. Don't underestimate him. It's not that easy for us to get the spiritual spring water. Su Jin said with a bitter smile. It's not that he wanted to boost Jiang Chen's morale, but they had witnessed Lang Ye's strength. He was a peerless prodigy of the Divine Pill sect. Even he could only fight Jiang Chen to a draw. Now it's hard to say who's the better one. I still believe in Lang Ye more. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Who is Jiangqin? His strength is only at the early true god realm. If it wasn't for this puppet formation, it's still too early for him to stand out. Yang Mingqing said unwillingly. Puppet formation. Isn't this a kind of strength? Do you think this is all he has? Perhaps he's more terrifying than you think. To be able to control 12 peak mid-true god puppets. Do you think an ordinary early true god could do that? Even I might not be able to control these 12 puppets with my soul energy. Su Jin said solemnly. At this moment, although Jiang Chen and Lang Ye were fighting fiercely, the divine pangolin on the other side was starting to feel weak. Facing the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, the infernal evil dragon and the azure flower giant python, the divine pangolin could not resist anymore. Moreover, it had already suffered a few injuries. Jiang Chen looked at the divine pangolin and saw that the divine pangolin was in a disadvantageous position. If this continues, the situation would be very disadvantageous for them. Now you should understand what despair is, right? As long as the pangolin is defeated, your death will be near. It's impossible to defeat me. Chapter 2373. Jiang Chen's expression was serious and meticulous. The 12 fire god guards also gave their all. Under such circumstances, they were only on par with Lang Ye. Lang Ye's combat strength was not any weaker than Li Zongheng's. At this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely serious because he had to face those heavenly god realm beasts. Lang Ye was not difficult to deal with, but those heavenly god realm beasts were really troublesome. Currently, the divine pangolin had completely turned into a turtle. Under the siege of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the other beasts, it was not easy for him to turn the tide. None of the beasts were easy to deal with. The situation that was supposed to be on par with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had now turned into a one-sided battle. Infernal evil dragon, you despicable fella. I never expected you to be so cunning. The divine pangolin gritted his teeth and roared. His roar was thunderous and ear-piercing. The entire nine-dragon cave was shaking. His anger and unwillingness had caused fear in everyone's heart. However, the divine pangolin was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He could not display his peerless prowess at all. This is called karma. Who asked you to stand aside and not help me? Now I will show you what it feels like to be bullied by a group of beasts. The infernal evil dragon sneered and looked at the divine pangolin with a gentle gaze. To the divine pangolin, this was his punishment. The infernal evil dragon had always been calculative. It was impossible for him to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, especially when he had received benefits from Lang Ye. The infernal evil dragon's blood was filled with hatred. If he did not take revenge now, when would he take revenge? As for the viridescent flower giant python, its home was destroyed by Jiang Qin and it did not even have a place to stay. Its hatred would not disappear just like that. Now that it had seized this opportunity, it naturally wanted to strike Jiang Qin hard. It would be best if it could kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. The battle between him and Lang Ye was getting more and more terrifying. The battle had reached its climax. Lang Ye held the heavenly shaking cauldron in his hand. He was fearless as he fought against Jiang Qin and the 12 fire god guards. However, Lang Ye still could not escape from the formation of Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards. Even Li Zongheng could only run away in embarrassment. Jiang Qin was using his full strength. He must suppress Lang Ye as soon as possible, otherwise he would be in a disadvantageous position. Even if the divine pangolin was slowly devoured by these heavenly god realm beasts, it would eventually die. Moreover, the divine pangolin was already pushed to his limit in a real battle. Fellow heavenly god realm seniors, whoever is willing to help me defeat that old rhinoceros, I will give you the immortal pill. I will not go back on my words. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. The remaining 4 heavenly god realm demonic beasts were slightly moved. They had never seen an immortal grade pill before. However, when they saw the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros immortal pills, they knew that even 100 supreme grade pills would not be as effective as an immortal grade pill. The immortal grade pill was the most terrifying pill in the world. It was even better than the spiritual spring water that they had obtained. The 4 demonic beasts looked at each other in dismay. All of them were hesitant. Don't blame me, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, for being ruthless. I will exterminate your entire clan. The voice of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros reverberated in the ears of the 4 injured demonic beasts. The hearts of the 4 demonic beasts paused for a moment, but they stopped. If they were to take action, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. Even if they were to fight against the 3 viridescent flower giant pythons and the infernal evil dragon, they did not have absolute confidence. Their chances of winning were less than 40%. Therefore, if they were to lose, they would die without a burial place, and they would also implicate their own tribe. To them, this business was simply too dangerous. That was because they did not dare to confirm the strength of the infernal evil dragon and Akiji. If they acted rashly now, they would directly stand on the wrong side, and in the end, it would be too late for them to regret it. Langya's eyes looked gloomy. He was slightly worried as the temptation of an immortal great spiritual pill was extraordinary. However, the 4 great demonic beasts knew that they might not be able to enjoy it even if they were alive. Once they joined Jiang Chen's side and failed, the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Chen, you're right. Dear seniors, if you are willing to help me, I will not treat you badly in the future. I will add another 10 supreme grade spiritual pills. Langya was not willing to be outdone. Although Jiang Chen's supreme grade spiritual pills were more tempting, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the others had the upper hand. The 4 demonic beasts were silent for a moment. They all chose to stand on the side of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. They did not want to gamble. If they lost, they would die. However, if they joined the other side, they could guarantee their safety. Moreover, it would be a one-sided suppression. In this kind of situation where they could gain 100%, they naturally had the upper hand. We are willing to follow Brother Spirit Rhinoceros. The 4 great beasts said at the same time. At this moment, the one who felt the most despair was the divine pangolin. He had already fought with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros to the death. Now that the 9 great beasts had joined hands to besiege him, unless he was a mid-heavenly god, no one could escape unscathed. A peak early heavenly god and a mid-heavenly god were 2 different concepts. The divine pangolin could not withstand the attacks of the 9 great beasts. He was severely injured. Jiang Chen's situation was quite worrying. Oh no, these demonic beasts are going to side with Langya. Lu Quanchao said with a gloomy expression. No one had expected that all the beasts would stand on Langya's side. In the end, Jiang Chen had made too many enemies. Now that the beasts were injured, they did not want to cause any more trouble. So they chose to side with the single-horned spirit rhinoceros and the others. Looks like Jiang Chen's situation is quite dangerous. Zhang Lei nodded and said. His eyes were filled with helplessness. They could not interfere at all. They were all heavenly god realm beasts. The divine pangolin was going to be defeated soon. At this moment, Jiang Chen would be the first one to be besieged by the 9 great beasts. Don't tell me we can only watch Jiang Chen fall into such a predicament? Yang Jian said in a deep voice while staring at the battle between the 9 demonic beasts and Jiang Chen without blinking. Taking action now is no different from digging our own graves. Wu Qianxuan said. Yeah, we need to look at the bigger picture. Wu Tingho nodded silently. Heavenly God Realm seniors, if we kill this monster, won't the immortal grade pills on him belong to us? Aha, Langya will be the vanguard. His pills will belong to all of you. Langya held the heavenly shaking cauldron in his hand and stood in the sky while laughing. At this moment, Jiang Chen was forced into a desperate situation. Chapter 2374. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, but the current situation made him serious. The divine pangolin was besieged by the 9 demonic beasts and was almost exhausted. However, he still did not give up, not only for Jiang Chen but also for himself. Once he gave up, it was equivalent to giving up his life. Then he would say goodbye to this world completely. The divine pangolin would not be willing to be killed even if he used all his strength. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. If the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was alone, he would not be afraid. However, there were so many demonic beasts gathered here and all of them had become the subordinates of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. At this time, the divine pangolin was naturally pushed into the abyss. Every demonic beast was very clear about their current situation. Naturally, they would not put themselves in danger. It was only a matter of time before the single-horned spirit rhinoceros killed the divine pangolin. The fact proved that their initial choice was not wrong. Once they made a choice to fail, only death would await them. The divine pangolin was now covered with cuts and bruises. Even though his body was huge and his defense was strong, after all, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was there. His horn was sharp and unstoppable. Under the besiegement, the divine pangolin gradually fell into a state of weakness. Only the single-horned spirit rhinoceros used his true strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to control the divine pangolin. The infernal evil dragon and the blue and white giant python played the role of sending charcoal in snowy weather. They were the last straw that broke the divine pangolin's back. Seeing that the divine pangolin was struggling and suffering from serious injuries, Jiang Chen's expression became serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Senior Pangolin, the immortal grade pill that I gave you can restore your strength." This shout gave the divine pangolin a glimmer of hope. At this time he quickly ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill that Jiang Chen gave him. As expected, his strength was restored to its peak in an instant. At this moment, the divine pangolin completely recovered his previous strength. He changed his decadent state and began to fight back vigorously. The divine pangolin's strength had been exhausted, which was why he had fallen into such a state. Now that his strength had recovered, the divine pangolin was naturally unwilling to be defeated. Although he might not be a match for these people, he still launched his final attack. Celestial-grade medicinal pills indeed live up to their reputation. I'm even more curious as to how many celestial-grade medicinal pills this lowly human has. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros glanced at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. "Stall the pangolin for me." The single-horned spirit rhinoceros shouted in a deep voice. He turned around and faced Jiang Chen because at this moment he had completely locked on Jiang Chen. Killing intent surged, covering the sky and earth. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. It seemed like this guy wanted to fight to the end with him. Moreover, he had given up on the divine pangolin and had locked onto him. Jiang Chen's heart sank. I might not be a match for this fella. After all, this fella was a peak early heavenly god. Such a beast could move the mountains and fill the sea, shatter the mountains and crack the earth. Its strength could shake the heavens. Jiang Chen was not confident at all. Moreover, Langya was eyeing him fiercely. His current situation was even more dangerous than the divine pangolin. Even if the divine pangolin had recovered his strength, he still could not fight back against the 8 great beasts. He could only fight on equal footing with the other beasts. He had no choice but to save Jiang Chen. "It seems like you guys are determined to kill me?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. "What you said is ridiculous. If we don't kill you, what should we do? If you don't look out for yourself, then the heavens will destroy you. Aha, just admit your defeat. Jiang Chen, how many pills do you have? Just take them out and maybe I'll leave your corpse intact." Langya said with a smile. He had already regarded Jiang Chen as an ant. "It's useless to say more. You should know that I will not compromise even if I have to die," Jiang Chen said resolutely. At this moment, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had already taken a step forward. Without any nonsense, this was the scariest part of a demon beast. A slight disagreement would lead to a battle of swords, leaving no room for negotiation. Single-horned death. The old rhinoceros soared into the sky and pointed at Jiang Chen. Its terrifying horn looked like it could break the heavens and earth. It was extremely overbearing. Jiang Chen's countenance changed. He might not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Under the dragon transformation, the heavenly dragon sword swept across and met the attack of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. The single-horned death was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The moment the heavenly dragon sword came into contact with the horn of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, it was instantly sent flying. The terrifying power almost paralyzed the entire arm of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen's countenance changed and he flew backwards. The sword of solitude slashed horizontally, but it was useless. The single-horned death went straight to the root of the problem. Jiang Chen could not avoid it and he could only use the Great Void technique to escape. But at this moment, Langya had already approached him again. The heavenly shaking cauldron smashed down fiercely, causing Jiang Chen to fall into a dead end. Jiang Chen retreated again and again until he reached the edge of the black hole. At this moment he had no way to escape. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros's single-horned death had injured Jiang Chen. Even under the Great Void technique, the remaining power of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros still affected Jiang Chen. Because the gap between the two of them was too huge, Jiang Chen knew that he was not a match for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. However, it was not that he did not have any way to deal with it. If the fire Qilin was here, he would definitely not be afraid of the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. However, the single-horned spirit rhinoceros was still in a coma, so Jiang Chen did not wake him up. Even if he woke him up, it would be useless since his strength had not reached the heavenly god realm. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros continued to attack without any fancy moves. It was just a one-sided battle. Jiang Chen was not a match for it. Although the single-horned spirit rhinoceros had lost some of its strength during the battle with the divine pangolin, its true strength was not affected at all. Therefore it was not difficult for it to fight against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's every step was dangerous and Langya was supporting him from the side. His situation was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the divine pangolin. No one knew how much pressure Jiang Chen was under. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros only used 3 moves to force Jiang Chen into an irreversible situation. The 12 fire god guards had trapped Langya, but they could not trap his heavenly shaking cauldron. The heavenly shaking cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down. Jiang Chen was surrounded by enemies from all directions. He was in a passive situation without any way to turn the situation around. Chapter 2375. Although we're on different sides, this guy is really admirable. Even you and I don't have the guts to challenge the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. Su Jin said sincerely. Although Jiang Chen's strength was weak, he had already won respect from Su Jin's heart because this kid was too daring. Moreover, he could still walk leisurely under the joint attack of Langya and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. Although there was no hope for him to win, his aura did not diminish. This was a domineering aura. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. Yeah. But this kind of person is destined to not live long. Advancing bravely in a turbulent situation, not knowing how to conceal one's strength. What's the use even if he's a genius? In the face of absolute power, all tricks were meaningless. Before he truly matures, he's still a flood dragon. He doesn't have any dragon claws. Although it feels like the heavens are jealous of geniuses, this is fate. He only has himself to blame. Although Yang Mingqing admired Jiang Chen a little, the ones who were respected in this world were the experts who survived. Moreover, it was not easy for them to survive till the end. There were countless monstrous geniuses like Jiang Chen who'd looked down on the world before they'd even matured, but their final results weren't any better. As expected, as soon as Yang Mingqing finished his words, Jiang Chen was pushed back a few thousand meters by Langya and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros. He was forced to the exit of the black hole. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros waved his hand and the 12 fire god guards were instantly defeated. This was the terrifying heavenly god's combat strength, invincible. Jiang Chen was no exception. After being heavily injured by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely gloomy. No. If we continue to stand by and watch, we'll be too inhumane. I will not retreat from this battle. Our lives were saved by Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen is in danger in front of us. How can you guys sit by and watch? Yang Jian roared and rushed towards Langya. Yang Jian, you're just asking for trouble. Lung Lingyi sighed. Langya was not difficult to deal with. They had so many people on their side they did not need to be afraid. However, a peak early heavenly god single-horned spirit rhinoceros was an invincible existence. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was forced back by the single-horned spirit rhinoceros again. Looks like you still lost in the end. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly. He looked at Jiang Chen indifferently. These lowly humans were not worthy to fight with him at all. Ha ha ha. Let's see where you can run off to now. No one will come to save you. Langya sneered. Yang Jian is here. Holding the 3-pointed double-edged blade in his hand, Yang Jian stepped in the air and opened his heavenly eye. Langya glanced at Yang Jian in disdain and smashed the heavenly shaking cauldron down. Yang Jian used his strength to counter Langya's attack. After exchanging over 10 blows, Yang Jian was suppressed by Langya. The heavenly shaking cauldron sent Yang Jian flying. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and stared straight at Langya. You're courting death. Jiang Chen's voice sounded like the call of hell, causing Langya to tremble slightly. However, he could not even protect his own life now. How could he care about others? Hand over the medicinal pills and I will let you die in one piece. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros was most concerned about the immortal-grade medicinal pills in Jiang Chen's hands. I will not give them to you even if I have to feed them to a dog. At this moment, Jiang Chen smiled and turned around, retreating towards the black hole. Stupid human. The single-horned spirit rhinoceros said fiercely. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. This fella must have a lot of immortal-grade medicinal pills in his hands because he gave each of the 4 beasts an immortal-grade medicinal pill. This fella must have a lot of treasures with him. Unfortunately, these treasures were buried in the earthly Hades sacred mountain forever. Because entering the great rift valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain was equivalent to announcing one's death. No. Lu Quanchao and the others' expression changed drastically. That place was the real land of death. Once one entered the sacred mountain, one's soul would be destroyed. This was not just a legend because no one could walk out from that place. That place was like a black hole that could devour the heavens and earth. It was extremely dark and dangerous, like a curse that could never be removed. Jiangqin. Yang Jin's expression was ferocious and his heart was torn apart. He was a person who valued friendship the most. Moreover, he had narrowly escaped death with Jiang Qin several times and was saved by Jiang Qin. Yang Jin's feelings towards Jiang Qin and his brotherly bond was needless to say. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Qin stepping into the black hole of the sacred mountain, his face was completely ashen. Lung Lingyi and Pan Hong quickly pulled Yang Jin back. At this moment, Langya and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros did not expect that Jiang Qin would choose to enter the Great Rift Valley of the earthly Hades sacred mountain. There was no way out in that place. Not long after, the earthly Hades sacred mountain would close up again. Even if Jiang Qin did not die, he would be crushed by the earthly Hades sacred mountain. Moreover, this was an eternal curse. Those who entered the Great Rift Valley and those who were looking for the source of the spiritual spring would be buried together with the source of the spiritual spring. You bunch of incompetent scoundrels. You have to take responsibility for Jiang Qin's death. Yang Jin said while gritting his teeth. The current situation is changing rapidly. We are not a match for the single-horned spirit rhinoceros at all. Langya alone is troublesome enough. We can only wait and see for an opportunity. Do you think that I will feel better? Jiang Qin saved us before. But if we rush out now, we will only be digging our own graves. I think this is not something that Jiang Qin would like to see. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. His expression was filled with sorrow. Langya's eyes looked gentle. To him it was better for Jiang Qin to die. It would be the end of all his troubles. He did not need to worry about anything anymore. I will be back. I will definitely be back. Jiang Qin's shout reverberated in the Great Rift Valley. His figure had already disappeared. However, the echo of his voice was just the most unwilling roar of his life in the eyes of the crowd. Yang Jin, Pan Hong and the others were filled with grief and indignation. However, they were too weak and couldn't do anything to help. They could only watch Jiang Qin die silently. To Yang Jin, this was like a knife cutting into his heart. Junior brother Jiang, we will definitely take revenge for you. Lu Quanchao clenched his fist tightly. But at this moment, the divine pangolin was in the most dangerous situation. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. As long as the divine pangolin falls, the situation in the Nine-Dragon Cave would become clear. There are many people hiding in the dark. Senior Spirit Rhinoceros, we should take care of them as soon as possible. Otherwise they will become our greatest threat. Langya said in a low voice. The single-horned Spirit Rhinoceros looked at Langya and said indifferently. They should all be your mortal enemies. Forget it. We beasts have our own pride. Since I've taken your immortal grade pill, I'll do you a favor. Chapter 2376. The pitch-black Great Rift Valley was filled with a creepy feeling. The sound of flowing water seemed to be knocking on Jiang Qin's heart. There were cliffs and stalactites all around. There were gullies in the mountains. The dark space was cold and pitch-black. Jiang Qin could feel the bone-chilling cold every time he took a step forward. This kind of feeling was unbearable for ordinary people. Jiang Qin also thought about going out now. He would definitely be attacked by the group of heavenly god realm beasts. Jiang Qin would not be able to escape no matter what. Hence, he decided to enter the Great Rift Valley to find out what was going on. The spiritual spring water flowed out from this place. However, no one had ever found the source of the spiritual spring because no one who entered the Great Rift Valley could walk out alive. It was like a curse. Even the divine pangolin and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros, who were at the peak of the early heavenly god realm, did not dare to step into this place. Because they deeply felt the terror of this Great Rift Valley. It was a fear that had existed in their hearts since ancient times. Hence, no one dared to step into it. This Great Rift Valley was a place of crisis. Hence, when Jiang Qin stepped into this place, both Langya and the single-horned spirit rhinoceros chose to stay silent because they had already sentenced him to death. Jiang Qin walked into the Great Rift Valley step by step. The flowing water flowed through the Great Rift Valley. However, he did not know where it led to. It was about 100 meters high. There were stalactites on both sides of the cliff. The stones under his feet were also angular. Jiang Qin felt like he was crossing the river by touching the stones. Because he did not know what would appear next and where would this Great Rift Valley lead to. Hence, Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He knew that the danger here was beyond his imagination. Although Jiang Chen was confident, he was not arrogant. He believed that the experts who came here to look for the source of the spiritual spring were definitely stronger than him. However, the result was the same. Hence, it was reasonable for him to be cautious. It was better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen walked for a long time. The light in front of him gradually became brighter, because the Great Rift Valley was filled with white ice. Around the ice were gems of different colors. The gems were shining brightly, illuminating the bottomless Great Rift Valley. Below his feet, every inch of ice was freezing. If it wasn't for the protection of the 5 elemental true fire, he wouldn't have been able to go so deep. Because at the boundary of the ice and cold, Jiang Chen saw a lot of skeletons. Those skeletons were all curled up here. He could foresee that many of them had been frozen to death at the boundary of the ice and cold. It was not a groundless realm. If it was not for the 5 elemental true fire protecting him, Jiang Chen would be. Jiang Chen knew how dangerous his situation was. The bone-piercing chill made Jiang Chen's heart extremely serious. He was extremely careful, and with every step he took, he would carefully look at his surroundings. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Chen felt that there was no end to the Great Rift Valley. He was walking down step by step. In other words, he was probably already in the underground. Apart from the skeletons all over the ground, Jiang Chen saw damaged divine weapons and some terrifying demonic beast skeletons. The sound of flowing water was still audible, but Jiang Chen could not find the real source of the spiritual spring. However, Jiang Chen knew that if the source of the spiritual spring was so easy to find, it would have been made public a long time ago. In fact, it was unknown whether the source of the spirit spring existed or not. This is a bottomless black hole. If I keep walking like this, I don't know how long it will take, Jiang Chen murmured. However, the deeper he went, the more Jiang Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. This kind of trembling came from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chen was not afraid, but there was an inexplicable pressure. This bottomless Great Rift Valley had completely extended underground for who knows how many miles. However, it seemed to be endless. The stalactites and ice on both sides were condensed together, shining brightly. Among the stalactites and ice, Jiang Chen actually saw some human figures. They were black figures, but they were only black. There was also a terrifying black eagle that was dozens of meters tall. Those should be humans or demonic beasts that had entered this place before, right? Chi. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked ahead. It was actually 2 ice beetles that were about 2 meters tall, completely crushing his height. Jiang Chen had never seen such terrifying ice beetles before. Weren't ice beetles the size of a finger? How did they become so big? While Jiang Chen was still in shock, the 2 ice beetles immediately attacked Jiang Chen. The 2 ice beetles quickly attacked. Their razor-sharp beaks fiercely pecked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly retreated and slashed with his sword. The 2 ice beetles were directly cut into 2 by Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen felt that the surrounding air had become colder, as if his blood was going to freeze. These 2 ice beetles are probably at the late True God realm. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably serious. These ice beetles usually lived in groups, and they usually wouldn't act alone. Cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. Cracking sounds were heard. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw tens of millions of ice beetles rushing towards him from behind. Jiang Chen's face turned green when he saw tens of millions of ice beetles rushing towards him from the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. What he was afraid of had come true. These ice beetles were much more terrifying than the man-eating ants. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Moreover, their destructive power was much stronger. With so many ice beetles, Jiang Chen really did not know if they were going to migrate or if they were coming for him. The destructive power of the ice beetles was evident. Wherever they passed, the ice and snow on the walls were all eaten by them. Even the black shadows in the snow were completely devoured. Jiang Chen felt his scalp going numb. Holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen retreated while running. However, the speed of those ice beetles was much faster than him. Moreover, they were coming at him in a threatening manner. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swung it in an invincible manner. Dozens of ice beetles were chopped into pieces. Chapter 2377. The 5 elemental true fire instantly appeared around Jiang Chen. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was created by Jiang Chen from the no beginning formation. Although it was only a basic formation, It used the 5-elemental true fire as its base. Hence, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was comparable to a middle-level formation. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation could not be compared to ordinary flames. Moreover, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation could amplify the power of the 5-elemental true fire. Jiang Qin controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. In an instant, the ice beetles around the 5-elemental trigram fire formation started to melt. The ice beetles did not notice the terrifying power of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. In 2 hours, under the operation of the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, countless ice beetles had been killed. Jiang Qin remained calm as he controlled the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. The essence of the formation was the fire of the 5-elemental trigram fire. Moreover, it was a defensive formation. Ice and fire were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation was the natural nemesis of the ice beetles. However, the ice beetles did not seem to fear death. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation rumbled under their attacks. Jiang Qin's expression was extremely serious. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation could not withstand the onslaught of millions of ice beetles. Jiang Qin's physical strength was greatly depleted. After enduring for an hour, the number of ice beetles gradually decreased and eventually disappeared. However, Jiang Qin was so tired that he sat down on the ground. "Damn it, I'm exhausted." Jiang Qin finally understood how terrifying the ice beetles were. If it was not for the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, even a divine king expert would die here. Even a heavenly god expert would be swallowed by the ice beetles in an instant. This great rift valley was indeed a peerless and dangerous place. Jiang Qin rested for a moment and ate a spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. Only after his strength was almost fully recovered did he continue onwards. By this time he had walked for an entire day and night. Even he didn't know how far he had walked. A palace of ice and snow appeared in front of Jiang Qin. This was the palace of ice and snow. It had a circumference of 10 miles and was so tall that it couldn't be reached. It was made of ice and snow, making it seem like he was in a kingdom of ice and snow. However, this ice palace was full of broken walls and ruins. The entire palace was made of ice. The palace was dozens of feet high like a fairy tale world. Jiang Qin sensed that this ice palace didn't seem real. It wasn't until he walked into the palace that he realized how frightening the extreme cold here was. The towering walls of ice and snow covered an area of tens of meters. Below the walls there were actually 2 frozen guards. They were tall and straight, riding Fergana horses and wielding ancient halberds. Their auras were majestic and the coldness they exuded was extremely threatening, looking extremely lifelike. There's really something hidden inside. One could imagine the shock in Jiang Qin's heart. Who could have imagined that there would be an ice palace like this in the Great Rift Valley? However, Jiang Qin couldn't sense any signs of life in this place. In other words, it was highly possible that this was an empty city. It had been like this for millions of years, a lonely city in a forest of ice. Jiang Qin always felt that this ice palace was filled with a strange aura. The coldness of this ice and snow could penetrate one's heart. Jiang Qin walked towards the ice palace, preparing to explore it. But at this moment, the 2 ice warriors in front of the ice palace suddenly moved. They were wielding ancient halberds in their hands. Amidst the ice warriors rode Fergana horses and charged towards Jiang Qin. Even the Fergana horses became active at this moment. The horses galloped in the air, trampling over Jiang Qin. The heavenly dragon sword tore the halberd apart and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Jiang Qin's countenance fell and he quickly dodged the attack. However, the 2 great ice warriors did not give up and forced Jiang Qin into a desperate situation. The 2 heavenly god realm experts had joined hands to attack him. Jiang Qin's countenance fell and he quickly dodged the attack. However, the 2 great ice warriors did not give up and forced Jiang Qin into a hopeless situation. One could imagine how powerful the 2 heavenly god realm experts would be when they joined hands with each other. Jiang Qin took a few steps back, his expression was solemn. Under the cross of the heavenly dragon sword and the ancient halberd, he felt that he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Moreover, these ice warriors were extremely powerful, they were extremely ferocious. There's no sign of life in them, they're fighting based on their instincts. I'm afraid that they were not only at the heavenly god realm when they were alive. Jiang Qin's heart became heavy, the 2 heavenly god realm ice warriors were completely suppressing him. At this moment, the pressure in his heart was unimaginable. I must have disturbed these 2 fellas when I wanted to enter the ice palace. Jiang Qin activated the 5-elemental trigram fire formation again, trying to trap the two ice warriors. However, at this moment the ice warriors did not hold back at all. The ancient halberd kept striking on the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. The terrifying energy caused the 5-elemental trigram fire formation to tremble. Motherfucker, I'll use the two of you to test my little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. With the heavenly dragon sword as the lead, the meteor hammer and the storm hammer as the support, and the 108 divine swords as the foundation, Jiang Chen used his chi to control the sword formation. Outside the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, the ghost prison Ashura sword formation was completed. Although it was only the little Ashura sword formation, it was not to be underestimated. However, as soon as Jiang Chen's formation was completed, a fiery shadow shot out from the Zulong Tower in his body. The fire qilin had completely transformed, completely absorbing the heart of lava. At this moment, the fire qilin had become a heavenly god realm demonic beast. At this moment, the fire qilin spat out flames, fighting against the two ice warriors alone. The two ice warriors were engulfed by the fire qilin, vanishing without a trace. The fire qilin transformed into a young man, wearing a fiery red armor. The flame mark on his forehead was extremely eye-catching, overbearing and terrifying. The fire qilin's eyes were blazing. The fire qilin true fire could burn anything in an instant. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. What? Isn't my qilin's mightiness domineering? The fire qilin said proudly. Fuck. Do you know that you've stolen my limelight? I wanted to try out the power of the little Ashura sword formation, but you killed two ice warriors in an instant. What am I supposed to do now? Jiang Chen was speechless. Cough cough. I was just itching to try out the power of the heavenly god realm. Ah. Look at how stingy you are. I just saw someone being beaten up by those two ice warriors. The fire qilin coughed lightly and said. You pretended to be dead at the critical moment. Now that I want to use the formation you came out to mess things up. I suspect that you did it on purpose. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. The heavens and earth can prove it. I did not do it on purpose. Who asked you to be so weak? Now that I am a heavenly god, you can't do anything if I want to kill you, right? The fire qilin said with a faint smile. All right. Since you're so happy, I will use you as the touchstone for the little Ashura sword formation that was originally prepared for the ice warriors. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the fire qilin. All right. I want to see how terrifying your little Ashura sword formation is. The fire qilin looked as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. He was fearless and stood proudly. The young man was heroic and unstoppable. After a quarter of an hour. Chapter 2378. Fire qilin's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Chen. However, his eyes were still filled with fear. Why are you so monstrous? Fire qilin said after holding back for a long time. He finally understood how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation was. 108 peak divine tools. Who could take out such a terrifying arm? If it was someone else, unless he was a true great master of craftsmanship, a peerless expert with hundreds of thousands of years of experience. At first, Fire qilin wanted to bully Jiang Chen. However, in the little Ashura sword formation, he was badly injured by Jiang Chen's sword formation. Even though he had broken through to the heavenly god realm and his divine strength had increased, it was still useless and he was defeated. Once again he realized how dreadful Jiang Chen was. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Jiang Chen did not use all of his strength. Otherwise, the heavenly dragon sword would definitely shine brightly. He was extremely curious about the grade of the heavenly dragon sword. It was able to surpass the two heavenly divine tools, the storm meteor hammer and the 108 peak divine tools. This was the most dreadful part of the heavenly dragon sword. This sword formation was filled with killing intent. It was a peerless killing formation. This is not monstrous. This is called strength. So what if you've broken through to the heavenly god realm? You're still suppressed by me. Ah. Jiang Chen said proudly. Fire qilin was furious. However, it was the truth. If Jiang Chen had fully activated the little Ashura sword formation, Fire qilin would have been severely injured or even killed by the sword formation. You're quite capable. Why do I feel that this ice palace is very strange? Those two ice warriors were definitely not heavenly gods when they were alive. If not for the ice and fire restraining each other, ordinary heavenly gods would not be able to defeat them. The fire qilin said in a serious tone. He did not care about the intense battle with Jiang Chen just now. At this moment he also realized the danger of this place. I have a feeling that this is not a good place. Let's go. The fire Kirin whispered, reminding Jiang Qin. He could sense that there was something within the ice palace that made his scalp tingle. The fire Kirin didn't dare to take another step forward. Even though he had killed 2 ice warriors in an instant, he didn't have the courage to continue forward. That was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of his soul. He felt that there was definitely something shocking in this ice palace, and it was definitely not something good. When did you become so wishy-washy? Where did that awe-inspiring aura from before go? These 2 ice warriors were so weak in your eyes. Why are you so scared now? Jiang Qin said with a beaming smile. However, the fire Qilin's expression was incomparably solemn. The handsome face of the youth was filled with a solemn expression. I'm not joking with you, Jiang Qin. It's very likely that there are things in there that we can't deal with. Let's go. The fire Kirin urged Jiang Qin to leave again and again. However, his curiosity was getting stronger. The more the fire Kirin didn't want him to enter, the more curious he was. What was it that made him so afraid? Jiang Qin had always been a fearless person. At this moment he had seen this ice palace. He definitely wouldn't leave just like that. Moreover, he wouldn't give up until he found the location of the spiritual spring. I'm a stubborn person. Aha, this ice palace is already in front of us. Do you think that I can still retreat? Jiang Qin laughed. You're courting death. Although I'm also full of curiosity, do you think that I'll be foolish like you? There's definitely something unknown in there. If we go in now, we'll be courting death. Do you know that? Sai, what do you want me to say in order for you to believe me? We, the Divine Beast clan, have very sharp senses. I'm sure that there's something in there that we can't control. Do you think that this ice palace is a place for mortals to stay? There are countless ice sculptures and broken walls. But try and see if you can break this city of ice with your strength. The fire Qilin's words reminded Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin struck out 2 palms on the ice palace. As expected, he couldn't break the defense of the ice palace. It seemed like an ordinary ice palace, but in reality, it was as tough as gold. Jiang Qin frowned. He was even more curious about this ice palace. However, he became even more serious. The fire Qilin's words weren't wrong. However, it still couldn't stop his determination. If he retreated, then he wouldn't be Jiang Qin. What's wrong? You finally know to retreat? Sometimes it's not necessarily a bad thing to retreat in the face of a crisis. Otherwise you might lose your life. The fire Qilin laughed. Before his laughter ended, Jiang Qin had already rushed to the entrance of the ice palace. Without the obstruction of the ice warriors, Jiang Qin easily entered the ice palace. The outer wall was made of ice and jade. It was pure white and flawless. The entire ice palace looked high-end and imposing. Even under the broken walls, it was still magnificent. One could imagine how fascinating this ice palace was when it was at its peak. The ice path under his feet reflected Jiang Qin's face perfectly. It was even brighter than a mirror. It was this ruined ice palace that gave off a cold and austere aura. Jiang Qin walked in the silent ice city. The aura in his heart had calmed down. Even his mind felt peaceful. It was a completely different feeling compared to outside the ice city. It felt like he was bathing in the warm sunlight of the heavens and earth. However, this feeling suddenly disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the chilling aura that made one shudder. In the ice palace, the cold air was oppressive. It was like smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. It seeped into one's bones. Damn it, it's so cold. If it wasn't for the Qilin true fire in my body, I would have frozen to death here. The fire Qilin said in a deep voice. Originally, the fire Qilin thought that the fire Qilin would stay outside the ice palace. However, at this moment, the fire Qilin followed him. Didn't you say that you wouldn't come? Jiang Qin smiled and asked. TSK. Do you think that I, the fire Qilin, am an ungrateful and heartless demonic beast? Even if I die, I have to collect your corpse. I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear staying outside alone. Let's go. Let's see what kind of place this ice palace is. The fire Qilin said impatiently. However, Jiang Qin could feel a trace of emotion from the fire Qilin. In the end, the fire Qilin was worried that Jiang Qin would be in danger in this ice palace. If he left just like that, it would be too heartless. Moreover, Jiang Qin's Zulong Tower and the Heart of Lava was a huge favor to the fire Qilin. Especially for demonic beasts, they were more worthy of respect than humans. Because in their hearts, friendship was above everything else. The fire Qilin followed behind Jiang Qin. They walked step by step into the largest palace in the ice palace. The palace was towering and towering. It was 100 feet tall. It made people gasp in admiration. Such a tall ice palace was definitely one in a million. Snow God's spiritual vulture palace. Jiangchen murmured as he looked at the tall ice plaque. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.